I'm on stream. Of course, something goes wrong. Hey guys, I'm your friendly neighborhood soda. I'm joined by some very special guests here for what is probably going to be one of the hardest shows to do for some of us, but in a way is going to be something that is incredibly worth it. We are here to pay homage and tribute to our head geek, Ben Rayner. And we will have various guests popping in throughout the night. Of course, people in the chat. There is a GoFundMe link that is in the description, and it will be flashed on screen throughout to donate to the how do you pronounce it, Jake?
Yes.
How do you pronounce what Ben had? Oh, you're also mute. I really shouldn't have muted. There we go. There we go. What was it called?
I'd say the easiest way to refer to it is just as FD.
Fair.
It's probably the simplest way.
Okay.
So basically, what we're doing is we're raising money for the FD Foundation, which is a foundation that Ben and your family was involved with, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, my mother in particular was involved for many years.
Yeah. Okay. So what I like to do first, I like to introduce the panel. So first off, we've got Don Tucker and Joe over here on the Multiverse of Geekdom, two of Ben's freaking co-hosts, and of course myself, Soda, and my partner in crime, 50 down there, who are also two of Ben's co-hosts over on the Northern Entertainment Group. And actually joining us for the first hour is a very special guest. You already heard him talk. It's none other than Ben's brother, Jake. Introduce yourself, Jake.
Well, Jake is my name, and I am Ben's brother. I want to thank you guys so much just for everything you guys do, for putting this together, and just for being such a great friend to Ben. I know that doing shows with you guys, as I've expressed to you the past few weeks, was what he enjoyed doing more than anything. Brought him so much happiness, and up until his final days, it was the happiest we'd had ever seen him. So yeah, it's quite an honor to be here. And I've watched many of your videos before. Ben would always send me them when I was at work, and yeah, it's quite a privilege to finally hop on and be in this place. I can't fill those shoes, but I'm very happy to be here with you guys tonight.
And it's great to have you because honestly, after you messaged me that Ben had passed away within the hour, one of the first things that popped in my head was we need to do a stream for him because that is what he loved. And one of the first things is we need to get some of his family on here. So it's really great to have you in. And of course, we have your mom in the chat. Hi, Ann.
Is she?
Yeah, of course. It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure.
And Dan and your brother Dan too is in there.
Oh, is he?
Danny's here.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Awesome.
Yes, absolutely.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Definitely in the chat. Marie Wilson, co-host with Talk Over in his channel, frequent collaborator with Ben over there. He's in the chat. Daniel from our channel is in there representing Ben because, like he said, Ben was always one of the first of the chat, always early. And of course, we got our very own Haskell and Dave Haskell. Yeah, no, we're here to have fun. We're gonna be, like I said, we're gonna be playing videos throughout the night. We've got some tribute videos that friends of his throughout this. Brennan, of course. Hey, Brennan, good to have you here. Taco, of course. Taco will be joining us shortly. Dagan will also be joining us later. But Brian, like I said, there's a lot of things. But later on throughout the night, we're going to be playing clips that of Ben throughout the couple of years from different shows from back in the early days on Get Sweaty, from appearances he's done on other things. And of course, we will also be having video tributes from throughout the night. Before we start that off, 50, would you like to say something that we had talked about before we start off this tribute?
Yes.
Yes. Just not, as per usual for me, not quite sure how to start, but well, would you want to set me up or should I just go ahead?
So what we had done is we had asked 50 because 50 is of the same faith as the Rainers to just do a small Hebrew saying colloquialism as a send-off. So we asked 50 to do that for us before we start the show. So, and what we're going to do is we're going to hold a 10-minute moment of silence for Ben right afterwards.
Okay.
Go ahead.
10 minutes?
Sorry, 10-second.
Oh, I thought we were going for a full minute, but okay.
Well, we could, but I mean, it's us we're talking about here. Do you really think we could be quiet for a full minute?
Point taken.
I've tried before.
Yeah. All right. The floor is yours.
Yeh zichro baruch.
Yes.
Okay. And what does it mean, 50?
It means, may his memory be blessed.
Yes. And so let us remember our fallen friend with a 30-second salute.
Yeh zichro baruch.
All right, guys. So let's start this off. We're going to play the first clip that was that we got sent. It is actually from basically the reason why most of us are here doing streaming. We got permission from Christian Harloff to clip out and use his tribute that he showed for Ben from the big thing last week. So I will play that, and then we will continue on with the show.
All right, before we move into the news, what I would like to say also, Ben Rayner. So if you guys didn't know about Ben Rayner was, I'm sure you're familiar with the name if you've been watching either my show, Roxy's show, John Campia's show. Like, Ben Rayner was a very, very, very supportive fan for years and years, and he was a sweetheart of a human being. I had the opportunity to speak with Ben on the one-on-one Patreon sessions a few different times, and I just loved my conversations with him. He was just such a pure, genuine human, and unfortunately, it was the other day, Frenchie, who was a MTS pundit, he reached out to me and let me know that Ben Rayner had passed away last week, and it is terrible. I don't know the extent of it. I want to give, let his family be the ones who give out that information or whatnot, but we just know that we lost a really, really great person with Ben Rayner. I loved talking to this guy, man. He was just a passionate, positive force, and I'm gonna miss him because I was really starting to get to know him. I always knew his name, but I had started to have these one-on-one conversations with him, and we miss you, my man. This is a really, really good person and a big loss in this community in general. So if you didn't know Ben Rayner, and I know that I retweeted it. Kate Mulligan put something out there. I think the family's doing a few donations to help out with the family. So if you want to check that out, go to either mine or Kate's. But Roxy, you had an opportunity to talk with him a few different times too. Yes.
Yeah, I think Ben's it was such a great dude, and it was actually interesting because on the morning that I found out that he passed, immediately I was you and I were texting all day about it. But I went back and looked at all of the different super chats he had sent in to me to see, I was thinking about him. And it was always like about everybody else with him. Like there's another member of the community who's really sick right now, and he was like sending thoughts and prayers for that person, or like checking in on me, or it was just always, I hope everybody else is okay. I hope everybody else is okay. And then he was in my stream the day before, and then when I found out about this, it was just so fucked up. I can't believe this planet sometimes. What a really beautiful human being. I think that there's he was co-hosting a show with Ryan Payne. I think that he's throwing on the 13th a tribute show about Ben that they're doing on YouTube. So be on the lookout for that too, with a lot of like moments from him and things like that. Yeah, and Brett, I know that you and Kate did a whole big thing on your stream for Ben as well, and he was always in there talking as well.
Yeah, he was every time, and then it was the sweetest thing. Like he'd be like, "Oh, sorry, I'm late, guys," in the chat, and it's just like the kindest person, one of the good ones. Like everything was positive and didn't criticize anybody about anything, and it doesn't make sense. It's one of those things that you just go like, no, not him. Come on.
Yeah. Well, love to Ben Rayner. We missed you, pal, and to his family as well. So I want to try to name some kind of segment or something after him. He was so he was the best. So maybe like a Let It Rain type thing that we can do. Maybe something. Maybe we'll do when we do fan questions or something too. We can call it the Let It Rain. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But again, rest in peace, my brother.
So that was for Christian Harloff, Roxy Stryer, and Brett Sheridan, three people that Ben loved. What I found interesting since Ben passed is how much he kept his two lives separate. Like, how much did you guys know about what he did over here on in this world?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'd say I guess as the rain ambassador for this evening, I probably knew more than the rest of my family, just because I guess I guess I'm the furthest into like the geek world relative to my other family members. So I would have a lot of conversations with Ben. A lot of our relationship was bonding over movies
Yeah.
and that he kind of existed in. So I could see, but that being said, he didn't fully disclose a whole lot to me. I would go into his room and peek in the corner of my eye so I could see, he'd always have multiple screens going with Facebook conversations and YouTube live. So I could see that, and Twitter. So I could peek and see who he was talking to and what videos he was watching and what he was up to. But that didn't mean he shared a whole lot with me.
Yeah, it's the same with us. Like,
but
honestly,
I did. Yeah.
But we didn't know about his personal life as well.
Yeah. And the past couple of weeks we've been talking about why, for whatever reason, he did keep things separate. Because I know my dad would definitely go into his room and ask him, what's he up to, and he had a job for many years as well, working for a television production company. I don't know if he told you guys about that. He worked for LMNO Productions for over a decade, and we would always ask him, how his day went, what he was up to, and he was, I guess, for whatever reason, he always liked to just keep his professional projects and personal stuff separate. But that's just Ben being mysterious. I don't know.
It was weird because whenever your dad would come in the room, and Ben would he would pull his headphones off, or sometimes he'd actually turn off the camera. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and he wouldn't want to always tell us what he was watching. So I don't have an answer. I think it's just Ben being Ben. So but I am happy that we were all able to connect. And he did. One thing he was very open about, obviously, was his YouTube channel and his actual content that he was outputting. So that was what my obvious lead into connecting with you guys and making this happen.
Sure.
Yeah, no, it was definitely much appreciated that you reached out to us, and then of course your mom reaching out to us and everything. Like it was pretty cool to get to know you guys. Definitely over a few weeks. What about the rest of you guys? Do you have anything to say, or?
I just want to kind of echo what you've said so far, Jake. Just talking to you and your mom, and working with you guys on setting all this up, and getting to know more about Ben through you guys is. It's just been really great, and I'm so glad you could come on and spend this time with us, man, and kind of get to know us on this side. But yeah, man, just so happy you're here, honestly, and to meet you.
And looks like we got that's Taco. That's Taco. That's not a family member. Where is it? There it is.
Oh, jeez.
Did she speak at the funeral, Jake?
Nice.
I'm sorry.
So it looks like we've got a family member of yours in the chat. Gloria, did she speak at the funeral?
I don't believe Gloria spoke.
Okay.
Going down the line. That was my uncle, my cousins, Eric, Andrew. I saw Andrew Osher, one of Ben's best friends, was in the chat.
And he will be joining us later on in the night.
Coming on. Lori Black, another awesome. And then Lori Black was another longtime friend of Ben's. And then Eric Schatz, amazing best family friend of ours. And then it was me and Danny wrapping up. And my cousins, William and Jennifer, as well. So,
those speeches, they were very, very funny.
And Ellen, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And my Tanta Ellen, our aunt, my mother's sister. And I hope everyone enjoyed the speeches. I felt it was a nice balance between, there were some laughs.
You couldn't see that, but I was laughing.
Man, your uncle started it off, man. Your
uncle
started it off, man, and I was in tears, and then he was great. Everybody was great. The
one that got me was his other friend, the one who told the South Park story.
Lori.
Oh my God.
I had heard that story I'd heard that story years ago, but completely forgot about it. But that's another show that all three of us, me, Danny, and Ben, it's actually my favorite show, and definitely
Well, I'm
one
with
of
you guys
theirs,
there. It's
the
one I love
South
to
Park.
watch.
So
Yeah, it's a great show.
and they rip on everyone. So we're definitely a family.
So it's
that
okay.
We know how to love ourselves and everyone else. But yeah, no, it was an emotional day, but it was great to see. Over 100 people, and then we had a lot of people back at the house after, and I believe over 60 people, close to 70 people tuned in on the live stream. So it just goes, it's a testament to how many different people and lives been touched over the years.
So I went a step further, and I actually looked to see what famous people shares the cemetery with Ben, because I figured that would be something to be tickled with. And there's actually a pretty good list of famous people buried there. People like Bob Saget, Sid Caesar, who was the coach in Greece and was one of the foremost comedians
Really?
in the 50s. Yep, Sid Caesar is buried there. Mama Cass from the Mamas and the Papas is buried there. Mr. Roper from Three's Company is buried there. One half of the Fleischer brothers, who created the very first Superman and Popeye cartoons, is buried there as well. Carl Freund, who directed Metropolis, is buried there as well. Who else that people would recognize? Somebody named Pinky Lee, a famous comedian, passed away about 30 years ago. Don Rickles, Mr. Potato Head himself, Mitzi Shore, the famous comedy club owner. Let's see, Wendy Jo Sperber, who played Marty McFly's sister in Ben's favorite movie. I think he'd get a kick out of that one. Brandon Tartikoff, former president of NBC, who saved Seinfeld from cancellation. That's a fun fact. Yep. So yeah, no, Ben's in good company. Very good company.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's having some fun now.
Oh, 100%. I can just imagine him sitting front row and just cracking at Bob Saget's dirty jokes.
God. Mm-hmm.
I know he, as you guys probably know as well, he was a huge Bob Saget fan.
Oh yeah.
And it's
it's
funny.
Yes.
You're right, but I said it the past couple of weeks to everyone. Back to the Future was his favorite movie.
Yeah.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He certainly watched a lot of movies over the years. I would always ask him why Back to the Future. It's a great movie, and he would just say, "I just think it's the perfect movie."
And you know what? He's not wrong. And actually, what I
There's
did,
no
I
flaws.
It's a lot of people's favorite.
Perfect trilogy, I would say.
it's a movie poster that I actually had framed. And when Ben passed, like there was only one place where it belonged, and so I took that framed poster. It is now sitting right above my computer. So whenever I'm doing these things, your brother
that's
is with me
awesome.
at all times.
That's awesome, man.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. And as it says here in the bottom, we are almost at $300 already on donations. That is pretty good for only being on air for 20 minutes. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about the Ben that we didn't know. Because for us, most of us, our lives with Ben started in 2020. What was it like growing up then? I guess?
Yeah. Like I said at the start and a couple of weeks ago as well, or last week, I'm kind of like I overtook him at one point as I guess the techie geek in the family. But I remember very, very young, Ben got me into computers, computer games, video games, technology. And that was really how we bonded from my earliest years. That's what we spent the most time doing together, was watching movies, watching TV shows, playing around with a new Mac computer or new Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo, whatever it was. And like you guys talked about at the beginning, he was always just, even in our family, he was always just the brightest one in the room. And it's funny because he comes from a family where we're all very sarcastic and poke fun at each other. And my friends, I've tried to work on it over the years, but growing up, I had a habit of complaining and my parents certainly do as well, and just typical family stuff. But he never.
Oh yes.
Oh,
We lost
So
you
it's
for a second.
his internet connections have gone down south to the United States tonight.
Yes. No, I think we might have lost him.
Hey, Jake is a handsome dude.
So yeah, man. I love the story that he told at the wake.
Am I
about
back?
deleting the
You're back.
history
You're back.
browser.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
What was
Yes,
the
you
la-
are back. Yes.
Sorry, hotel Wi-Fi.
That's
So
all
much for
good,
being
man.
a tech guy.
Woo!
What was the last thing you heard from me?
The last was.
What was the last thing you heard?
Complaining.
Complaining? Well, I was just saying that he was
Yeah, we
always
just got a big
the
jump.
brightest.
We just got a big jump, guys. We're at. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, to cut you off, we have to say this. So we are currently at $749 donated. Wow.
Amazing.
You guys rock, man. You guys rock. Keep it coming. This is for a good cause. This
Thank
is for
you.
our
Awesome.
friends.
Yes.
Yes, thank you all.
Sorry, you gotta continue, Jake.
Guys,
Sorry.
this is all going to
Yeah,
the family and the foundation, so it's a great cause.
Yeah, appreciate it. Just saying that Ben never complained. He was always just the happiest one in the room, and despite having to overcome far more than any of us could ever imagine or understand or be able to relate to, he just was always spreading positivity, as you guys talked about, throughout our house, throughout in the offices he worked in, and throughout the communities he was engaged with online and around the world. Me and Danny were laughing about it, that Twitter threads we were reading, we've never seen anything on Twitter just be 100% positive. and more, beyond just positive, everyone just agreeing on something, and it seemed to be a general consensus that he was a pretty special guy that made a lot of people smile.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I know I can say with a lot of confidence that I can say with certainty Ben would get a kick out of that, because me and him talked a lot about Twitter and how people were always, whining about something. And
he would message me occasionally about that too, and I was like, dude, just people are being
because he doesn't relate to that. To him, it's just life is just an opportunity to enjoy cool shit, and it's not worth it to beat each other up over stuff that's not worth beating each other up over.
Yeah. No, it just seemed like he didn't dwell on things. He was easily able to let things just roll off and keep
for
going.
The most part. Like, I mean, there were some instances.
Yeah.
Like,
Sure.
There's some things, but like, I mean, it was he was always trying to stay positive, like you said there, Jake.
And he always had a joke to try and diffuse the situation.
Oh, totally.
Oh, absolutely.
He was always the joke master. Like,
absolutely.
sometimes someone mentions like a name or a topic or anything, and you can just see the gears in his head working as fast as they possibly can to make the funniest and most quippy joke you can think of. And he always
or trivia. He always had a trivia question for something and everything. It was always fun. Always made it fun.
He didn't stump me. He couldn't stump me.
Well, he couldn't.
No,
he got me a few times. I'll give him. Yeah, he got me a few times.
Yeah, but not for lack of trying.
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
totally. Did he ever try to play his just random hypothetical games with you, like who would win in tic-tac-toe, Darth Vader or Voldemort?
Yes.
Okay, not that.
He would come up with the most amazingly random just scenarios. Yeah. Wow, I don't know where you came up with that.
Not
one.
That exactly, but I
genuinely would not have an answer for you.
I'm at work.
The answer is Darth Vader. He has the Force. I mean, obviously.
Right.
I would usually just say.
Actually, Voldemort spells. Damn. Probably be Voldemort.
I probably will be vulgar in that sense. Yeah.
And going back to what you guys were asking me earlier about just growing up with Ben, and especially in recent years, like I remember we've had. I was honestly torturing him at one point with just how many endless hypothetical conversations on like how we would have done the recent Star Wars movies differently, or how we would have written the end of Game of Thrones differently, or what the DC studio should do with all their like things like that. And in the past couple of years, he even started to get, I think, bored with me. Like, we can only have this conversation so many times. We can't do anything about it. So.
Joining us right now is another friend of ours, a frequent collaborator, Ben, and a former co-host of his on Mount Schmodown. It is none other than Don DeGregorio, movie lover tonight, man.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just want to say I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty good. I just want to say it was such an honor to be able to be a co-host for your brother. Your brother welcomed me with welcome arms and everything. Always was the most kindest person that I ever known. He would give the T-shirt right off your back if you asked him. As a matter of fact, my very first show with him, with the collaboration with him and I, was actually Back to the Future. We actually we ended up doing all 3 Back to the Future movies. Matter of fact, my friend Tamika nicknamed him Trivia Ben because of how much he knew about Back to the Future. And he's just awesome.
Yeah, I can quickly do that right now. I will quickly share screen because I've actually got them up. So thank you very much to everybody that has donated so far. So that goes to Anonymous, Marie Wilson, Aaron Knoll, Jake Yakavetta, Brandy Dagwan, Dagan Selbach. That's what the S stands for. Ryan Payne, Ryko, Adelia, Ann, who had the big donation. Ryan Chandler, Julia Weiner, Mark Gaviglio, or Taco, you'll be seeing him in a bit. The New York Dysautonomous, that place.
Dysautonomia.
Dysautonomia, okay.
The pronunciation is familial dysautonomia. I hesitate just to say it because I know Ben, as you know, he just didn't like talking about
and then I knew about it, and that was about it. Only time I would ever talk about was if he mentioned it, and it was very rare. Very rare. Yeah, no, it's like, because like people, when a lot of people found out, like they were shocked. They didn't know.
Yeah, it's a slope there to play with because it is important for us to shine light and attention on the illness and the organization, and raise money for other families and people who are fighting through the same condition.
Yeah,
because Ben just wanted to be here and not have to deal with it and not have to acknowledge it. And even with us, it was rare. With me, it was very, very rare that we would ever talk about it. And,
right. And the only time like it was ever brought, like sometimes like my mom would watch the show and she would ask like, what is with his voice, whatever. So I would just say, he's born with a genetic condition. I would just leave it at that. Like I didn't go any further. And even like when he was on screen, like sometimes we would see his walker, and he was Ben. He wasn't Ben Rayner, victim of this world. He was Ben. That's just what it was to all of us.
When I first started talking with Ben, it was back. We were moderators for a Collider Live group back when that show started.
Oh yeah,
that group would then later go on to become the Media Sweaties Network after Collider Live disbanded and everything, and Ben ended up taking it over. He would always talk about trying to get other people to do a show on the channel, and he was always so worried to be a part of it, but I never knew why. This is before he was ever on streams or anything. He never mentioned anything. He never brought it up because he's Ben, and he didn't really like to talk about it. But we always pushed him like, you should do it, And then he finally took the jump.
I'll forget that because I was on his very first show on camera. Like I've literally been with Ben from the beginning.
I remember it.
Yeah, and
I remember
that.
He was very hesitant to go on screen, and I was like, dude, man, you're gonna have a lot of fun. Like, join us, get your ass in here. And he did, and never looked back.
I'm very happy that you guys pushed him. Because clearly he came around and started having fun with it.
Oh, totally. Totally. And like after a couple months, like he was like, hey, look at what I got from Fiverr and all this stuff. He just jumped headfirst into it.
He was in his element.
Fiverr. And And he didn't stop at one. It's like he loved it. He had multiple Twitters, multiple Facebooks, multiple channels. There was no stopping him. So I'm happy that you guys encouraged him.
Oh yeah. And like he got us good on times. Like we would roast him, but he would definitely get us as well. And that's something you're going to see throughout the night. There are some clips where he got us good. He broke us.
Yeah.
Should we play one of them now?
Yeah. I'll let you choose the one.
All right. So here's one that Ben had when he was on a show that I hosted, Greatest Show in the Galaxy, talking about all about Doctor Who. We talked about different designs of the Daleks over the years, and he just came up with a joke on the spot.
Can I just say it's nice to see a Star Wars reunion with Peter Cushing and R2-D2?
Oh dear
boy.
God.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
What do you mean reunion? When did they ever actually met?
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Oi.
They met at the staff party.
Yeah.
Unless you're thinking of Clone Wars, unless you're thinking of the Clone Wars animated series, Ben, where Tarkin has clearly met R2-D2, but that's a different.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Thank you, Ryan.
But your question, because it still wasn't Peter Cushing. It was only a replication of his face.
Wow.
You fell for it, Ben. And it wasn't me.
Pity, Ben, you've activated my trap card.
Oh my God.
Oh, F me.
Well, to that I say, a foolish miscalculation.
I tried.
No, it was nice. It was nice.
Hey Ben, don't try. Do or do not. There is no try.
We're getting our genres mixed up here.
Okay, now you.
I'm turning down a path that you wouldn't like.
You mean you're going down a path I can't follow? Is that what you were trying to say, Ben?
Move along.
I'm gonna miss that voice, man. I really am. You guys freaking rock. We are at $1,619 raised already out of our $2,500 goal. You guys rock and keep it coming, man. We got a long ways to go. This is for Ben, man. This is for him. He's got the best seat in the house. That's all I gotta say. He's got the best seat in the house. Yeah. Luke, and of course, somebody who joined our community a little bit later, but who was towards the end, a very frequent collaborator, Ben, made some of the stuff for his channel, thumbnail wise. Definitely a good friend of ours. It is none other than Luke Starter from Galaxy Geeks, man. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
I'm doing good, man. Just seeing the videos and stuff makes me sad that I missed so much history, but also, wow, I almost cried. Man, that one almost hit me. Ben was he was such a good guy. He would message me every day, just checking on me, just being a great friend. I mean, dude was just the best.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing that since he's passed is the word that you heard the most. He was the best.
Yeah,
he was.
Well, you miss those times where you just message you randomly, and those were the best times.
Yeah, if he hadn't heard from you, you didn't post anything. He just hit you up to see if you're all right. Ask how you were.
Oh yeah,
Did that to me plenty of times too.
Yeah, same. Like every morning, it was always a text or like a GIF, like a funny wake up GIF, and I usually wait an hour because that's how long it takes me to wake up. But,
yeah. Man, I'm happy that he was reaching. I'm happy that he was reaching out to all of you. He certainly would hit me up regularly, but I think especially in recent years, there was more so me hitting him up with stuff that he probably just didn't really give a shit about. But one thing that I've been battling the past couple of weeks on a day-to-day basis, and really to start my days, is I open up Twitter or some news outlet, social media thing, and my first instinct is to send it to Ben. So that's been tough adjusting to mentally, but at the same time, I know that if he were here to open it, he probably would ghost me and not respond or care. So
yeah, no, 100%.
That's just again just just Ben being Ben. I'm happy that he was probably more important things to do was engage with all you guys.
It's the same thing with
read
like
about
there's a lot of
articles.
stuff coming out where it's like, for example, the new History of the World Part 2 teaser trailer dropped today. I wanted to show him that. Or the latest Marvel news that had come out, or just something I randomly found on Twitter. There was a Watch Mojo video the other day of the top 10 times Seinfeld said what we were all thinking. I really wanted to send it to him, but I mean, yeah.
Well, honestly, y'all got that side of him. I was always helping him, trying to help him figure out shorts and figure out the YouTube game. And oh my goodness, he drive me nuts with YouTube shorts because all the time I would be like, "Hey, put a title or a description or something for your shorts." They just post them, but like he was just so driven. Like he wanted to grow, especially this channel. Like he was so driven by it. And it was so cool. Like it was cool to see him just so excited about it every day. Like I remember one of the trailers. Oh, Avatar. He was so just so excited over that trailer because he was able to jump on so quickly and do it. And he was messaging me going, finally got it out. I got it for everyone else. I'm like, that's amazing. And he was just so excited.
I wish you would have been able to see that movie because I went and saw it opening night, man. Joining us is a friend of ours from over on the Outlaw, from John Roca's Patreon, who Ben, myself, 50 have competed with and against in movie trivia. It is or Canada Rocks, as he is known. How are you doing, Ryko?
I'm doing okay as can be. Nice to meet you, Jake. So you guys were talking about trivia. That's where, thank you. Trivia. That's where we know from the Outlaw Nation. We had a trivia league. And Ben was quite the regular there, and he actually competed in the categories. But if you guys know him, you know that he loved his like geeky categories the most. I actually never competed against him, but I did call. No, I didn't, except for like the group matches. But I did call most, if not all, of his matches, right? The very first match, so I think he was super nervous because this is probably, he might have been on camera before, but this was one of his early times that he was on camera. So he was nervous, you could tell.
Oh yeah.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm a bit of a showboat. So I was calling the match, and I don't know what it was. It was the lighting or something, but he looked like, even though he was just wearing like a sweatshirt or something, but he looked like he was dressed up. Right, he looked like the lighting or something. So I tried to play it up, right, and I was trying to make him like sort of like, you know, like the well-dressed gentleman kind of guy, and he was just looking at me like what are you doing? Like I don't know what's going on. That was like the first time I met him, and the poor guy, I just bombarded him. But then if you watched his matches, by the end, he was like right into the show stuff. Yeah, it was like what a change.
Bits, and he would do all this fun stuff, and because of that,
he even got involved in the trash talk, which was
And like, it was so growing up. Was he good at trash talk? Like you said, you know, you busted each other's ribs and stuff, but was he good at trash talk growing up? Because we definitely saw him throw some barbs.
I love Ben. Obviously, was he the best trash talker in the family? Probably not. I might have to give that to my other brother, Daniel.
Well, you guys are hockey players, so it kind of goes with the territory.
Yeah, exactly. But Ben was not shy about putting you in your place when you needed to be. So, but yeah, we all in our house, everyone, you have to have thick skin. Everyone gets it a little bit. So
I'm French, so I get the thick skin thing.
Yeah, like you said, hockey house. It's you know, everything goes. And then you combine like South Park and our just sarcastic sense of humor on top of it. But it's all, at the end of the day, it's all love and hearing you guys talk about, you know, his early days and Luke, him hitting you up, asking about certain approaches like to the social media output. I'm curious for you guys, how much of the live streaming you guys did he take on his shoulders, putting it all together? Because it's something, right before we hopped on, you guys were briefly asking me about my work and what I do with my company. Ben was always trying to push me with my company to go and start doing live streaming stuff. So I was always picking his brain trying to understand how this stuff works because he seemed to be such an expert on like what is this StreamYard? Is that
Yeah,
what
on
it's called?
StreamYard. So for most of the time that we did it together, it was me that ran the stream. It's just because I had the setup. I've got the 2 monitors. Like it just made sense for me. But yeah, as we started progressing, he would start doing it a little more, and he would always ask me like, "What do you do? How to?" So I would help him on. But yeah, by the time he branched off and did his own thing, he was already light years ahead of me.
Oh yeah, when he branched off, I mean, honestly, it's going to be weird to say this. Even though the channel has, I think right now, over 170 subscribers, I think right now.
Look at that. We're over 2 grand already.
Do what?
We're over 2 grand.
Wow. Oh, wow. But yeah, like, because he got it, I really blame him specifically that the channel grew so much over here because he was so dedicated. He was doing out shows daily. He was getting out shorts. He really was one of the most driven people I've ever seen in this game. Like he just kept pushing himself, and it was always funny at everything he would try. Like he messaged me the other, way before. He's like, sometimes I make videos that I really would wish would take off. I did a Pinocchio review and it's not picking up any traction. Disappointing.
Oh yeah.
And I would just be like, you got to hit the trends. And I was just encouraging him like, hey, it's okay. It's just you didn't hit the trend at the right time.
Oh, dude. That is so cool. Thank you very much, Mike, for saying that. Awesome. About the show. That is awesome. You guys rock.
Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Wow.
Really appreciate that.
I knew this community would pull through, but it's pretty damn fast. So one of the things we were going to do is every hour we're going to talk about something, a subject, movie, TV that Ben loved. And actually, funny enough, the first one we're going to talk about is a show that myself, him, 50, we loved. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
I love it.
50, do you want to jump on for this one?
Yeah.
Nope.
I didn't do it.
It was a bit, okay? It was a bit.
Yeah, no, that was one of the first things that myself and Ben bonded over was Smallville, because I live in BC and I actually lived down in Vancouver where they were filming, so I was able to go.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, no, I was on the SkyTrain one day, and as I was going to Metrotown, the big mall, they were filming the scene in the 200th episode where Clark Kent's on the top of the Daily Planet, and he's holding the helicopter like Captain America. I saw that being filmed.
You saw Superman being Superman.
Yeah. And Ben figured this one out for me, that I might actually have a screen-worn Tom Welling overcoat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Have you been checking out the podcast?
You see, Ben was always sending me the links for that at first, and I did, but it's just with a lot of things, I just ran out of time, and I just didn't have time to keep on. But yeah, that was one I definitely knew he enjoyed. So was that something you guys watched growing up together there, Jake, Smallville?
Did Ben and I watch Smallville together? You're taking me back because I remember in the house we grew up in, he had, back in the days of DVDs, he was a big collector, and he had it all.
And here comes Soda with the flex. Here comes Soda with the DVD flex.
Oh man,
that was in there for sure.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure. I think we watched a couple episodes together. No, we definitely did. I never watched the show start to finish every season, but I do have some memories of like scenes where it's probably more of the iconic scenes where like Lex is tracking him down or he gets the massive like S scar. But I know that he absolutely was obsessed with that show. That was at one of the top of his list. So that's pretty amazing that your guys' shared love for Smallville brought you two together.
Well, it's basically all things Superman, really. Like Superman is my favorite superhero. I have a Kryptonian symbol from Smallville tattooed on my arm.
Cool.
You do this.
There you go. I can say me and Ben bonded a lot more over Pokemon over the years when I was very, very little. So
I was gonna say 50 is like loves Pokemon. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nintendo stuff for sure. Yeah.
It felt very appropriate to hear Ben called Superman because I'm like, it just made sense.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, like we were saying earlier, just everything he had to overcome. It was very. I remember back in my days playing hockey. It's a very physical sport, and it was very inspiring to grow up with someone and see what he had to battle, how strong he had to be, just to get through a day, just to get through a meal, to walk to work, whatever it was he was going through. It gave us all a lot of motivation, whatever it is that we were doing. And Superman is kind of like the perfect embodiment and representation of what he was. So, and then I don't know if maybe deep in his head there was something there, or honestly, my guess is it was probably just a coincidence that he just always loved Superman. But as you guys know, he loved a lot of superheroes, and I feel like in recent years he really didn't talk much about Superman. Maybe it's because there hasn't been we both loved Man of Steel.
Yeah,
I know we both talked about why they didn't just go right into more sequels off of that. But yeah, in recent years he hadn't really talked much about Superman because there was so much else to talk about.
The only thing
there just wasn't much Superman's news in general.
The only thing we would talk about was which is I only saw the first season, but damn, it's a good show.
It's kind of sad, with Superman. I get probably the reason why he wasn't able to really talk about it, which is because there's not been a lot of news. It's been a back and forth kind of thing. I mean, the last thing was him popping up in Black Adam, and that will probably be the last time we'll ever see Henry Cavill as Superman. So that's sad.
Well, I don't know if you guys. Sorry,
but I was going to say
that's something. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. It's a regular thing here on.
Yeah, I know. There's a delay. I got bad internet. It's all good.
Dude,
it's all right. I'm from another country. It's okay. It's fine. So Ben used to always talk a lot about the Superman and Lois show, the new one, not Lois and Clark.
Yeah.
He was always anything Superman related was always a big major topic of conversation, and it's kind of really unfortunate for us. For me personally, that last couple of years, a majority of the Superman talk we had was how there wasn't much Superman to go around. Wasn't much Superman presence in the movies, and how he felt, and I agreed with him mostly, that Henry Cavill was severely mistreated as Superman in the movies. And well, it's nice that we always found something positive to talk about in the mixture of this whole storm of bad situations. But I think I interrupted someone or several.
Yeah. So 50. Now, because we were talking about Pokemon, it's actually funny that you said you and him would get bonded over Pokemon when you were younger. So 50 has something that he wants to share that he wanted to show Ben, but unfortunately he didn't get it in time to show Ben. So 50. Take it away. This one's all you, buddy.
Actually, about that, since I'm just noticing that we have Andrew on the in the room. Can we bring Andrew on? Because that's also something that I told Andrew a couple of years ago during a pseudo stream that Ben did for his birthday. I mentioned it to both Ben and Andrew at the same time, and they both seem to really like it. So can you bring Andrew on?
Reiko, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for the kind words you said about Ben, and we will definitely be seeing you later.
Yeah, and I'll definitely miss him. He was such a sweet guy. He was sweet is just, I think, the right word to describe him.
Oh yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Reiko. We will see you later.
Thank you.
And we will actually be bringing on someone else here. It is one of his childhood friends, none other than Andrew. How's it going, my man?
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, no. As soon as we started planning this, it was like Andrew's someone I got to reach out to. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So how you doing, my dude?
Doing all right. It's been
rough couple weeks.
Hearing everyone's stories. Yeah, it's been not easy. I agree with you on a lot of things you've been saying. There was something I so badly wanted to tell Ben when I saw on the news recently. I was like,
yeah.
yeah.
And that has been the harder part, was not being able to reach out. But now we have you on, and it's 50 if you would like to continue, because I think this is pretty cool. And Ben, he's right. I remember this. Ben was really excited when he found out about this. So if you take the floor, 50.
Right. So for those of you who know, for those of you who don't know, I obviously live in Israel, born and raised, and you did it again, Soda. You did it again.
I used to do that, and it used to crack Ben up. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, anyways, over the past 2-ish years since lockdown, basically, I've been working on a Pokemon fan game based on Israel, where I live, and I always tried my best to try and find Israeli culture stuff to make Pokemon about, or make into themes or characters in this Pokemon game. And I'm not just doing just the one side, because obviously Israel is a country full of many people from many cultures. Damn, that's
not even an hour in.
Hey, it's actually at 2,283 right now.
Jeez.
Wow. Thank you so much, everyone. But yeah, so a big focus of mine is, like, don't just distill the last 80 years into a Pokemon game. I'm trying to go for thousands of years. I'm bringing stuff from Judaism, Christianity, Islam, anything in and around the area that has something to do with this particular region. And one thing that I made it a point to make on my game is something that was created by an Israeli person. And as I mentioned previously, I told this to Ben, and I think I told it to Andrew as well on a unofficial birthday stream that Ben did a couple of years ago. And they both really, really liked it. It's something that they really, really enjoyed. Something I know Ben would have loved to have seen, and unfortunately, I only got the final artwork like 2 days after he passed. So I never got a chance to show it to him. But it is a combination of Pokemon and something else that Ben really enjoyed. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Oh my god, yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, Power Rangers, kind of invented by an Israeli man.
Yep.
It was originally a Japanese Super Sentai show that Chaim Saban borrowed and made it his own TV show. And so I made these 4 individual Pokemon. They're all the same one. However, they come in multiple forms. And I'm going to need some help from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers on the panel here. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers fans on the panel here. Does anyone remember the exact order of things? Of the Morphin time?
No, I haven't watched that for like 20 years.
What do you mean order?
Like who? Like which? Like when they did it's Morphin time. Like who came first?
Yeah, it's Mastodon, Pterodactyl, Triceratops, Saber-toothed Tiger, Tyrannosaurus.
Okay.
All right, so let's go with that. So here is the Mastodon.
Nice.
That was right. Oh, that's adorable.
I love that.
Pterodactyl.
Oh.
Triceratops. Saber-toothed Tiger. And Tyrannosaurus.
I am so happy I knew the order.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all 5 of these are rock fighting type Pokemon. They're, like I said, they're all the same species, and Zords, and also Poser, because it's kind of, he stole something. Borrowed and made it his own, so it kind of fits. However, when you have all 5 of them in your party with these special items that they can be found with holding, when you catch them and level them up, they all merge together and evolve into one evolution. Welcome, Taco. Unizord.
Hi.
Oh, right on.
Awesome.
A fighting and steel type Pokemon. It's basically, and thankfully we have Taco here, it's kind of the reverse Shedinja, where
Okay.
Split into 2 evolutions. This one is the reverse. 5 Pokemon making the 1.
I've done a lot of nerdy things in my life, but hearing somebody talk about a Pokemon Power Ranger dinosaur morphing, and also Luke getting all of them in order, some nerdy stuff going on right now, guys. Holy crap.
50.
Another one of Ben's frequent collaborators, and actually someone who you've already met before, probably. This is Taco. Mark, dude, welcome to.
I don't want to interrupt the Mighty Morphin time going on right now, but I wanted to say hi to Jake. I really want to get in. I wasn't sure when you were leaving, so I want to make sure I was in before you were gone. And also say hi to Andrew. I got to watch you guys on a very, very sad stream the other day while I was at work watching Ben's funeral on my phone, and so I feel like I got to met you guys already, and you haven't met me yet. So, but.
And we have a new update.
We have an announcement, yeah.
Beat the goal already. Not even an hour in. $2,513.
Yes.
Oh my God. Good job.
Woo, you guys are amazing. You guys are the best.
Yeah. That is awesome.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
That really is remarkable.
And yeah, like I said, thank you to What the Show for what they said earlier in the chats. And he did message me and he says, yeah, it's 100% for sure. Yeah.
Awesome.
I mean, we just got moving. We just got going. This is the beginning.
But unfortunately, that comes to the end of the hour, which means we're going to be bringing on some new panels as well. Jake, thank you very much for joining us. It was great to finally meet you.
Likewise.
Yeah. New goal is $4,500.
Nice.
Yeah, don't be a stranger, man. Don't be a stranger. It was definitely good to meet you and keep in touch and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll definitely be keeping in touch on the line.
No, I absolutely. If you guys ever need anything, you know how to reach me or the fam. And then lastly, just to close out, I don't know why I didn't think of Power Rangers when you guys were asking me about growing up with Ben. 50, did you have a chance to show him what you just showed us?
No, I showed him all the stuff that I made prior to this one, but unfortunately, this one specifically, the final artwork arrived 2 days after he passed, and this is the one I really wanted to show him, and unfortunately, now I never will.
So
but at least I showed it to you, and at least there's like
I'm sure he's watching, and I'm sure he's watching and got as big of a kick out of it as I did because you just merged. I'm sure everyone kind of had a similar reaction to it, but that is like, two worlds collide right there.
When people mentioned to me that when it had come in and stuff like that, I was like, well, I can give you something that's almost as good, and we'll have you debut on the show. So yeah, and then Luke, you will be saying goodbye to you as well.
Yeah. Honestly, thank y'all for having me on. I love this. I love hanging out with y'all. Ben really brought me into a lot of y'all's friendships. I owe so much to Ben, his kindness, and keep me updated. Like when y'all do streams like this, I remember Ben always wanted to do more of these, especially on Friday nights. He was so excited about doing more of these, and we should always be able to do something like this in his honor.
All right. And so next, I'm going to play another video tribute by Luke. This one is from another friend of the channel, someone who he's had on his show a few times and who we met prior through the Schmodown. It is from none other than Moose Hawes. So I will be playing Moose's video.
Nice.
Hey, everybody. Mark the Moose Haas here. Just sad as everyone is in this community about the very sudden and untimely passing of Ben Rayner. Ben was a great guy. And, his passing has left the world a little less brighter, I think, for all of us who knew him in this community, and for those of us who have had the opportunity to be able to interact with Ben, meet Ben, have conversations with Ben. I don't think I've had a single conversation with Ben that was less than an hour long. And that includes the shows that he has that was like 30 minutes. Then afterwards, we talked for another like 30 minutes to an hour. Ben was just such an amazing, welcoming, kind individual. He was a super fan, and then he was just a super good guy. We have an upcoming trivia show that he was very excited to play on, and we were very excited to have him. We were specifically writing a Back to the Future 3-way match, and Ben was going to be one of the competitors. And it makes me sad to think that the world is deprived of Ben. My thoughts and prayers go out to the Rayner family. I'm sure that this is not easy for you. It was tough for those of us who are in this community. I can only imagine how tough this is for you. And so my deepest condolences. And I really do hope that you will at some point be able to find peace with Ben's passing. Ben was a huge Back to the Future nerd. And oh my gosh, even as recent as a week before his passing, him and I were trading jabs about Back to the Future facts. And the last conversation I had with Ben, he sent me a message on Christmas Eve wishing me and my family a Merry Christmas. And that was just the guy that Ben was. And we will miss you, Ben. You were a great guy. And like I said, the world is less bright without you in it. So I'm glad that the rest of the Geek Network will continue to move forward in your honor. We will certainly have some matches on Benny and Moose Save America where we will dedicate specifically to you. And Ben, you being a big Back to the Future fan, I know here as a Back to the Future fan, where you are now, you don't need roads, my friend. Rest in peace, buddy, and we'll see you again one day. Cheers.
All right. Thank you, Moose. Holy.
Oh man, that's tough. Holy shit, man.
With the
Taco, welcome,
freaking
man. How are you?
Back to the Future reference broke me. I'm good. Hey, Don.
Hey, man.
Having a blast.
Yeah, that was tough. Yeah, that was a tough.
I think I need to upgrade my
Great
alcoholic
words.
beverage.
Great words, though, man. That was all. So welcome back, guys. Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to say again, thank you guys so much for hitting the record and breaking the record. And we have a new goal now, 4,500. So please, let's get there, guys. Let's get there in this next hour.
And I want to say hi to Amaru and Brennan. How you guys doing?
Yes.
Hello. Hello there.
Absolutely.
Hey.
Hey, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Haven't saw either of you guys in a long time.
It's been a while, yeah.
Looking good.
Been a little bit, but happy to be here. Ben was a treasure of an individual. Just wanted to come pay my respects, and just kind of laugh and talk about how much of a goof, of a geek, of just a pleasure of a man that he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all share that sentiment, definitely.
Yeah, and I'm hearing a lot of people have the exact same like last couple days of seeing him sometime the week or right before his passing, and then getting that Christmas from him, and then wait, what happened? You know? Yeah. That's the last thing I said. It was Merry Christmas to him, and like that.
Yeah, I was coming home from family vacation, and I got the notification he had passed away, and it didn't register till the next Monday.
Yeah.
Because Ben is a big supporter of my podcast, and every time I would post the link on Twitter, he would be the first guy to like it. And I was just about to send him the link that day, and then it hit me like a ton of bricks. That he wasn't going to be there anymore to give me a like and a retweet, which is very sad. But I think that the mark that he has left on this community, is going to continue. And I like that. There's a quote, I think it's in Harry Potter and Prisoner of Azkaban. Sirius Black says, "Those who love us never really leave us." And I think that's Ben. It's always sad I never got to face him in a trivia match, and I know that he competed on the Outlaw Nation, and I never was able to cross paths with him. I imagine he would have beaten me. I think, and if I can be so bold, I think I was jealous. Jealous is the wrong word. That I never got to be on his show. I sort of had a secret desire that maybe he would ask me to be on one of his shows. I certainly know that I was going to ask him to be on one of my podcasts at some point. I don't really get that opportunity now, but I suspect that when I finally reunite with Ben, he's going to say to me, "Hey, Brennan, how about a trivia match?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, bring it on."
Yeah.
Yeah, I was lucky
Yeah,
enough.
that's one of the things I'll always.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying I was lucky enough. His mom reached out to me, and I don't know if it was the last one or one of the last ones, but I was lucky enough to be on one of, if not his last.
I think you were the last guest.
You were the last one.
Yeah.
Like, and on the like, I had hit him up. I'd been following him on Twitter, and randomly his Facebook one. I wasn't a friend of his, and I just was like, oh, let me request him too. And on like the 29th, he was like, oh, thanks for the request. Our video is going to come up on Thursday, so on and so forth. And yeah, just I heard and was like, I just had a hour-long conversation with the man that could have gone on for another hour and a half. Like, it was so easy to talk to him. I mean, and for me, it's not much because I talk a lot, but the fact that he's just like, yo, go. And he just let me go. And he asked just the right questions to keep me moving, and just had a great time. And he was just so about everybody. And so, like, in the middle of our recording, like, this is how nice he was and how welcoming and how much he was thinking about others. In the middle of his recording, he was like, yo, I'm sorry, I gotta stop, but I have to go use the restroom. And he just kept apologizing. I'm like, Ben, fam, go use the restroom, man. Don't apologize to me for that.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm like, no, dude, we're not live. This is your show.
Mm-hmm.
Think about you, dude. You need to do that. He was just he was just always so welcoming. I loved when I could catch up on his show with him and my sexual chocolate partner, Ryan Payne. That it was always great seeing him there. But again, like, I feel the king.
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't need to.
Yes.
But the fact that he always would,
absolutely.
They thought about others was just what made him such a great guy. But the privilege of being able to be on the last show with him, and to be able to just talk to his mom a little bit, and kind of like connect those dots for her. Because you know this community, you know a lot of people, and you may not talk to them for months at a time, but you still feel like you're close. And I had not talked to Ben for a long time before he asked for it, for me to be on the show. And shoot, who knows when the next time I would have actually like talked to him.
I think our friendship goes beyond words in this community.
Exactly. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. And being able to just I feel really blessed really blessed to be able to do that for his mom and to be on there with him, and just to show how to be a part of how much of a light he was, and he is to everybody here. I'm very I just want to thank him, thank his family, thank his mom, thank everybody here just for allowing me that privilege to be one of the last online with him. So I'm very thankful for that. I'm very blessed for that.
You're muted, but welcome to the show, man. Welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas, how is everybody doing?
Here, man.
Well, we're doing, man. We hit our goal, man. We hit our goal, so we're doing really well right now. Honestly, we're having a lot of fun. And Almora, you heard, was just talking about Ben. So yeah, man. I think you hit it on the head, though, man. His impact in this community was just it rippled so far. He has such a big and just working with him and getting to know him over the past year and knowing him even before that. He's just such a great guy. Just core. He didn't have it in him to be anything but generous, and I'll always remember that about him for sure. Yeah.
I think he's one of the brightest spots in our community. He's not the brightest spot of our community.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I was looking back on my channel, and I saw the first video me and Ben did was a Moon Knight review, and that was like 9 months ago. And it seemed like, I don't know, it just seemed like I had known Ben a little longer than that, just because of all the work we were doing on Multiverse of Geekdom, and every week it's always had something going on, you know. Definitely gonna miss like the planning and how we would have sometimes these off the cuff meetings that would kind of just sometimes run off the rails. And we talk about plans.
Hey,
for
well,
the
our
show.
job was to break Ben. That was our job, was to break Ben. We're in the meetings.
Every time, like there was
we had a good time making Ben laugh, man, because Ben laughing it's one of the best things. It really is.
Absolutely. Like there was an episode, Fellowship of Geekdom, that Don couldn't make it on, and it was just me, Joe, and Ben. And Ben probably could have killed me and Joe because we struggled to get all the way through without there being at least a joke every other minute. A joke, a pun, something inappropriate. It didn't even matter. He just kept laughing. And that's all we wanted to do the whole episode. I mean, it could range from Rhaenyra and Daemon doing weird things to just, like just constant jokes being made about it.
Weird things is an understatement.
Weird things is definitely an understatement.
There you go.
Right.
But like
what we're talking about in the last hour with Ben is just the random things he would throw out. You know what I mean? Just the random situations he would give you. Like, what is this? And you're just like, what? Where did you come up with that? How am I supposed to answer that?
Or like he just come with different random comparisons and all. Nah, man, Ben just knew how to have fun, and I don't remember who it was I was talking to earlier this week, but I was saying to them that fandom is not the same as it used to be because you have all these people that bring in like not a lot of people, but there's just a small group of people that can ruin it for everybody. And Ben always just stayed positive. And no matter what it was, even if we disliked something or if there was a disagreement or something, it was still all in fun, you know. It never was something that was, well, I hate you for having this opinion or this. Just, we all respected everybody's opinions across the board, and Ben knew and understood that, like, you are entitled to have whatever it is that you believe. Go ahead and believe that. I'm not going to ridicule you for it. And that was one of the best parts about him too. Saw his mom posting on Twitter all week, like, maybe I saw that Karate Kid picture. I didn't even know he was into martial arts like that. I mean, I knew he loved Cobra Kai.
Oh
man, he loved Karate Kid, but like now seeing him just being like, it's just, I miss him, man. I miss him.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. Yeah, seeing the pictures that his mom has been posting have been really, really fun, man. We were talking about that earlier. Soda was talking about it, man. It's just so great, to see the other side of Ben that we didn't get to see. They didn't really get to see this side of him as much. So it's really nice to kind of mingle and especially getting to know his mom and brothers, getting to know more of him as a person was really special to me. So,
Mom's the sweetest.
Yeah, I appreciate all that.
Yeah.
For sure.
One
She
thing,
she's great.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. One thing for me that I always just admired so much is because I'm a special education teacher, so I deal with students with disabilities all the time. And seeing people like Brennan and seeing people like Ben who have no fear, none, and know it like, hey, this is my place in life. This is me, but that's not going to stop me. I know what I need to do. I know where I need to go. I know who I need to help me. I know who I need to not help me. And just teaching special education for 12 years and seeing, again, people like Brennan, people like Ben just being like, no, I have this disability and it doesn't matter. Like I'm gonna do what I want. I'm gonna to say what I want. I'm gonna be everything I need to be. And his mom put in his mom said that Ben had to overcome fear, and like every one of us does, and that just makes me so much happier to know him and so much prouder to know him that like he had that fear and was like, nah, whatever, I'm gonna be here. And again, that's just another just small little thing for me. He's always been such a shining light and such a just somebody to look up to, and somebody who like I look at every day and say, this is the reason why I teach. He's the reason why I do what I do, because this is what I want for all my kids. He's the influence I want students I work with to look after. And I also I can't stay long, so I wanted to make sure just to put that out there though, because it was such like I had known Ben and I had seen Ben before I ever talked to him. And very honestly, the first time I talked, I was like, oh, I did not know that. Cool, great. And like that like he was out there not letting anything stop him. And
just kicked
like
ass.
just I was just it made me smile even more. And again, just so happy to have known him, so happy that he's going to be a presence in this community forever. And I want to thank y'all for having this space to just let us wax poetic about him. Thank you, Miss Rayner, for sharing everything that you have about him and with him. Benny, love, great to see you, sir. Thank you for being here. Just want to acknowledge you got on here too. And I want to thank y'all for the very limited time I could be here, but thank y'all for letting me come on and just pay my respects.
No, man, absolutely. Thank you for coming on, man. One of the biggest things I can tell you is when we started this channel last year. I hope he is still here. But the movie Trivia Showdown was one of his favorite things. It absolutely was one of his favorite things. It's one of the things me and him first bonded over, other than Star Wars, as you can tell. But yeah, Star Wars and the Showdown were the two things that me and him immediately bonded over, and we would have conversations. I mean, we had a show on the channel when we first started, until everything went the way it did. So I mean, yeah, that he loved watching you guys compete and having fun, and he loved doing it too, for sure. He was a trivia master. He was a trivia master.
Yeah, absolutely. And echoing what you guys were saying earlier about just
sorry guys, welcome back. Welcome back.
Thanks. I was saying something in the comments. I'm like, oh shit.
I was like, I was sorry.
Fuck it. Ben had an entrance anytime I was on any type of Star Wars themed thing, and he would always change his name from Ben to Old Ben, and he would always, hello there. And that's always something that now I can't watch Obi-Wan say it or see that meme without hearing it in Ben's voice, because he was Ben Kenobi
Absolutely.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely had it was a very distinct.
Oh, he would
Yeah.
he would do Ben Kenobi on on Jedi Academy.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah,
would
and that
do
was
straight
something
Ben
we learned about
Kenobi
every-
on Jedi Academy all the time. Yeah.
My favorite of the Star Wars TV
Sorry.
series so far is Obi-Wan, and that's one we connected over. So yeah, for sure, because Obi-Wan's my favorite character, so that's pretty cool.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And Benny, I don't think you've had a chance to even say hi yet. How you doing, man?
Yeah.
I'm not too bad. How are you guys
sorry.
doing?
It's all good.
Nice to hear your real voice.
It's hard to understand you without the fire and brimstone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and
also,
I've-
congratulations, guys, on your first show.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That was an awesome match. I watched it, man. It was really great.
Oh, good. I'm glad you guys like it. We were very disappointed to hear about Ben. He was supposed to be on our Star Trek match, which we're probably going to tape next month.
Oh.
And but either way, he's going in the record books as winning that match. So whenever it is taped.
Nice.
Fair enough.
So he'll always be canon on our show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are your memories of Ben?
I was actually just getting to know Ben. Like before I was ever on the Schmodown or anything, I would be on like the Schmodown Facebook page and things like that because I was a big fan of it, and I would always see his name pop up in comments or in various places. So it seems like for years I've known his name and like I've known his profile picture, but it was probably only like the last 6 months that I've started to really engage with him. He would send me links to his show initially when I was still on the Schmodown and ask if I would send him out, and I would send him out, and then I would check in on a few of the shows and see what it was like. And then I would say over the last couple months, I'd started talking to him more on Twitter, and he had me on one of his shows, and I think it was one of the first shows that I did like out of a character or anything like that in my own voice, just being me.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the most amazing interview host because like I was on there to talk about Dragon Ball, which I have no qualifications to do. And so we talked about Dragon Ball for like 50 minutes. And, he was just such an accommodating host. And like, I don't even want to listen to me for 50 minutes, but he got me to talk for like 50 minutes.
Dude, doing a show with him shrinks an hour down so bad. Like, before you know it, I'm like, I did his show. It was the What Are You Watching? And I felt like I was just getting going. Like, I barely even started talking about The Wire yet. And we're at an hour. I'm like, holy crap. Like, Ben is the easiest person to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
he
one of the
really
most
loved that show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was one thing I've learned, like especially since he passed away, which was like really abrupt. Like he posted something and just said, I'm sick again.
Yeah.
And I thought the post was just like I had a cold or something like that. Because I didn't really know about the underlying conditions, and I had sent him a message saying, "Well, I hope you feel better, man." And he usually responded like right away, and then the next day we just got the message that he had passed away. It was really abrupt.
I know the feeling, like going from texting with him every day, and then of course I knew he'd come down with something. So normally when somebody gets sick, I was like, I'll give him some space, but I didn't hear anything from him at all on the 29th. But I was like, you know what, he's sick, let him rest, whatever. But when I woke up the next morning and I still hadn't heard anything, I was like, okay, something is wrong. Something's up.
Yep.
And then a couple hours later, I'm at work and I saw Jake's name and I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Don, I was at work. Don messaged me, and I like Don, but we don't talk on a regular basis. So I see it, and he's like, "Have you heard?" And the first thing I did, I jumped on Twitter. I'm like, "Who, what?" And I didn't see anything yet because it just happened. And then when he told me, I immediately messaged Soda. I thought I could hold it together at work. I couldn't.
Yeah, I left work. A bunch of us left work. The first person I called outside of my mother, the first person I called was 50. He was the one like 50 needs to hear this from me.
I messaged 50 French, everybody that day, and
yes, I messaged Stone, I messaged Jordan, I messaged anybody that I knew of that knew Ben, and
I got out of the I got out of the factory, clocked out, and I sat in the car for probably 40 minutes before I could drive it.
Yeah.
And I ended up calling a friend of mine, and I said, I need to put my, because I was messaging everybody. I'm like, I need to put my phone down so I can drive. Just talk to me. So she just talked to me through the drive home because I couldn't do it.
No, me too. Like I was fine when I got the message. I yelled to my boss, dude, my best friend's passed. I gotta go. I walked out the door. I went around the corner, and immediately when nobody could see me, that's when I broke.
I broke when I tried to use my face. You ever have that where you're like fine when you're on your phone, and the second you're like, "Hey, I need to speak," and I started talking.
Yeah.
Boom, hit. I'm like, like.
Yeah, I'll never forget. I'm on the phone with 50, and I was like, dude, Ben's dead. Like, Ben's gone. Like, I was just in shock. I'm like, he's gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say my experience was really similar. I mean, I messaged him 2 days before, and he said he was sick and he was gonna lay down for a while. I said, okay, no problem. And I messaged him the next day, and he left me on unseen. And you guys know.
That doesn't
As long as he sees it, I know he's going to message me back, even if it's not right that second.
Yeah.
And when it was on unseen all day, I was like, that's kind of weird. And then the next day is when I found out, and that's when Jake messaged me, and it was a rough few days for all of us. I think.
Harloff was the first one to tell everyone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that great?
Yes.
Harloff found out,
Yes,
and
man.
he broke it. Yeah.
That was the one, man. He always talked about that. Christian was the one that he always wanted to get on. What are you watching?
And like
he
after
just
Ben
wanted
got
to,
done Patreon session with Harloff, like he messaged me right away. He's like, "Oh, that was so much fun!" And so for Harloff to do that was just wow.
Dude, I feel so much how Jake was feeling earlier. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no. I was just going to introduce them, but keep going on your thought. Don't worry.
I was going to say, I know how Jake felt earlier. It's so hard now because there's so much when I and see stuff to just want to message Ben because I'm just so used to getting things from him I talk to him every single day. I mean, about the channel or just anything, Star Wars, whatever it was. So it's been very hard to not want to message him or get a message from him. That's been
right?
Things, I think.
Yeah. I that's the hardest is not like as soon as something happens of not being able to share it. I've opened up his chat and I know Soda and I know Don's been doing. I've opened up his chat probably 15 times. Same. Like, hey, or you know what? When we were all in the group chat,
I see the green dot.
Something.
I see the green dot, and I'm like, oh,
dude, welcome home, Garth. And good to hear.
But it was weird because he was still part of our group chat. So like, I'd say something, I'd see all your guys drop, and I'm like, oh yeah, like waiting for Ben's name to move down.
Yeah,
like,
because we never took him out of the chats.
No. And I don't think we will. And I don't think I'm.
Oh no!
I think he's got a slot in every video I do. Still, like I'm saving one for him.
There was a chat for the Northern Countdown myself and 50 and Ben had, and 50 and I decided whenever it comes to stuff we want to share, we're going to put it in there so we can. It feels like he still sees it.
Yeah.
But I want to bring 50 on with me for this one because we're going to play our next clip. 50,
do it.
Come on.
Yeah.
So this was the last thing that Ben, 50, and I ever recorded, and it happened to be the last time we made Ben laugh, and it's very appropriate for this hour.
Oh man!
I'm not going to say any words. I'm just going to play it. Just give me 1 second to find it here. I named this video "The Last Laugh."
By the way, going back to George of the Jungle, I can't believe I forgot to ask this new 50. How much did you like that very last scene in the movie?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to come to ask that. Well, obviously, the world of cinema has been blessed by the greatest movie ever made in 1994. It took him several decades to perfect the greatest masterpiece ever, but it was only a natural thing that after 1994. Other movies would start to try to copy and grab this little piece, the little slice of heaven that is The Lion King. And what better way to express that than with an actual jungle themed movie based in Africa about a king of the jungle who found a woman and now they have a child at the end of the movie.
That or Disney just happened to own the rights and didn't have to pay shit for it. One of the two.
I mean that is an interesting hypothesis, Soda. Shall we put a pin in that for now?
Yes, let's further that. Let's wait for Ben to breathe.
I think you broke the guy.
I didn't mean to with that one.
Look at him, he's crying.
Yeah, I don't know when the last time I ever made him laugh so hard he cried.
All right.
Okay, before we.
I have a new great idea for the chair.
That was amazing.
This is perfect.
That was amazing.
This is perfect. Huh?
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
No, I was just gonna say that's so great, man. We need the toy, man. The broken Ben. Broken Ben is one of the greatest things in the world to see. That's the new show. That's the new show we need. Is Breaking Ben.
Breaking Ben.
Breaking Ben.
No, man. That's
Oh,
so
man.
fun to see. Yeah, that's so awesome.
Open up with a shot in the desert.
Just because I've seen that so many times. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he would love that. He would absolutely love that.
Man.
That's awesome though. That's a great one. That's a good one, man. That's a good clip.
Yeah. That was the first thing I think Soda posted on his
So when was that from? When was it from, 50?
That was from a Northern Rewind show that we did. The last one that we will ever do now because it doesn't feel right to do it without him. But every week or so it was mainly Soda and Ben's show, but they just picked out a random movie from a Schmodown wheel and they just talked about it. And because I had some time off, they invited me on for the last two. We talked Aladdin and then we talked George of the Jungle. And Ben, knowing full well that my favorite movie of all time is the greatest movie of all time, The Lion King.
Yes, it is.
Every time he felt like he could
don't
get
start
something
over
out of me. What? What was that?
No, it's a
no, sorry.
Don and I have this running thing with the Lion King, and we always have these debates. So whenever Lion King comes up, it's just I say something smart, and he usually tries to bait me in.
Go ahead.
Whenever it was like a trademark thing with me that like in every episode I find some way to somehow squeeze in a Lion King reference into a show to the point where Ben was like expecting it. Like he waited patiently like a hawk, waiting for me to make my Lion King reference in every single show. And it was one of the greatest pleasures of my life to see his face going like, yep, there it is. That's the reference. Yeah, he said it. He said the thing. And that is the last time I will ever see him laugh. And not to bring the whole room down, but everyone talked about their everyone here, I think, talked about when they heard the news. Obviously, I think pretty much Soda did it for me. I was one of the lucky ones. I was still recovering from surgery that I did last month. I was at home. I was with my mom, and I had the support that I needed at the time. I don't think I could have handled it otherwise. But it was just a regular Friday to me, and just I woke up and I watched some TV shows. I caught a shiny Pokemon on my Switch, and I was always like, every time I catch a shiny Pokemon, I post it on our group chat to just show Ben. And Ben, even though he didn't really know all the Pokemon there, he always like congratulated me. He was always so happy to me. I was gonna show it to him later, and a few minutes later, that was when I get my phone is burning up with messages from Soda. He's saying like, 50, call me please. And to quote a random movie I just heard about, I had a bad feeling about this,
Mm.
and I called him up on the messenger for the Facebook. First thing he said to me is, "Are you sitting down?" The bad feeling got even worse, and when he told me that Ben passed away in his sleep that day, like for 10-15 minutes, I just couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe what he was saying to me. I wanted to not believe it, but the just hearing his voice just made it real, and I was disoriented for the next couple of days. But thankfully, and thanks so much for Ben's family and friends for sharing the funeral service of him last week. That was really a good cathartic exercise for me. It was a way for me to get all my tears out at once and just accept it and put it all behind me, to the point where I'm not quite ready to move on yet, but I'm starting to. And so
Well, I was,
he he's the one that brought me into this space.
yeah.
Like, he just liked a video that I
Me
did
too.
a couple of years ago, and he's the one that said, "Hey man, I know you're out of a job now. We need an editor for this new show that we're doing." And that was how I was introduced to Soda and Jordan, and he got me on as an editor for their first iteration of their show, back when it was still called Get Sweaty. And they kept bringing me back on, and I asked them if I could be on, because obviously they were talking about the Lion King, so naturally I wanted on. So I said, yeah, sure, come on. And that was my first time ever doing a show with anyone from this space, and somehow they must have liked what I said, so they brought me back. And I owe it to Ben for the fact that I'm sitting here talking to you guys right now.
It's
I owe it to Ben.
interesting, the different paths that we take to get into this space.
Yeah.
I know that for me, it's when COVID hit, because when everybody at Collider Live got let go, they all went and founded their own channels, and that's how I got into it. And then I met Ben, and I'll tell you, when I learned that he passed away, I sat in silence for probably 5 minutes. I had no words. When it finally hit me that he was no longer with us, and it was sort of those things where it didn't register until a couple of days after I had heard the news. So I just sat there in stunned silence, because Ben was so supportive, and not having a support feels there's a hole there. There's an emptiness there, that I think that I have faith that we'll see Ben again, and I think that we'll all get together in the next life and hang around joking with each other and challenging each other to trivia. JP will probably make Pokemon for everybody. So it's really sad that he's gone, but I think his legacy is gonna live on, and it speaks for itself. And I think I agree with Joseph. But let's all try to be like Ben.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
I think the worst part about his passing is that the one person I knew who could comfort me at a time like this was him, and
yeah,
I don't have that. I don't have that emotional support anymore. But thankfully, I have Soda and Taco and all the rest of the friends that come and go from this stream in and out. So we are not alone, thanks to Ben. Ben,
but
I said this to
He
Soda.
brought us all together. He brought us all
Yeah.
together, man. I met all of you guys through him. Yeah.
He did. Yeah.
He was our Nick
Absolutely.
Fury, in a way.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very much so.
He was our Nick Fury,
Yeah.
and I also said this to Soda, and he agreed with me. He was our Schnipp, in a way. He was our John Schnipp.
Yes.
Taken from us way too soon, but the impact that he left on us will never die.
Ben and Schnipp are up there right now having a good time. I know it.
Yeah.
I wanna just share one more thing before I go. I remember that day when Don messaged me. Thought it was like a practical joke or something, man. Honestly, I'm just hoping, like, please be a prank. Like, this, it's a prank. It's a terrible prank, but seriously, just be a prank. And it hadn't heard from Ben in a few days. The last thing we had talked about was our plans for the channel for this year, and just give me a quick debriefing and all. And then when Don told me, I was also at work. So when I left work, it's when it really hit me, and I had already like lost both my grandmothers that year, last year, and it's just like thinking, okay, we'll end the year on a good note, and yeah. So when I got home, I know I was definitely a wreck, just trying to stay afloat the next few days, but losing a friend like that is definitely hard. So I know I talked to his mom. Love her, she's great, and I made this T-shirt design. Hopefully, I can share my screen. But if anybody wants the link, I'll put it in the chat here. But I just wanted to share this with everybody.
Yeah.
See what. Hopefully, yep, there it is. Hmm. So, yeah, I'm gonna get this eventually. I just had to. So I
That's
just
really
needed to do
nice.
something else. Yeah. Miss him dearly. He definitely was. He definitely was Superman. His bravery, I will always admire. I'll always commend because the internet can be a very cruel space. And for Ben to go out and just do what he did, working his ass off every single week, every single day, and show the world, like, look, I have a voice too, and nothing's gonna stop me from sharing it. Uh, that's what I love most about Ben. Other than his laugh, his bravery was something to not sneer at. He definitely was. To me, he was the best of us. So, thank you, Ben. Miss you, buddy. But I know I can't stay much longer. I gotta work in the morning. I just wanted to say, everyone, just share the T-shirt. Um, I'll send the link to anybody if anybody wants it. Just to have it. I mean,
Sure.
that's all. But
Thanks, man.
for sure.
Thank you.
You guys,
Yeah.
have a great rest of your night. Great stream. I'll be talking with everybody soon. Don, I'll hit you up later, man.
All right, man. Thanks for joining us, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Take care.
I just want to say,
So-
guys, that
Oh, that's a nice. That's a cool shirt, though. That's a really cool
that
shirt.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
head
that's
out,
cool.
but I just wanted to say thank you for doing
Yeah,
this thing for Ben. And
absolutely. Thank you for
Rainer,
being
if you're listening, I just want you to know that your son meant a lot to me, and I'm going to miss him terribly. But I think that it's safe to say that our community is a better place, and will continue to be a better place. I think because of Ben. So anyhow, guys, thank you.
Yeah.
And Ben, may the force be with you.
Brennan.
And we'll meet again. We'll meet again someday.
Brennan.
Thank you, man.
Yes, Jeff.
You can stick around for a second because I'm not going to be on here for too long. I mean, I got to meet the guy. I got to meet Ben a couple of times. He came on our channel and stuff because obviously we talked about Schmodown and a lot of other things that he liked to talk about, obviously. So he was able to come onto the channel a few times, and I thought that we needed somebody to come on here and kind of represent like that part of it and stuff like that. But I didn't hang around him as much as like a lot of the people that came on here, before me and probably even after me. But with those few encounters that I had with Ben, he was a great guy. Like, can't say, I mean, everybody says it. Everybody's said it millions of times. Biggest thing is the biggest word that I've heard repeated here. I think I even said it in the chat earlier. Is like the dude was brave. The dude was definitely that 100% brave, which made him awesome. Like the thing is like somebody like Ben and Brennan here. That's why I said that he could stay because like the same kind of thing is like we all have fears. We all have things that are like bad, wrong in our lives. We lose people. Like I said, just in general, just bad things. Like that's just how life goes. and we all have fears, but like most of us can we can hide our fears. We can put them behind something, or we can just stay away from them or hide in the corner. People like Ben, Brennan, like they couldn't, like it was there. Everybody was able to see that. They couldn't hide from one of their fears. You know what I'm saying? So they had to step up. Every time you saw like Ben to get on camera and to do what he does for Brennan, to get on camera and do what he does is literally like looking your worst fears in the eyes and saying like, no, you're not overtaking me today. You're I'm doing what I'm going to do no matter what. You step up to that adversity every single second, every day that you're up. So think about that. You know, people in the chat, like I said, we all have problems. We all have issues. We all have things we have to overcome. Nobody's perfect, but not all of us have to step into those shoes every single day. Wake up with that stuff every single day. Brennan, for instance, to be able to do what he did, he joined the FCL, got in front of that, no matter his handicap or whatever, and was able to become the FCL Star Wars champion. And he wouldn't have been able to do that if he wasn't able to step up, face his fears, and do what he did. And that's just amazing. That's awesome. That's something that Ben was able to do as well. Like I couldn't imagine having to do those type of things. And like to see people like Ben and Brennan go out there and succeed, or go out there and just do whatever they wanted. Who cares about the views? Just being able to put like a video on YouTube and to be able to say, hey, look, I had to overcome this to even be able to do this, but I was still able to have that like gumption, that like bravery to be able to step out and do that is very inspirational. Because like I said, nobody's life is perfect. Everybody has problems, but to see someone have to do that every single second of their life, every day that they got up, and they couldn't like get away from it, they couldn't escape it, they had to face it every day, is very inspirational. Because like I have personal problems, I have things going on, I lose family members, whatever, you know, all these kind of things that can happen in life. And yeah, it helps me when I see people like that being able to overcome those things. It helps me to be able to like step up and do what I'm going to do. If I don't feel very good and I got to do a show for our channel or something like that, it's like, man, I just don't feel good. I got a headache. Look at what Ben and Brennan's been able to do their entire lives. I can't let that hold me back and stuff like that. So I want to say I appreciate Ben, I appreciate Brennan, and all those people that have to do those type of things, because it puts into retrospective like what I have to do and what we have to do as people. You know, like I said, everybody in the chat, everybody that was around Ben, everybody that's been around Brennan, you know, this was one of those things. Losing someone, periods, a family member, whatever, is very hard. It's very difficult. The one thing that I can say, one of the last words I'll say today after I get through with this is angels don't die. They just get called home sometimes. That's what happens. Appreciate you guys for letting me come on.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
That's normally,
Absolutely.
normally I'm the
Thank you,
big
Justin.
goofy
No, man,
bastard.
thank you.
I'm the one making the jokes and I'm laughing and everything. And what I was trying to say is like, I know it's emotional and everything else, and like you don't know what to say, and it doesn't matter if you don't know what to say. Thank you for all the people that donated to this cause and that will donate
Yes,
later.
thank you, guys.
Deacon.
Absolutely.
That channel. Thank you, Deacon, for going out there and doing the thing. Appreciate everybody that has ever done anything, that ever been around for any of these people. Like what this community has done for like Kevin Smets today with Ben and his family and everything else. It's like super awesome, super amazing. And it's not just you donate $1, who cares? Like that dollar sometimes means as much as $100 from somebody else that has more. So don't feel ashamed because you couldn't donate as much. And yeah, guys, like I really appreciate what you guys have done and what people has done in the community, man. It really hits me right here. Like I said, I'm usually the goofy guy, and right now I'm pretty much emotional being able to say those things. And thank you guys for everything.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. And speaking as a fellow goofy guy, for some reason, Frenchie decided to let me run the ship for the next topic. But
Well, you know why, 50? Because you love Disney animation as much as the rest of us, and so it's perfect that you introduced Ben's favorite Disney film.
So, as I previously mentioned, my favorite film of all time is The Lion King.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You like the Lion King? I didn't know that.
Yeah, who'd have thought, right? But my second favorite movie of all time is also Ben's favorite animated movie of all time, Beauty and the Beast.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
Great
as per
movie.
usual.
Absolutely.
As per the usual thing with whenever I did a show with Ben, he was usually the beauty and I was usually the beast.
I mean, well, yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, if the only options are Beauty and Beast, Ben's the beauty. It sucks, man. I mean, it's the only two options.
And I was gonna use that as a transition to play another clip, but if anyone wants to talk about Beauty and the Beast before I go for it.
Yeah, I got to do something in 2014 that actually, in hindsight, I wish I would had known Ben back then. And I was actually in the orchestra pit for my local high school's production of Disney's Beauty and the Beast.
There you
go.
go.
Yeah, I wish I had known Ben back then.
That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I remember one of the most recent videos I got from Ben. He was always texting me videos, and one of them was just something that blew my mind, and it was a video of Beauty and the Beast, but he overlapped. I'm not going to say anymore. I guess that's what we're showing.
No, I'm going to bring it up because I just remembered about it.
Good idea.
Okay, good.
He actually came up with that idea on my show, and he told it to me, and he also blew my mind.
Wow.
Like,
Andrew, I want you to know you don't have to apologize for talking. You can talk whenever you want, dude.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know
that
we are really good at fighting for a chance to talk, and if you haven't done this as long as we have, you just get
I definitely have not
pushed to the back. But go ahead, man, fight through us.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Ben, I probably would have never ever in my life have been willing to go on live streaming. I don't. I mean, Ben was one. I did it with him, Minnesota, and 50 back in 2021 for the first time ever, and Ben was always pushing me to try new things and things that I never thought I could enjoy, and it's. Was always a blessing that I got Ben in my life to experience things like this.
Yeah.
So 50, I've got the thing queued up. So if you want to present it, this is the first one he did, the one with Beast.
So one of the last shows I did with him was surprise, a Doctor Who themed show, talking about fittingly for the time regenerations. And he told me something that blew my mind, same way that it blew Andrew's mind when he showed it to him.
Mine too.
Yeah, I think all of us are gonna have our minds blown when you play it. But
all right, preparing for mind blowation.
So instead of what Ben did is he took he took a scene from Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, I know what this is.
Yeah,
all right,
he put one of the songs that play. I can't remember which Doctor, but he put one of the regeneration songs over it, and somehow it worked. So I'm going to play it right now.
Still the most viewed on our channel.
It was pretty cool stuff that he did there.
Yeah.
That is,
Yeah.
you think again, is that Tennant's or Smith's?
That's
That's
Tennant.
Tennant Smith.
Oh, so that's some Doctor Who gobbledygook, huh? All right.
Yeah, no, yeah. When he showed that to me, I was pleasantly surprised.
Well, it ain't Star Wars. If it ain't Star Wars, I don't care.
My first words to him were, "I can never unsee this."
Same.
Yeah.
It was just like, wow.
You also want to play the other one?
It did really well on. It did really well on Multiverse of Geekdom, and I messaged him. I'm like, dude, I don't know what this video is, but it's doing pretty good. I don't get it, but
Dude,
it's
we had
awesome.
no idea. I just remember he's like, hey man, check out the video I put up, and I checked it out, and then the next day he's like, dude, it's got this many views, and he was like, it was so
he was
fun, man. It was so
he was very proud of it.
Oh,
But he made a second
proud,
one.
yeah.
He made a second.
Yeah, he did a second one.
A
Yeah.
sequel.
A sequel. Just give me one
A
second.
midquel, more like.
Yeah, fair enough.
He said the thing.
I like just how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks even better the more you watch it. It gets better with repeat viewing, just
Yeah,
like
it
Doctor
does.
Who.
Yeah,
I would just gonna say that must be it for Doctor Who. Maybe I gotta watch it.
That's unfortunately, folks. That is one topic we will not be talking about tonight because we know the show.
It would be a 50-hour show if I do that.
Oh my god!
Right.
But I was gonna transition into another Ben clip because speaking of Beauty and the Beast and Doctor Who, what one of my favorite videos that I've ever done with Ben, and I'm just so humbled and grateful that he agreed to do this with me. It ended up being a 4.5-hour video, but something that
I love how casually you throw that out. Well, we were having coffee one day, and whoa, 4-hour video.
Yeah, and it was a video that I wanted to do for a very long time, and Ben was the only one that agreed to do this with me. And I realize it's a stupid topic. We counted down the sexiest Doctor Who companions.
Yes.
And again, you realize how dumb and sexist that idea is, but we just wanted to have fun with it. Threw logic out the window and did a 4-hour video just looking at hot people and ranking them on a tier list. And this is more or less how that show started.
I know, right?
Here we go. The awesome Ben Rainer. Where are you?
I am nowhere.
Oh, I should have guessed that. So you're in the void. I see. And I like the background picture behind you. It's a picture of a white cow in the snow, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, beautiful piece of art. He always had these wonderful backgrounds, and he told me he didn't even want to go on camera before we started filming. He's like, "I got a surprise for you. You're only gonna see it when you bring me on screen," and that was the surprise.
Was that toilet paper he had? Was he just actually in the bathroom the whole time? Oh, okay.
He had a green screen, and he always kept putting up. And
I am nowhere. Flush noise.
No, but he always had these backgrounds that he kept changing from show to show.
Yep.
And one time he forgot to put it away, just sitting on the couch behind him, and it looked like a portal opened up in his house. And I was like, "Dude, what's that behind you?" I was like, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to fold my green screen."
What I loved about his camera, because it followed him. So whenever we broke him, which, it was always our job to make Ben, laugh. And whenever it broke him, the camera followed him as he fell over in the camera when I always follow his laughing.
Dude, I swear there were times where they would move and I would seriously just be like, I'm Johnny Five right now in his room. Like I'm little Johnny Five. Just
He's trying to play another tribute video. And this one, having this gentleman on Ben's show was
funny.
like a personal triumph of his.
Oh,
and it's
yes.
rented out throughout the show. Kevin Smets sent in a video message, so I will play that for everybody right now.
Can I say one sentence really quick? I just want to really push forward how excited he was to have Kevin Smets because something fell through a year before. So he blew up when he was like, dude, I've been trying literally a year in the making. I was so happy for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And,
I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. So this is Kevin Smith sharing some thoughts on Ben. If I can hit play, apparently. There it is.
Ben Rayner. The world was better with him. And I am better having known him. I just recently got to know him. I did his show. And his show, we talked about what we watched. And we just kind of like the same things. Like, and you realize you get to know someone and you think, oh, you're going to have all this time in the world to get to know him further. And then he's kind of taken away. So this one hurts. I feel a sense of loss because I was really excited to get to know him better. And unfortunately, he was taken too soon. But everyone he's touched in his life, everyone across the board has said the same thing, that they feel that they are better for it. And this world is better having had him in this world. And where he's off to now, he's gonna geek it up out there, and he'll be watching over us. And nothing but love for him and his family. And and to those that are missing him, just know that he's with us. You know what I mean? He's with us in spirit, and he's with us always. So love you, Ben. And to everyone else, love you too.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm glad before Ben passed, we finally got to interview Smets.
Absolutely, it's something that he fought for so long. Whoa, Ryan Payne, how are you doing? I just noticed you down there. Hey.
No, I'm doing good, guys. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. So
we can. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because one thing I know from my personal experience with Ben is that every time we were on screen together, there was always an instance to where my internet would just crap out, and it became like a running counter between us every time we went on screen.
It was always when you were trying to make your point. You're like, this is the most important thing I'm going to say all stream. Okay, sounds good.
Then
it's probably Ben just shutting up.
You guys hear me?
Shutting you up.
That's how we go.
Don't jinx it, Ryan. You're gonna start doing that. It's gonna happen for real, bro.
No, I'm not. No, this is not a jinx. This is just me. It's not a matter of if; it's a matter of when. When it will happen. So
well, before that happens, Ryan, dope shirt. Dope shirt.
Yeah.
Team Soraya, dope shirt.
All right. Well, we actually have a special guest. So I'm gonna drop you out, Soda. Love you, bro. But
I'll be back now.
yes. All
You won't
right.
go far.
So hello, everyone. Me and Taco taking over. I don't know who decided that, but hey, we are in control, and we have their chronic video show. Thank you very much for being on.
How's it going, guys?
It's a tough situation, tough day, but doing good. Glad to see everybody. Glad to see all our friends. See all Ben's friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
That being said, we've been asking around everyone is on their favorite moments, either live face-to-face with Ben, or he's been active in chats all the time with comments. What are your memories or your best memories with Ben?
He's like the guy that let us talk about Andor. Like he's like this person invited us on his show to talk about Andor, right?
Yeah, I mean we did our interview with him like not that long ago, like just like last month.
Whenever Andor was on.
Yeah, like when Andor was like still like kind of wrapping up. And yeah, I mean that was always just kind of like you know, as you guys say, like the head geek that Ben was. It was like he was just like a really good example of someone that I guess me personally, you know, like working in for the Schmodown, that's how I obviously know him and pretty much everyone here now. That he was just like a prime example of like the type of like fan that I really appreciated working for. Essentially, it's like the person that I, you know, who would geek out about like the movies, stuff like that, and I could see that, you know, like bleed out beyond just the show, but like on, you know, his own projects, and like seeing everyone, you know, really driven to create their own content based off the stuff that we really love. And he was always such like a really dedicated guy and trying to get all that stuff going.
Yeah. I remember, I think he was like, I probably have some screenshots of it. I was going to try to pull it up, but like, it kind of seemed like narcissistic. I feel like I took a lot of screenshots of early days of Schmodown of like anyone who ever said something nice about me in the Facebook group. Like, and I just screenshot, I was like in such a dark place in my life. I screenshot every single one and they're like all in a Google Drive somewhere. And I think like I actually have some of those photos. And I remember like looking and it was like, a lot of them were like Ben Rainier, Justin Square. Like, it's like, yeah, I think I have like 100 screenshots of like them. And then them talking about other things, but like it cuts off right there as soon as it stops mentioning me or Tom. I think the first time like I met him, like I mean online met, but virtual met. It's probably a show I did with Lon.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to remember like the for everyone. I think at this point, everyone in the community, it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment I met everyone because
COVID,
because we all met digitally, and some people we still only have met digitally, and it's one of those things where like in this, you know, realm that we meet each other and we meet new people who are getting introduced to the after shows and everything, but it takes a little bit of time to realize, oh, I've seen this person before. I've seen them like on 3 other different channels now.
It's like they don't get a promo from you. If you don't have like if you don't have a video kind of promo, then like it's, you know, I just know that like a lot of people, it's in real life, like it's really easy, like weirdly to like recognize people that you meet on in the line on Schmodown. Like once you see them like during the events and stuff, it was like, not hard at all to recognize where people were from. But yeah, I mean, Ben like predates my interest, I think, in the Schmodown. Like he was more of an OG than me.
Yeah. Ben was a very me and him have the same all the way back to AMC Movie Talk because I thought I got in early and Ben beat me. And yeah, he's all the way back. He was following, got into this community. Yeah.
And see, I thought I knew passionate people, but when Soda like introduced me to Ben, I realized like I'm passionate, not even close to how Ben.
Oh yeah,
about almost everything,
and positive.
Like Jesus, it's hard for me sometimes just to get up, and now I'm wondering why. You know, I have nothing thinking about.
I hate it. Sorry, go ahead, Frenchie.
He was the most positive person, but also the person who always strived to do better and always to expand. Like I remember the early talks when we were thinking about merging our brands. He was so excited. Me and him spent hours trying to brainstorm little ideas, and me giving ideas and him giving ideas, and just always trying to bring what we're trying to bring to a whole new level. And that's Ben for you, always wanting to evolve. And I'll miss the guy. I really will.
I completely agree.
We didn't talk about surprising enough. We didn't talk about a lot of geek. Me and him. Us, it was always about YouTube and how we can bring YouTube and the admin stuff, and that's how he got my heart, because I love geek stuff, but I'm all about the admin stuff. So I think I have a different personal relationship with him. But man, did he help me a lot understanding things, and I'm just happy I had that relationship with him too.
Yeah, I just remember thinking every time a movie. Sorry, Ryan, if you want to talk, you can.
I mean, I was just gonna be quick. I'm not gonna drag on.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Add on to what French was. Yeah, it was just mainly with Ben, because when I met Ben, obviously what brought me and him together was mainly the Schmodown, because at the time a friend of mine had posted on Facebook that Ben wanted to do a YouTube channel about the Schmodown and was looking for anyone. She messaged me and I got back to her, and then she hooked up me and linked me and Ben together. And after a couple of messages online, we moved further into like, okay, let's talk like well, face to face, through our screens. And the ideas we constantly had for our show, Mount Shimoda, at the time was like, it got me very excited because I was more content of just being there in the live chat with everybody during shows, either it was Cloud Movie Talk or AMC Movie Talk, or whenever it was SCN Council or so many, just being there. Ben was like so passionate, wanting to move forward with it. I just felt like he was just in the best way possible. He was like in Back to the Future 3, he was that train. I decided to just hop on and wait till it pushed up and just go with him on that. And I really loved how even when we got 4 or 5 episodes out there, he wanted to keep doing more, where it was like I had a hard time trying to keep up with him. I'm like, let's just focus on getting an audience. But he's like, no, he already had so many, a bunch of ideas on how to change up the format. And it was very fantastic to watch. I mean, at the time it was kind of frustrating because I was going, oh man, I just hope that we can get an audience. But he was so positive that this was going to catch on that he was already thinking about like wanting to do something different.
I remember when we merged with Mount Schmodown, and I didn't watch you guys before because I didn't watch anything, as Frenchie knows. I didn't even watch the channel that invited me on. The second I'm like, hey, we're gonna bring on Mount Schmodown, and I watched your guys' stuff, and I was blown away because you were the first people that I watched who wasn't just talking about every episode. You were breaking it down like it was lore and it was important, and you're talking about the Schmodown in this really cool way, and I got hooked, and I went back and I watched every episode I could find, and I immediately fell in love with all of you guys. And then I had that realization I get to work with you, and Ben, you especially at that time, we were all busy, but Ben, anytime we needed him, he was there. I worked a full-time job. I had an infant when I first started working with you guys. She's now 2 years old, but she was really itty bitty. And no matter what, if we needed somebody, he was going to do our Schmodown stuff that week. And then it was you. And then it became this running joke how Mount Schmodown took over the whole channel because you guys are so reliable and we were so not.
Yeah.
Yes. He wants the channel back.
Yeah.
Oh no, Leo, he was definitely one of our biggest guys that was always on every show. And I loved how you talked about, Taco, how what we did was kind of like we treated it as lore. And that was kind of one of the fun things we talked about, like just going back on the history, find so much fun stuff that we couldn't help but be even more passionate about it. So whenever Ben and I were always discussing who should we cover next, or how deep we're gonna go. We're gonna do spreadsheets. We're gonna do point breakdown, or we kept going on so many different routes on how to test ourselves. But then after a while, once we merged with you guys, we're going, let's just talk. And it got fun that way. And it always led to not just the funny bit that we were taking over the channel, but it always led to this great bit. The moment we merged with you guys was that Ben and French would already have this plan moving forward. Ben would reach out to me. It's like, great. And then 12 hours or the day before, he springs something on me. It's like, oh, hey, Ryan, we're going to have Paige Reddy on our channel as we interview Brendan Meyer. But I'm sorry, what?
We slightly forgot to tell you. We were too excited. What can I say?
No, it was fun, too, because then I kind of liked that because it kept me on my toes, especially I think before when we were trying to do another show, he says, hey, I'm just trying to reach out and get another guest on. And then once again, it's kind of like he, especially when we did the Sunday shows, he would always have something new on here. He's like, okay, after this, man, I'm going to be doing something else. Like, great. Oh, one more thing. We're going to be doing this on the Sunday show. It's like, oh, I didn't know we were going to be talking about this match. I didn't watch it yet. So I had to watch something within 45 minutes just so I can be up to date on it.
Oh, there was a lot of those.
All right. So before we go on, we have, again, a new goal, 4,500. We already busted our original 2,500 in an hour. We're up to 3,203. So again, the link is in the chat for the donations. Please go ahead, and it is for a great cause. This is for the Dysautonomia Foundation. All the proceeds go to there. So please find that link. We will repost a link if you can't find it, and do not let go of those donations. Let's pour it on. So that being said, Ryan, I have a question for you. Do you know if he had a favorite Mount Schmodown episode, one he really liked to do, either the subject or the outcome results?
I mean, the two that popped in my mind that he was the most proud of was the episode we had with you guys when we talked about Kidnap Sock. And then I think also our tribute episode that we did for John Snepp as well. We just briefly talked about his. We had 50 on with the show. And I mean, because the moment we merged with you guys, Ben, like, he went on and took the reins, because originally before, Ben and I were just doing hosting duties. We had one of our other original members at the time, Brandon Buck. He was running the stream and putting together the videos. I mean, putting together the promos and opening segments. So then when we move on and do some others, do his own channel, Ben just immediately latched on. So every time he was putting something together, I was always amazed. I'm like, dude, great. You just come up with a thumbnail. I'll have no problem doing like our little promo. Like, I'll do our text promo on our Twitter channel. But yeah, I always loved it when we did collaboration episodes with other people or had other guests on, because I can see Ben's passion just rub off. Even if he wasn't talking a lot on screen, I can always just see him just like listening to everybody, like wanting to take in everyone's words on in. That was like another thing between the two of us. Like, it went from all of us sharing time on screen to slowly lean towards I was talking the most. But then Ben was like so focused on everything. The moment he did talk, he knew exactly what he wanted to say.
And that was another thing, is it would that Ben wasn't great at stealing it, especially from people like me and you, Ryan, because we just can't stop once we start. But when he finally got to talk, he would just bam, especially with his jokes. He broke us multiple times. So, yeah.
Before we continue, by the way, I just want to mention so far we got 44 donations in, again, 2 hours. I just wanted to give a special thanks to David Benjamin, who donated $250. So thank you so much, Benjamin.
Absolutely, thank you.
Really
thank you so much.
And also does not exclude anyone else. But that being said, we do have Jeb Barokwa, Adam Witt, That Vote, and Joshua Tapia, who donated in the last 20 minutes. So we do thank you as well.
Yep. Thank you to everybody. Again, it's not about amount. If whatever you can spare, whatever you're comfortable with, $1 means a lot.
Absolutely,
it does. Yeah. So
we're not trying to wring out your wallets, everybody. I mean, if you're just willing to just donate a little bit, that's great. Honestly, we really weren't expecting. We were hoping to meet the goal, but the fact that
we broke the goal
really
in an hour.
means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Even then, breaking that under an hour is still great. And if people still continue to donate all the way until the show, we still okay, all right.
and as well, if you can't donate at all, leave your comments. Leave your love for Anne, his mom. Leave your love for the whole community. Comment. Make sure like you are heard. So you don't even need to donate if you can. We understand it. Just show some love. That is as much as appreciated.
Absolutely.
Now,
anyways, how's it going? I got sad, so I upgraded to the 13% beer, and I started drinking it way too fast. So I'm glad I only got 40 minutes before I'm getting out of here. But I did want to say something. I had a story for everybody. Is it okay, Frenchie? Can I tell my story really quick? All right.
I love it. 11:30. We have the clip. Just heads up.
11:30 as in 10:30. Got it. Oh, these Canadians. All right. So sitting at work.
Nothing with Canada.
Sitting at work, and because I work a lot, so I'm watching the stream for Ben's funeral on my phone in the break room because it's the only place I could. And I hated it. I hated that I had to do it that way, but I could do it at home. I couldn't do it anywhere else. It was literally sleep, work. So I'm breaking it throughout the day, and I kind of told one or two people, like, hey, only bug me if you need to. I'm shutting my radio off. I'm going to be in the break room. Give me a real 30-minute break, which we don't really get. And he's like, I get it. I know what you're going through. Go ahead. So somebody who has no idea what I'm going through walks by, and a running joke between me and him is he just watches a lot of anime. So whenever he's sitting in the break room, I go, "You watching anime?" And he goes, "Yep." So I'm watching Ben's funeral, and he goes, "Watching anime?" I'm like, "No, absolutely not." And he looks at my phone, and it's clearly what it is. And he goes, "Well, that person looks Asian." And I was like, "It's not. It's a Jewish lady."
Wow.
And he's like, "What are you watching?" I'm like, "It's my Jewish friend's funeral." And he goes, "I haven't seen it yet. How is it?" It's not a movie. And then he realized what happened, and he goes, "Oh man, I feel like a dick."
Maybe he couldn't tell the difference between like anime and physical space that is 3-dimensional.
When you don't watch anime, I guess, you know.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I guess I feel like the bigger difference not between the Japanese person and a Jewish person, but between a 2D cartoon and a 3-dimensional human person.
I just like that he thought My Jewish Friend's Funeral was like the new hit sitcom he hasn't watched yet or something. Yeah, so
That's great.
I made fun of him for the rest of the day. So
Wow.
Frenchie, I just realized something that when you asked me earlier what one's favorite National episode was, I just did remember before we took we never really had an end to our show, but one episode he was particularly proud of was a Mouse One episode we're able to get John Roca on the show, like really to talk to him. And
oh yeah,
yes.
Now, despite like all the collaboration, he was always a fan of getting someone on the show, which is what I like seeing what he did when he had Amaru, Rachel on his show, on his Multiverse of Geekdom shows. Like, yeah, having him, just the excitement he had of knowing, like, one thing I always remembered, he always messed out. I want to reach out and get on our show. And then he messaged back in our little chat. Roka's responded. He might come on. And then when he goes, "We got Roka." That was the most excitement I saw him. Like he just could not. I mean, I could feel it when he was messaging me that if I ever saw him, if he told me to in person, I wouldn't be surprised if he was just like popping a bottle of champagne, just like, "Yeah, we did it! We did it!"
The funny thing, he was like that with any guest up till
Anybody.
even Amaru. He
Yeah.
talked to Amaru multiple times, but still, when he got to talk to him on his newest show, he was like, "Dude, I got Amaru." I'm like, "That's great."
Yeah.
He's just the most positive freaking guy.
We do have a question from Anne directly, so let's say if someone can answer this. Who came up with the name of Multiverse of Geekdom?
Actually, it was me.
This guy.
That was you, Soda?
That was me.
Oh,
yeah, actually, I
Nice.
somehow
Okay.
became a majority of the stuff. Yeah, that was me.
What was the name inspired
Yeah,
by?
he already had the name when he came to me, so I don't know. Yeah.
Well, basically, he wanted to create something that all inclusive and stuff like that. And I was thinking that it's like it should be like a multiverse or something. And then it was like, well, the multiverse of geekdom. It's just,
boom.
That was it. That was just as simple as that. Yeah. And then after that, of course, he came up with the logo and stuff. But yeah, no, it was just a conversation we had when he wanted to start his channel, and it was just something I threw out there, and he liked it.
It's a great name. And it fit what he wanted to do so well. Yeah.
And it is something that, like, now that he's passed, I am going to try my damnedest to help make sure it keeps going.
Well, in his title is the head geek. How did it take us this long to call him the head geek? Like, even before he was in charge of Multiverse of Geekdom, he was the head geek.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like people keep saying he was our snap.
I always call my
Yeah,
crew
absolutely.
captain, so it wouldn't surprise me head geek later.
Yeah. He loved that title, man. He started using it on the show.
It's a
and
great
everything.
title.
He
Yeah,
loved
when I saw that,
Oh, it is, absolutely.
It was like perfect.
Yeah.
I know I brought up his positive. We've talked about his positivity so much, but I would always say that he liked so many movies, and of course I'm this like cynical, nihilistic jerk, So every movie I watch, I just pick it apart and find a reason to hate it. And this dude, he always had this great. So I always said if Ben didn't like a movie, it must be garbage because he could find a good thing about every movie. But if he's like, "Man, this movie not good," I'm like, "Well, I'll stay away from that." Ben didn't even like it.
Mm-hmm. It's very true.
All right,
I
so
forget what we
we're
were
gonna
talking about on the show. We talked about doing another show with him. Like, of course, like, you know, we didn't get a chance to, but we talked about doing another episode with him after talking about Andor, because like I just felt like I was so excited. Like I didn't know. I think right before we went on, I did one of my Drew things where I was like, I don't feel good.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not doing so well. A lot of health issues, and I was just like, ugh. And then like when I went on, the moment I got on, I got like really happy and excited, and like it was like the only time that someone had asked me my opinion about Andor, because I'm not like the Star Wars. I'm not Adam Witt in the chat, but like some people just don't ask me what I feel about Star Wars. But it turns out I have a lot of opinions about specifically Andor, and like I was like I feel like I have an expertise area of Andor because of like a thing, and I feel like Ben like actually wanted to like know what my thoughts were about Andor,
Yeah.
or Star Wars in
Yeah.
general. Like he really just like, it wasn't like a thing like a gatekeepy kind of thing where it's like, oh well, I know about Star Wars, so you know, I'm gonna know more knowledge than you. It's like, yeah, let's share in this like fandom together, which was a really beautiful thing, and it's very rare. Just,
Yeah, that was the vibe that we had going on in the show. Like it really felt like Ben was, like you said, the guy said, he was always really interested to hear what we thought, not rather than like just have us on like, you know, like a platform so he can like just spout off like what he felt about it. Like he wanted to kind of really engage
Yeah.
with like whoever he was speaking with.
and it's so rare. It's
Yeah.
like the most rare thing in the world is someone who listens.
Definitely not a quality all of us share, me included. I did not share that, but
Nope.
but I would
But he
always
was
feel
only-
bad because I would say, dude, do I need to shut up? And he's like, no, man, I brought you onto my show. Talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he always made it feel like a conversation, though. Or at least as much as he could. So that was one thing I always loved about especially when he did the new show. The you know, what are you watching? Is it wasn't just sitting there grilling somebody. It was, let's have a conversation about whatever show you're watching, which is
Yeah,
really fun.
I never felt like awkward or like
Yeah.
dead air or anything.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it was really good interview.
It was so chill. Yeah, because
I really like that.
that's it. What are you watching? And then an hour goes by.
I was just before we go ahead, because we're gonna have to put the clip on soon. If you guys didn't realize the sticker on the bottom, we are almost at $4,000. We jumped up to
Yes.
3,900. Thank you
Nice.
so much to everyone
Oh.
that's been donating.
And I want to give a
Guys.
shout out to Video
Thank
Drew
you,
here,
guys.
pledged $500. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Oh wow, yes, thank
Yeah.
you. Absolutely.
The two of us.
Absolutely.
Wow. Thank you guys. Holy crap.
Say.
Now transitioning
Absolutely.
to this, one of my favorite Ben moments. It is nothing funny. It's actually very serious, like Ben in a serious interview mode. Why I chose this is because the conversations I had with Ben afterwards is when he told me, like, I feel like I made it. I felt like everything's been accumulating to this moment. And this was at the press conference for Schmodown when he had the chance to meet some of his heroes, including Harloff, Roka, and also, a lot of the chance. But Marisol McKee, he had the chance to interview her. And I know that he was stressed. We were chatting during the chat. He was stressed. He was nervous. But he did it. And he was so proud. And he felt like he made it. So 50, if you could, please play that clip.
Hi, Marisol. My name is Ben, and I'm just curious with all this new fan interaction. Do you have a favorite so far that you have?
Oh God, I don't even know. It was, I think the one that's still kind of that I keep replaying in my head, and the one that has impacted me the most was meeting John Mariano's girls, which I can't wait to see them at another, like next time we're over in the East Coast. I can't wait to see them at another event. And I'm going to be thinking about them certainly this Saturday. And I still have posters of which they made when they were there. And I wasn't able to pack those and bring those with me, but those are hanging up in my bedroom. I'm totally going to be thinking of them because that was, I think, my personal favorite interaction that I had. Also, Ed Haskell's really cool, and I have a really rad shirt that I got from him in New York, which I wear all the time. That interaction was pretty awesome as well. But I have too many to count.
Yeah, like I said, it was nothing funny. It was nothing like the wow moments, but just I chose that because I knew how much this meant to Ben. Schmodown, as much as the movies, I knew Ben as more the Schmodown guy, and he was so giddy. And I'm happy I had the chance to share those moments with Ben. So that was my pick of my Ben moment.
Yeah, for sure. See you later, Marie.
Bye,
Marie. Yeah, Marie was really sad she couldn't join us tonight, by the way. But yeah.
So she's in the comments. We're really happy. She's watching. We're really, really happy that have. And talking about happy to have back. Hey, 50, you're back.
Hey, 50.
All right. So, by the way, because again, for those who just tuned in, we do have topics that Ben loved to talk about. So we're having one every hour, and this hour's because I want to start a bit early because I feel we have a lot to talk about. Anyways, I will.
Yeah.
And that is Seinfeld.
Did everyone or is that just in my head? I feel like I just hear that.
A little bit of a backstory on that. So 50, when they added in the sound bites, added it, and he would play it throughout all our shows. It's like you have to add it.
Nice.
It's like every time Ben made a joke, I was like, no, wait, hold on.
Cue that bass line. So I haven't watched Seinfeld. When I found out that this is what we're going to talk about, I'm like, I haven't watched this since high school. And, I also just smoked a lot of marijuana in high school, and I kind of forget a lot of the Seinfeld. So I kind of did a little bit of binging, and I did some fact gathering. And whenever anyone wants it, I have Seinfeld facts to share. That's how my love for Ben's going to come out for this little segment. So whenever somebody's ready, hit me with let me know, and I'll hit you with the Seinfeld fact.
Okay, hit me with Seinfeld fact.
Thank you, Video Drew. Thought no one would ask. There were 389 Kramer entrances.
Oh.
There was like less than 200 episodes. So that's a lot of Kramer.
Shy of 400.
Do you have like specific Seinfeld facts? If like I want an Elaine fact, or if I want a Jay Peterson fact, you got one of those?
No, I have 7.
Yes and no.
I don't have any Elaine facts. For some
You
reason,
have any Elaine facts? She was one of the 4 main characters.
she didn't have any facts.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus did not need to be on Seinfeld. She is a billionaire by like birth. She's like a dynasty person. Yeah, she's like her parents are very, very, very rich.
She's also one of my first childhood crushes.
She was I was told I'd dance like her when I was in middle school.
I don't know if that was a compliment, Video Drew.
No, it was not a compliment, but I took it as such.
So Seinfeld's mom, who was played by Liz Sheridan, once dated James Dean in the 1950s.
That's cool.
Ben
Stiller's dead.
I tried to wow that to Soda, but he apparently is just a giant James Dean fan. He's like, yeah, I read that in one of the 5 biographies I've read. I'm like, you just read James Dean biographies?
And
Right,
not only that, but
so
you're able to like put together that person from the James Dean biography with like the mom from Seinfeld. You're able to be like, that's who that is.
You know who I knew her from first? The neighbor from Alf.
Oh, she was on Alf. Oh, she was. And I was thinking of George's dad was Ben Stiller's dad.
Oh, yeah.
That's who that is.
Do you want a George fact?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, boom. The original script, George was named Bennett, and he was a stand-up just like Jerry, because the original concept of the show was where stand-ups get their material. And there were multiple characters were going to be stand-ups, and then they X'd that and made it about nothing.
It's funny. It is kind of that show, though, because it opens every episode and kind of closes a lot of episodes with him doing stand-up. But I never put it together that this was happening before he did his bits. I just thought it was weird that he would always talk about something and then it would come true in his life. Like I thought it was happening like chronologically.
And what's the deal with Q-tips?
Yeah, and then that whole episode would be about Q-tips, and you were like, weird. But now I realized, no, he was like where he got his opening bit material from. Very confusing.
Yeah.
And I saw an interview recently that Jason Alexander basically explains that George Costanza's character was basically Larry David. A lot of the stuff that happened to George was stuff that happened to Larry David in his real life.
Do you want to hear a fact about Larry David's real life, 50?
No.
Sure, I'm always up for it.
Well, Video Juice said no.
Oh,
All right.
Daughter dated Pete Davidson.
Kramer was based on Larry David's neighbor in New York. And
I did know that. Kenny Kramer. I did know that.
a bonus fact is that they ended up calling him. Oh, wait, I already have it right here, so it's not a bonus fact. They had his name in the first script as Hoffman and then later Kessler. And that's what he calls him in the pilot. So if you see in the pilot, he calls him Kessler because they didn't win the lawsuit or not win the lawsuit, but deal with it legally to be able to use Kramer. I got 2 Kramer facts.
Apparently,
you got a lot of Kramer facts.
I got 3 Kramer facts. He's more facty.
You got 2 Kramer facts and no Elaine facts.
No Elaine facts. A friend of mine is
Elaine eventually joined the MCU.
Yes, she did. That's how sick she was of Jerry.
I got a soup guy fact.
Soup Nazi.
I didn't really want to write Nazi on the screen, 50, but thank you. I felt like it was inappropriate, but I guess
everybody was on Seinfeld. Everyone. Name a person.
Yeah.
No, I'm not telling you. Name a person who was who's on a TV show now or was in like the 2010s.
Neurotic.
Yep, he was on Seinfeld. He played the dentist. He played Elaine's dentist. Yep. Name another person who was on TV in 2010.
Bryan Cranston?
Yeah, he was Elaine's dentist.
Yeah.
Who else? Name another person who was on TV in the 2010s.
2010s?
Mm-hmm.
Bob Odenkirk.
Probably, but no, it's Peter Dinklage. He was also on an episode of Seinfeld.
Name anybody, as long as it's Peter Dinklage.
That was leading you in the right place with TV in the 2010s, but yeah, it's Peter Dinklage. But he only played a voice because it was just his voice was on the phone, because he was like a voice actor.
No. They did that a lot when Larry David would have a lot of voice cameos. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
a lot of people used to compare me to Elaine in terms of some things, but also I got a weirdly amount, and because this show ended when I was in middle school, I think. But a lot of people, for a middle school girl, I got compared a lot to Jay Peterman, like Elaine's boss.
Yeah.
Who was like that very bravado guy, like ha ha ha. Weirdly, a lot of my friends were like, "That's who reminds me. That's who you remind me of," and I was like, "Oh, okay."
I got a question for Andrew. So
yeah, sure.
It's the only lucky person on the screen who actually got to hang out with Ben without a camera involved.
True.
You guys watch a lot of Seinfeld back in the day? Was that I know that South Park was part of your zeitgeist and other things with Seinfeld.
I actually never got super into Seinfeld. I mean, I've watched here or there episodes, but let's see. When I first got to know Ben, we were first all about Smallville, if I remember correctly. That was like the early shows that we were really into. Ben actually pushed me into a lot of shows after that I honestly didn't even think was something I was going to enjoy watching. But Seinfeld was not one of them, funny enough.
Weird.
Yeah, it's funny. I liked Seinfeld a lot as a kid, but then as an adult, I'm like, this show is mean.
Yeah.
I'm like this. As an adult, I'm like in the 2020s. I'm like, this show is too mean, and they should be nicer to each other. And it's good they ended up in jail, and that's where they belong.
Yeah, they got what they deserve to do.
That's what she could do the MCU.
Means the contrary. I couldn't watch it when I was a kid. I didn't like it. I didn't get it. More I got older, more I'm like, okay, I get it. Maybe because I'm a bit more smarter and I understand life better.
So much of it is like actual physical comedy. So much of it is appealing to children in a way that you wouldn't think. But so much of it is like Elaine's pushing and Kramer's entrances, and so much of it is physical comedy. So it actually does appeal to children, and they're mean in the way that children are mean. Seinfeld really, and it's Seinfeld onto Curb too. I think to a certain extent, only makes sense in a vacuum in a world where you can act like a child, you can be as neurotic as a child, you can be as obsessive as a child, and there are no consequences except I guess going to jail at the very end.
It's a very juvenile show.
All right.
So, facts in, or do you want to move 50?
No, before we go, because we have a lot of stock, we have a lot of videos to put in. We keep getting more the hours advance. So we're going to go ahead and play a tribute. This is from Janine the Machine.
Nice.
Go ahead, Soda.
I got a few opportunities in the past to guest on Ben's show, and he was nothing but kind and enthusiastic, and just one of the best fans of the Schmodown. We had a lot of tough moments doing the show, and, it was fans like him who kept us in it, who kept us, coming back, who kept us to, you know, keep going after hard losses or, you know, criticisms or anything like that. So I was always really thankful for his, you know, love for the show and us competitors and us people involved in the show. I really appreciated him creating the Media Sweaties group, just showing so much respect and love for all of the creative projects that all of us were kind of developing and doing beyond the Schmodown. Was such a great outlet for us, and I can't thank him enough for creating something like that. I was really sad to hear about his passing. He was such a great person, a great fan, and my condolences go out to his friends and family.
There you go. Thank you again, Janine.
Thank you.
And she said something very interesting, because it's something you hear here left and right, but I don't think he understood how much it was appreciated, and that was his Facebook group. I remember at the beginning when I did not know Ben, and I said, can I post the soda? Can I post maybe to the Facebook group? It's like, you gotta ask Ben first. He has to authorize it. I'm like, who's this Ben? Why does I have to get authorization? But the jokes aside, I saw how active and how he loved the community so much that he really wanted to do a one-stop shop of everyone he loved in their videos. And so many people in the past couple of weeks keep giving shout outs to the Facebook page.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
he really put his heart and soul into it, not just a YouTube video, and people really appreciate it. And I don't think he knew how much people appreciated the page. So I just want to give a special shout out.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I keep hearing about the Media Sweaties. And I mean, really, there's so many things that he put together that brought so many people together.
I think our goal should be to make Ben wet himself today. We're going.
I've been getting him a couple times.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
How the fuck?
It killed Taco.
It broke me.
I'll come back when you delete it. You prove that you deleted it. And I'll come back.
You son of a bitch. You
piece of
son of a bitch.
human garbage.
Yeah. I wanted.
All right. Fun fact: I thought soda got us. I didn't even realize Ben got us. Yeah. And then when I came back, because I would never call Ben a piece of human garbage. Soda earns it, but Ben doesn't. And then when I sat down and finally, Ben's like, and I'm like, wait, you got us, you bastard! Like I thought soda got us, because that was soda's thing, was getting us, and Ben just nailed us with that right hook. Oh,
You didn't expect the Spanish Inquisition.
no,
no one does ever.
Not on a bench.
Nobody expects the Spanish
Inquisition.
Inquisition.
That was in Sliding Doors, the Gwyneth Paltrow movie. That's like a big theme of Sliding Doors is they keep making a reference to Monty Python's "No one ever expects the Spanish Inquisition." I remember being a kid and watching Sliding Doors and being like, underrated movie, by the way. But like, really was the multiverse of madness and the Everything Everywhere All at Once before those movies were a thing. But like boring in a rom-com. But and Gwyneth Paltrow's British, but they kept saying that phrase, and I was like, what is that? I don't understand like what the joke is there. And then I finally, like, as a little bit older, watched the sketch, and I was like, oh, there's that one joke they kept referencing, Sliding Doors. What a weird thing to bank the movie on.
All right.
I have a couple more Seinfeld facts.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Still, none of them are about Elaine. Stop yelling at me. Jerry drinks real coffee in all of the coffee shop scenes.
No.
And a bonus fact for that is he doesn't actually, at that time, he didn't actually drink coffee. So he would get really wired. Which is really funny because now his show is getting coffee with comedians in cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now I gotta wonder which is it. Which is it? Is it he never drank coffee or he drank coffee?
He drank coffee during the scenes, and then later in his show, he only drinks coffee when there's a camera involved. I guess.
Oh, okay. I do that too.
That's how
It's like me in makeup.
You do put makeup on in your screen. Yeah. I remember when we would do shows in the middle, like 3 a.m. And you guys would come on, Video Drew and Chronic, and you start doing makeup. And my first thought was like, it's 4 a.m. Is she going
Yeah.
out?
No,
She do-
you guys
in the
will
middle
watch
of the
it,
night.
That's when the makeup comes out. My God. I have a job now, like a human job, where I have to be up very early in the morning, and like sometimes the Drew impulse to put on makeup while I'm talking to my employees, like that I'm leading a team meeting, and I'll just start like reaching for the makeup. I keep way too close. I'm like patting some stuff, and I'm like, nope, that looks weird. They're superior at work. Don't do that.
Listen here, you're being fired because
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, guys, you got to get your shit together.
All right, so I gotta drop
I'm
off
not
earlier.
looking at eyeliner straight.
I gotta drop off earlier than expected. So, Video Drew, thank you very much, and Nurkarn, thank you very much for coming on. Andrew, I'm not sure how long you're gonna stick around, but thank you. And Ryan, I'll see you later on. But I have to drop off. I'll put on soda. So, till next time.
Hey, Frenchie, have a good one.
Yeah, we'll see you later, dude. So we have 2 clips we're gonna play coming up.
Can I ask Andrew a question before we move on, please?
Sure,
go ahead.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Taco.
I know Andrew told the story at Ben's funeral, but I would love to hear it on screen. Can we do the Kenny story? Are you okay with that, Soda?
That wasn't me.
That wasn't him.
That wasn't Andrew? I'm an idiot.
Nope.
All right. I switched to strong beer too early. Okay.
So no, there's 2 clips we're gonna be playing. One of them actually I just got not that long ago. It's gonna be starting in a couple minutes. It is the video guys, the tribute. Wit,
yes,
Preston. Which when I heard about this, it's like okay. But first, Taco, if you want to introduce this clip, it's one of our favorite clips of Ben. You know which one it is.
Okay. So I believe this was on the 2nd or 3rd All Night Taco Stand. I want to say 2nd, but I'm not sure. And we just got going. A few of us were on. It probably was like 1 or 2 hours in. These things went for 7 or 8. And Frenchie, who just left, ironically, popped in. And for some reason, we misheard Ben when he greeted him. And it's one of my favorite moments.
Mine too.
Ever on screen. And it's one of those things that got you so hard that you can be doing just something random at work and just minding your own business. And this will play in your mind. And then you just start laughing. It's one of those moments that stuck with me for a year or more, whatever it's been. And we have Frenchie.
Hey, what's up?
Okay. Did you call me a bitch?
Did you just call me a bitch, Ben?
Oh,
he knows why. I love this.
I'm French.
Oh, French. What's up, French? I really heard sup, bitch.
Yeah, wow. I was like, wow.
damn,
straight
man.
into it.
All right. Ben now cannot complain about anyone being inappropriate the rest of the show. Okay,
And,
cool.
like, I understand Tackle calling me a bitch, but what the fuck did I do? To you,
I
man?
didn't French. Oh, God.
What's up, bitch?
We have one more video we're gonna play. I'm gonna play it right now because it's actually a fairly long video, but it was the Paul Preston and Adam Witt when they heard about Ben's passing. They sent in a tribute video that only they could do. So I'm gonna play it, and thank you very much for everybody who's joined us in the last hour, and we will see you at the top of the hour. So enjoy the movie guys paying tribute to our friend.
Hello, Miss Kiwi, and all those participating in this remembrance of our friend Ben Rayner. This group was brought together from a love of the movie Trivia Schmodown, which was brought together by a love of movies. So we had lost faith in our extremely specific movie references and how they might land on people, and would they ever find an audience? You are our people, and the fact that the audience of Schmodown people get us and supported us was a minor miracle.
Yeah, and front and center, very vocally supportive of his love of us and our nonsense was Ben Rayner, and he was also a big Star Wars fan and was very supportive of my matches in the Star Wars division, and oh boy, did I need all the support I could get.
I was recently on Ben's show. Here it is. What are you watching on the Multiverse of Geekdom channel? And we had one of those natural movie conversations that starts with the Banshees of Inisherin and somehow ends up at Harry Potter. And since I was in the conversation, Naturally, there was also a lot of talk about Harrison Ford.
Oh, really? Did that come up?
There should also be a casting Oscar, casting director, because think about the person who cast Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone with those three leads, right? And just somehow they knew that was going to work. That's like magic. I don't know how you can predict that.
Yeah, that is luck. That is luck, my friend.
Yeah, there's a lot of luck in there.
I really wonder if he would ever do Harry Potter again, or if he's done. But I guess, no, one way or another, anytime, right? I mean, what do you think? Do you think he'll go back to Harry Potter at some point?
What's happening next year, June 30th? Harrison Ford will be Indiana Jones. Never say never, man. You never know.
I don't know if you saw that trailer, but that movie looks amazing.
Oh my God, it's gonna be fantastic. Kidding me? Harrison Ford and Mads Mikkelsen, who you see a couple shots of him in the trailer. He's going to play some kind of Nazi or some kind of Nazi leftover in the 60s. Was quoted as saying, yeah.
And talk about a director that hasn't missed. James motherfucking Mangold.
His full DGA name, yes.
I'm sorry, man. He's so damn good.
He requires that on the posters now, so that'll be fun.
Tell me Ben wasn't a man after our hearts. He added the word motherfucking in the middle of James Mangold's name. Like, okay, Ben was our people. Now, and of course, Ben put movies first, like us. But the funny thing is, when you like movies as much as I do, or Paul, or Ben, or everybody watching this, of course, there's something extra tragic about death.
Because death is the end of seeing more movies.
And then you lock in the last movie you saw, which you didn't mean to be your last movie. It just was, I have this recurring nightmare where I have a heart attack in the middle of watching Welcome to Mooseport. Paul and I have had loved ones who were huge fans of major franchises only to pass away before another installment of that franchise. Recently, we lost movie guy Stephen Lewis, who never got to see Sam Raimi return to superhero filmmaking with Multiverse of Madness, which makes me so sad, extra sad on top of the sadness.
And my late wife, Karen Volpe, who you all know and love and have shown me that love as much as you're showing it here to Ben today. She was the biggest Ghostbusters fan in the world. And 27 years after the last appearance of Bill Murray in a Ghostbusters movie, he was returning and she missed it. This is just life being unfair.
Although I do have to say on that last case of example, it's almost like the world knew that and therefore made that movie about Karen.
About a kid in the middle of the woods who gets beat up.
That was like, it's like hanging out with Karen for the rest of my life.
So, look, as host of the Ford Fiesta podcast, we have to say how sad we are that Ben will never get to see what I previously mentioned there in that clip, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
We don't want to be total downers because we did find a silver lining in the sad fact. While Ben may have missed something like Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, and that's very sad, look at it this way. He also didn't get to see Kraven the Hunter. I think that's a total win, right? Good job, Ben.
I don't want to bring the room back down again, but he probably did see Morbius, so that's...
All right. Sure, Paul, I'll give you that. But at the same time, I think we can all feel a little happier that Ben refused to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem on a level that none of us can achieve.
That might have gone a little extreme there, Ben. But it's true, he won't be able to see the glory that is Cocaine Bear, right? But when you consider that he won't have to sit through Chris Pratt in Super Mario Brothers as well, you can call it a big win.
Sure, he missed seeing Timothée Chalamet in Dune 2, but he also missed seeing him in Wonka.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Ben also won't be able to see The Flash, but the way it's going, none of us will.
All right, so let's pour one out for our homie. And of course, on the Ford Fiesta podcast, what we pour out is Kieran Lager beer.
Kieran Lager beer, kudasai. Órale. Kudasai. Kieran Lager beer, kudasai. 何？もう出るの？
Mr. ビールキリンラガービール
What a tribute to Ben.
Well, he watched our show. He would have gotten that joke. He would have wanted it this way, Paul.
Yes. Well, we did a bunch of fun here because again, I think that's kind of what this community brings out in us. And with that, I want to comment on that and something I said in the earlier part of this tribute. We got into the movie trivia schmodown, and we've been doing the movie guys for 12 plus years, and I know that I knew that we would find new and exciting people to dig what we do and to share in what we do, and there would be both joy in us meeting these people and having them in our lives, and of course making them laugh or entertaining them in whatever way. And through the Schmodown and beyond, we still have a bunch of people who follow us from that Schmodown group and see what we're up to, and it's so appreciative. And Ben was a bullseye for that, and that's what I really appreciated. And he actually texted me to be on his show with, "Hey, it's Ben. You may not know me or remember me from what? There's like a handful. There's like a top 5 people who were just hardcore into talking about being around and digging on movies in the Schmodown gang, and he was one of them. So absolutely, I remembered him. And so, for his loss is rough.
It's no exaggeration when we call this a family. All of us brought together through these mutual loves and trivia and, the show and movies in general, and that we're all still together, even though there's no Schmodown right now. And that's a big deal. So this really is a loss of a member of the family. I'm just, it's too bad he didn't get to laugh at these jokes we wrote here. I think he would have dug these. Wouldn't he? Yeah. He would have liked that bit we just did, I think.
Yeah. And, the family part is evident in what you guys are doing tonight. Jumping online and remembering him and everyone who's gone before him, like my late wife or, Craig's Sonia, that was and everyone rallied together for that, or even for Kevin Smet's situation, which thankfully turned out, we won one there, that was a win. So, so it's always good to see, and it's always good to be a part of this community, and you don't have to twist our arm to get on here and say great things about Ben, who was great.
And emphasize that we all got each other in, the good times and the bad, because we're stuck together for life now.
Can I throw one final tag on this?
Please.
Cocaine Bear is going to be fucking great.
Can I throw one last tag in here, Paul?
Sure.
Desney.
Desney, Ben.
Desney, Ben.
Desney.
All right, there you guys go. That was amazing.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm really terrified. I thought he said Disney for a second. I'm like, what?
I just want to say I'm getting out of here, but I'm leaving everybody in the very, very, very capable hands of the lovely Kiwi Jess and Don. And see you guys later. Have a good night. I got to get out of here early in the morning, so I need to go sleep.
Bye, Taco. I think we're also on our way out. But Jess, it's nice to see you.
Hi.
Hi. I think we have to head out, but
get back to the dogs.
Yeah, we get back to our doggies. But Ben was just a wonderful guy. I was devastated when I heard the news. I think I woke you up and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Tragic. So great to celebrate his life, and we're really happy that we were able to be here.
Yeah, it's I just want to say, like I said earlier, being like a part of the Schmodown for like several years was like really important to me, and like everyone that I met through that is like very important to me, and something I talked about with Drew. I think after we met within like the year that you were living here the first time, was that I was like, it's a bittersweet, situation to be in, because like the Schmodown community like did feel like an extended family and still does, but it's just like within that comes the peril of like having to worry about like the well-being of like so many people, and so it always sucks when like someone that we know like does be an untimely fate, unfortunately. But it's again like it's a bittersweet situation to be in, because I do love everyone in this community. And Ben was definitely a good example of like the best of us.
Mm-hmm. It's hard caring about people.
I know, being an adult, right? Being human.
Why'd you guys have to make me love? But thank you guys so much for having us on, and
Thank you for joining.
we'll see you guys later.
Yes.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you guys. Bye, guys.
Okay, I guess. Am I in charge? I don't know. just joined.
You're running the
How's
ship,
your-
man. You're running the
You're
ship.
the coach. Yeah.
Oh gosh, I'm so not used to doing
Just throwing
this
you in the
anymore. I'm
deep end.
so
We're
out
just
of
throwing you in the deep
practice.
end.
Well, actually, I want to start off by saying hi,
How you
PLD. How are you
Hello
doing?
there. Good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, pretty good. I do have a message though from Smets. He did pass this on through Justin. He said, I can't watch it now, but definitely want to watch it later. Just tell them that if you're in the chat that one of Ben's final tweets was hyping up my KOTOR movie. By the way, if any of you guys are fans of KOTOR or Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, any of that, you need to go and watch Smets. They've done an incredible job with that. But yeah, he said it was hyping up his KOTOR movie. Didn't have to do that. I didn't ask, he just did, because he was that much of a class act and a good soul, and I appreciate what everyone is doing for him. So Smets couldn't be here today, but he definitely wanted to if he could have.
Absolutely. Yeah, he did send in a clip though we played earlier, so that was really great.
Yeah, I'm astounded by how many people just wanted. It's a true testament to how wonderful he was that so many people, like the movie guys, like everyone, just wanted to be here for it, or if they couldn't be here, wanted to send in things. And I see that Ben's mum saying hi, I'm the Jess you've been talking to in private messaging. Hi. Yes, your son managed to talk to people all the way in New Zealand, so that far-reaching.
Wow. This is great things you guys are doing. I'm impressed with everybody in this community again. It's never fails to impress me how we all come together. I wish we came together more when we didn't have such a tragedy. Ben was one of the greatest members of our community, hands down. I think if there was a award for the most supportive person, like you would probably, I think there's no doubt that he would get it. I mean, he must have had like 17 different monitors like going on at once, because like every chat of every possible Schmodown, Schmoes, or iteration or spinoff or whatever, he was in the chat. He was there supporting, letting you know that he's loving you guys and caring about you. From everything from my stuff, C2A, when it's in Call to Action, I'd always see him in the chat. He'd always put a smile on my face. One of my biggest like sadnesses in the past couple of years is that he asked me to be on his show, and he asked me twice, and both times I was working or I couldn't get off, and I was like we were still planning to make it work at some point. I never was able to do it, and it's really tough. It's really tough when I heard the news. I don't want to bring anybody down, of course, and there's his love and everything else. I remember I got a message from his brother, but I was following him, so it went to my those messages or whatever that I go into. I don't check those very often. Too many OnlyFans people trying to get me to subscribe to them. So
beating them off with a stick, right?
Exactly, so many. But I saw really quickly Jake's name, but I didn't really register, and I had to go do something. I was like, okay, I'll get back to that in a little bit. And then after I forgot what I was doing. I got a call, and it was Christian Harloff, and Christian said to me, he's like, dude, did you hear the news? I was like, no, what's going on? And he's like, Ben passed. And I was like, oh, my heart dropped. I dropped the phone. I didn't know what to do or say. It was so surreal, because I had just talked to him, like, I think the night or two before, on Christian's Patreon and everything else. And it was just really, a gut check. Christian and I got to just talking for a little bit about how awesome it was and how awesome he was. And it was just, yeah, I don't know what to say really at this point. It's really tough to stomach, but I mean, I know he loved you guys tremendously, and he loved this community so much that I've been watching this tonight, and you guys said it best. He is like the John Schnepp, like a little mini John Schnepp of the community, and like he's just that well loved, and he was that loving of everybody. It's salute. This is salute. That's all I can do. Salute.
Salute to Ben.
Absolutely.
And we have Dagan joining us. Robert's having some
Thank you so
technical
much, man.
difficulties, but
Gotcha.
Dagan.
it's good to see y'all. I feel like there's a few of you I haven't seen in a little bit here, so
it's true.
It's great to catch up. But yeah, it's definitely been very emotional the last couple months. I think have been pretty rough on a lot of us for various reasons. But this one definitely kind of hit home. I think more than a lot of other stuff that's been going on. You know, a celebrity can pass away that you really admire, or whatever, and that's one thing. But somebody that you know and you connect with on a personal level, it definitely I think hurts that much more. And you know, Ben was just to echo what a lot of people have brought up already. Somebody that was really the best of us, you know, of the best of this community, and somebody that I never heard a single bad or negative word said about like ever, you know. And he was around for quite some time. I remember seeing him like early Schmodown kind of in the chat. Like he'd definitely been watching it for a bit and kind of talking about how important he was to the community and everything. And somebody brought up like New York earlier and like those press conferences that a lot of the after shows got to do when the Schmodown was still going, and how much that meant to him, you know, to be able to talk to some of these guys, gals, obviously. And Marisol was bringing up New York, and he was somebody that like you know, really I feel like should have been there. You know, like those events were very much like a big like family kind of get together. And Ben was somebody who was like, oh man, I wish Ben was here. You know, some of the other people that weren't there, but like Ben especially. And I was actually in New York when I found out about his passing, and like many people found out from Christian and from the post that he made. And it just like it took a little bit to process. It was almost like it wasn't real, you know. It was one of those kinds of things. Like you just don't believe it really when it happens and when you hear about it. And you know, it takes a while to sort of really sink in. But I got to, you know, but soon after I found out, walk around New York, and it was like he was walking around with me. I don't know if he ever got a chance to go to the city, but it was almost like he was kind of there following me around, and like I was kind of giving him the tour and like walking past the Empire State Building and Madison Square Garden and whatever it was. So that was, I know a lot of people have been sharing their experiences with him, and he messaged me just a couple days, like right around Christmas, to wish me Merry Christmas. And I shared the post, and just very, very, you know, tough. It's really, really tough, and definitely been like an emotional night, I think. And it's been great though, because everybody's been just sharing, you know, how bright and how like the positives of it all. So yeah, that's basically, I'm not going to go on for too much longer, but that's, I won't take up a huge portion of the show, but I just wanted to at least, you know, say that, and, you know, shout out to Ben's family and to everybody that's donated. It's just amazing. Like
Incredible.
What everybody can do here in this community. So
Ben was a well-loved guy.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
Robert, we've gotten you back.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just
No,
switched my
it's
phone.
fine.
No, that's a magic trick.
Yeah, it wouldn't be one of these streams without someone having internet issues. I mean, even for a tribute stream, it always has to always one. Because that's funny, because I was just thinking about this earlier. I met you when I was doing my show on Northern Entertainment Group, Northern Unwind. It was the first time we met was with my show that I used to have with Ben. So I thought that was quite fun. That's how.
That was the first time I met him too. I think was that night. I think I may have talked to him before that, but like
he was so excited.
Excited to have you on. Yeah, and I just want to echo kind of what everybody said so far. Especially, I was in and out during Dig, but PLD, I heard you say just like so much like support and just like kindness. Like it's really important to sort of highlight that because everybody who, whether it was read a comment, watched the video, or of Ben specifically, just saw like how passionate he was and like how much he cared, and that's the kind of stuff that you want to celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will definitely say this. I will definitely say that, like, I guess you said Diggins, you said that, like, Schmodown ending, we don't maybe get together as much as we used to in a way, like on a weekly basis. So I will say, I kind of think that he's looking down, smiling on everybody, seeing everybody get together. Even if it's for a sad reason, then he's the reason that we all got back together again, like, just to say, hey,
He's having a grand old time.
Oh yeah, he's getting a real kick out of this.
He is loving this. He's like, look at the viewers. Look at how many people in the comments. Like the guests that we're having on. This would be like
He's puppet master up there. Yeah, he's puppet master.
Yeah, this is the best thing for him. Like this is the best way we could have paid tribute to him. Yeah,
Absolutely.
He was always in contact with everyone. I'm
Oh,
sorry. I'm
yeah.
also looking at the private chat, and I'm really wondering what Soda's asking because apparently there's a clip. I'm not going to say what the clip is, but apparently it's going to be a clip in.
I don't know either.
Yeah. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I do know this clip.
Okay, done.
I know this clip.
Sounds
50 whenever you're ready.
So to give
play
some hi, the clip now is back. So to give some context to this clip, me and Kiwi and a friend of Tacos were on Tacos show doing a Star Wars trivia game.
Oh, I know this one.
Where we needed to guess the name of a planet from a description that Taco gave us, and it just happens to be the planet Spaceballs. And this is the shenanigans that ensued.
Well, Ben's got advice for all you guys.
I know we saw it. We said thank you.
Yeah.
Well, he spelled Schwartz wrong. There's a T, isn't it? Isn't it T?
It's also
not Schwartz.
And also it's Schwartz, not Swars, but okay.
Sorry, Ben. I wanted to show him appreciation. Instead, we just tear him apart. Mean.
We love you, Ben. We still love you.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, we just had no viewer there for a second because you.
So yeah, that was Ben showing up just to tell us to go fuck ourselves.
Sounds on brand.
It was great.
Oh my
It was
God.
great when you could get a reaction out of Ben like that. That was like the best. The best. If you could get him to tell you to fuck off or to go fuck yourself, it was the best. Sorry, Anne, if you're watching this, he did swear from time to time. I don't know if this is a new revelation for you, but yeah, it was great because he was always the real soft-spoken one.
I said it earlier. We need. Yeah. No, I said it earlier. We need a breaking Ben because that was always the best thing was getting Ben to break.
I was chatting with
up.
Soda a little bit behind the scenes, and we were talking about like Breaking Bad, the Breaking Bad logo with him in the silhouette of the Heisenberg with the glasses would be just perfect.
Yeah.
I think
Perfect. It's
someone needs to
perfect.
make that happen.
Oh, good. It's not a revelation.
Well, that's good to know.
That's so great. So
I also
great.
want to say, Brennan, I saw your comment earlier about the regret that you had about missing talking to Ben. And I look, one piece of advice I got quite recently because I missed out on talking to Ben one last time because he messaged me and life gets in the way, as it always does. And I felt like I'm going to be quite real for a second here. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt sitting there thinking I never got a chance to chat to him one last time. And I got told that, at the end of the day, we never know when our last interaction is with someone. And Ben never would have taken that as a judgment of our character, nor would he have ever gone out of this world thinking less of any of us if we never got back to him, because he was such an understanding, incredible human being that, he was always reaching out to everyone. He didn't ever think any less of any of us. And so, Brennan, if you're still watching this, I know for a fact that Ben knew how much you cared about him and how much everyone cared about him before he passed.
Absolutely.
Oh, here we go.
That will definitely happen.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yeah, I know.
good.
I know.
Thanks, good.
Other people got to get on here, and I got to get off for a few minutes. But one last thing that I'll say is that I got to watch the last Schmodown with Ben. He was on the LGR stream with us. We did It what would have been a 5-hour stream turned into an 8-hour stream because there was a 2-hour delay. So, but it was great. It ended up being a blessing in disguise because it was more time to spend with Ben. And that was just really, really cool to get to watch that with him. Because as I was saying, like being in the crowd in New York, if Ben was a guy, oh man, this guy should be here with us. And to be able to be on the streams when we weren't able to attend the live events, because breaking kayfabe for a second, there were no fans in attendance for the finals.
What?
What?
We didn't all get to hang out at Spectacular?
Pumped in crowd noise? Wait, no. But definitely was great to share that with him, and the times that I was able to spend with him were just a real blessing. Now looking back at it. So yeah, cheers to Ben, man. Again, I know he's looking down at this and laughing his ass off. So cheers to him.
For
but
sure.
Thank you guys for indulging me. And hope you all have a great rest of your night. And again, cheers to Ben. Shout out. We love you all.
Thank you, Dagan.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you, man.
Cheers, Dagan. And speaking of a spectacular and a Schmodown, I will say for PJ Campbell and myself, I think he was the one person who I don't think ever complained about a single question. So I'll give you a shout out there.
Fair enough.
Even
when
he should have, I guess, probably. No, we weren't perfect. Just to piggyback on what the whole Ben.
That has to be one of the hardest jobs ever. I can't imagine why. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, just to piggyback on Ben's swearing. I am proud to say I have probably been the person to get Ben to tell me to fuck off more than anyone. So yeah,
there you go.
Badge of honor.
That is got a few of them under my belt too, man.
Yeah,
got a few of them. Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying there, Don?
Absolutely.
You were saying something.
I
Sorry,
lost it. Sorry.
The
writer. Oh no, the writers. I was going to say that's got to be a hard. I can't. I would never.
I don't know. I've been in a
hardest
writing
jobs ever,
section with
questions
PJ
for
and
the Schmodown.
PLD. It's just a lot of shit talking. That's all it is. Is them
A lot
just
of whiskey.
insulting each other.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay.
Well,
Fair
you have
enough.
a lot of whiskey to be able to do that. Dear Lord.
Yeah, we did a lot of whiskey, and we challenged each other
And
to
them
write.
being like, how angry are we going to make people with this question, do you think?
Yeah.
Spectacular was definitely that. That was
man.
definitely the one we tried to do.
I love it. I love it. I'm sure Parker was very happy with the level of questions that you got in your match, right?
At Spectacular specifically. I honestly don't remember. I haven't watched it back. I honestly don't remember.
Right. That's fine.
Well, look, okay, that's good. That means he doesn't like
There wasn't anything
hating you.
grievous. Right? Yeah.
I was just happy that we were able to pit one Remember the Titans question into each match.
In
even
every
Star Wars
match.
Respect for
In
that.
every match.
And Haskell here earlier said that Ben had so wanted to go to live event. That was one thing we were talking about, was when I get my ass down there, it's like, we should go. And I did ask him if he would go when, during the early live events, and because of his disease, he couldn't. He just couldn't. Because unfortunately, if he caught something, well, that was it.
Yeah. Highly unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
yeah.
It's weird not having him here. I'm not used to doing these live streams without Ben. I'm really
Right?
not. Yeah.
Keep waiting for him to pop up in the comments. Because that was the one thing, like, he was always there 5 to 10 minutes early, being like, let's go. And I'm like, mate, I'm still trying to put myself together for camera. Okay?
Yeah.
You're killing me with these time frames, Ben. Okay? And then he'd message me privately. He's like, it's still happening, right? I'm like, look, I'm 5 to 10 minutes late. You're just going to deal with this,
Yeah.
okay? You just have to get over the fact that I put the time wrong and I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Just let me live. Let me live. He's great though. He used to always ask me. He used to always be like, "Oh, so who have you got on next?" I'm like, "I don't even know when I'm doing a show next, Ben. I don't know."
Yeah. Him and Ed, and then Taco in our streams too. Like always saying first.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they rushed.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, he was a staple. And actually, people were talking about like where they first met Ben. And that is how I first came across him. Was the same thing as everyone else through the comments and stuff. And I even told him that when I met him, it's like, dude, yeah, I recognize you because I see your name all over the place. And he was just so taken aback by that. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
That's-
Keith?
that's
The New
That's
Zealand
how
title
that's how I
punch?
first became aware of them.
Yeah.
I think it's always surprising when like people like are gonna be like recognize each other like by their names, and you don't think that people know you, but then like you're like, of course I know you.
I had that moment when we did the Smash-a-thon.
Yeah.
Like, it was the first live thing we'd ever done, and we're doing the show, and people, hey, it's Soda, and I'm just like, people watch our shit? Like, it was just so mind-blowing.
I'm still tired from the Smash-a-thon, I think.
We all are.
Still, yeah.
This one is not going that long. Some of us
I'm not doing any work on this one, so I don't mind as much.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Oh, we got another. Looks like we might have another guest coming on soon. So while we're waiting for that, should we play another, just a quick clip? I got a few quick ones here. All right, so I'm playing this one. This one's a personal favorite of mine in 50s. We call it fisticuffs.
Now we reach the point of the show where me and Ben are going to engage in a little friendly virtual fisticuffs.
Oh, who likes Martha and who doesn't?
Yeah, but Ben like he wasn't like 50 or myself, but he did enjoy some Doctor Who, and there was
that was a long day. That was a long day.
Yeah, reviewing every season of New Who. Sorry, 50.
We love you.
Yeah,
it was
long.
A doctor.
Yeah, anything to do with 50 and the Doctor, you better strap in. You got to be ready to like just get some popcorn. Make sure you're comfortable.
What's your longest one there, 50, that you've done?
Oh,
yeah. What's your longest stream, if you don't mind me asking?
It might be one of the two ones where I ranked every one-off villain in the show's history, like 300, 400 villains in 4 separate tier ranking lists.
Wow.
That was about 6.5 hours.
No joke, PLD. 50, I'm pretty sure could give you and PJ a run for your money.
Woo! All right.
Whoa. Don't set me up like that. You're setting me up. I probably will, but you're setting me up for failure right here.
But no, I mean, I'm being honest. 50 is easily one of the most passionate Doctor Who fans I've ever met.
That's awesome. That's awesome, man. I love the Doctor. Anything with the Doctor.
Yeah.
The new stuff's gonna be great.
Oh, I can't wait.
Cannot wait. So
Yeah, me
excited
and
about
50, we do talk about all the time. Even when Ben was still with us, we would talk about the 60th anniversary coming up and that stuff, and we were all looking forward to it. And that's actually one thing that I'm a little bummed at, is that he's not able to get Tennant again, because that was his favorite Doctor, was Tennant.
Smart guy.
And one of the main things he always used to talk to me about, like almost every week, is like, so when are they bringing Smith back? When are they bringing the Pawns back for the 60th? Who do you think they're going to bring back for the 60th? And like, he's never going to witness the greatness that is Beep the Meep, unfortunately. But I'm guessing right now he's up there with the late great John Hurt. Talking about
and let's not forget the late great.
Oh yeah. I'm hard on.
Who?
Wilfred Mott, man. You know he's up there with old Wolf.
Wilfred Mott, that's right.
And Elizabeth Sladen, obviously.
Of course.
And chatting up Doctor Who with all these people. And one of my favorite Soda's gone, I guess. One of my favorite delights was like,
I'm still here in the background.
Oh boy, look at this character.
Before we transition into the Kaiserverse, one of my greatest delights was.
First things first.
Yeah.
Did 50 just say Ben will never get a chance to see you beat your meat? Is that what you said?
And Kaiser has.
I don't know what kind of show this is, but I
No,
mean, you're
apparently.
talking about a great individual, and you're making it pornographic. Another thing, I don't know why 50. When you talk, it sounds like a Victorian carnival barker. Like, hey, step right up and see the bearded lady and dog boy.
Oh my God!
I mean, he's a natural.
This
Look
is
at this
great.
kid.
Hey, there we go. He's got it.
Well, at least I have a future in something, I guess.
I think Kaiser's a part of every long stream, by the way, too. So if this one does go longer than expected, You know why.
We know who to blame.
And it's not my fault for once.
I mean, with Parker here, it's definitely possible. Got a lot of shit to catch up on.
Oh, man.
Imagine. We don't do these enough anymore for people to
Yeah.
run into each other anymore.
We try.
Enough.
There's enough. We'll make it
But I mean, this is one you got to come out for. You got to come out and see. You got to come out and see your friends and give everybody the big virtual hugs and lift everyone up for a real angel, man. I mean, that boy was special. He always was smiling. That big. I mean, I come on the show. I'm trying to stay in character and be an asshole, and he's smiling and he's making me smile. You know what I mean? He's just such a loving dude. And
wait, Kaiser, that's a character?
Oh, it was it? I don't remember those years. It's kind of like being in the Grateful Dead from 68 to 72. I don't.
It's about right. That's on bro.
All I know is that Parker came into LA with a suit, and he left with a beard and no sleeves on the shirt.
More than once too. It's
Wow.
You're lucky you left with a shirt.
All my friends, Jake, Hambone, they got all nice things to say about me.
Yeah.
It was weirder when I left with more sleeves than when I started with. That was the weirdest part.
Well, that's because you went home with some girl's shirt on. That's why. Weirdo.
I call that a win.
That is
Okay?
a win. Absolutely.
So awesome.
If you're getting a girl to give you the shirt off her back,
That's right.
That's magic.
Parker's
That's a
playing
magic
his
trick.
cards right. Yeah, Parker's
That's a
playing his
magic
cards right.
It's gonna light a candle.
That's a nice classic thing to do. Yeah.
The room stinks. I mean, I was lifting weights all day. I gotta.
The humble brag.
Just all day. He was just stopping as he was getting
All
on.
day
He was like,
long.
Where's the beach, Kaiser? Where's the beach?
I
you
started
consider your
lifting.
drink a weight? Because then I'd probably agree with you. You probably were lifting weights all day.
I mean, I was lifting big ones, the big 400-pound fuckers.
400 pounds.
200
What are
in
you
each
juicing
arm.
up for?
What's that?
What are you juicing up for?
I'm in the Olympics for the belly flop. They're bringing that in this year.
Nice. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, I feel like I'm America's best shot at taking home the gold in that category.
Hell yeah.
Witt's
gotta get
training me. Witt's training me. He's a
Yeah.
I don't know if you- Witt's
Man can't stay out of your corner.
he's a great swimmer. He knows a thing or two about the aquatic.
He plays lifeguard. Is that what you're saying?
The aquatic arts.
Oh man. That's the new dungeon. Is about the belly flop competition.
Piggy
Well, that was
Smalls.
the audition to get in. I mean, that
To
was
answer.
That makes sense.
Yeah, to
These are
answer,
behind the scenes secrets we never got. Was the
Thus
belly
the-
flop to get in?
Plus the needing the extra shirt.
when
protect
Paul
the belly.
came to Manhattan Beach, we had a belly whack contest in the ocean.
That's fair.
And then
Oh.
Greenpeace tried to roll the both of us back in the ocean and try and get us back home. So we were out to sea for a while.
They're right.
Or Mark Ellis picked us up in his yacht.
Okay, I want to see that. Someone should have been filming that.
I'm sure
Piggy
some.
Smalls
I'm sure
just had dinner. Piggy
That's
Smalls
not. It's not friendly for advertisers. Just.
Yeah.
There's a Nerd Chronic. It's gonna be a bonus sequence somewhere later on.
Yeah, come on, Eric. Find that for us. It's a new Avatar movie. It's just them. It's just them. Just them swimming.
Kaiser and PLD and all in blue.
How about those movie guys? They never miss, do they?
No.
Oh.
Never do.
They never miss, those guys.
So they messaged me with
No.
their idea, and they're like, "Is this in poor taste?" And I was like, "No, Ben would love it. Ben would love it. Please do that."
Yeah. What's up, Maddie Munoz? No, I mean, the movie guys do what they do best. I mean, they're the great unifiers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
Anytime you need a video done for anytime there's any kind of video tribute, like everybody's crying, everybody's talking how powerful, and they'll come out with something and make you laugh your ass off, and it'll just feel right and like feel. it'll just feel
Paul
good.
shows up with a clipboard and a bullhorn like he's Fritz Lang in 1940 trying to direct a horror movie, making sure everyone's doing their shit.
They shoot it, and then Whit makes it look good.
Preston
Yeah.
don't mess around. That boy, he's like literally like a cruise director on the Love Boat when you show up for anything with him. Witch just got it all, and he doesn't need a script.
No.
My favorite that they've ever done was the video Drew's reaction to a reaction of a reaction.
Smash the audience, right?
That's one of my favorite things I've ever seen.
What about the video they did where they intercut Smets saying Jarrell answering like, what 1968 Barbara Stanwyck film? And Smets like pauses and they cut it. He goes, Jarrell, right? I don't remember. Or Jarrell, I don't remember exactly it, but that was fucking hysterical.
Or the free for all they did it with the action figures.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh,
Did they? And then they announced They announced the New Hope. They were like commentators, like Bob Uecker and Bob Costas in the booth for A New Hope. I mean, Jesus Christ! Even my mom watched that one. These guys are funny. I'm like, yeah.
The best one was the original draft one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good too. That was a good one too.
That was a good one.
That's true too. They do that every year on What the Show. January 3rd, they do the year in review from like 3 days. Like, so they do the 2023 year in review on January 3rd.
Great. The amount of effort those two put in is just phenomenal.
For the sake of funniness.
I gotta hop out here in just a second, but thanks you guys for inviting me on. Kaiser, great to see you.
Always, pal. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, I'll shoot you a text sometime soon. But yeah, thank you guys for having me. It was it really
coming on.
You're gonna miss the best part of the show. For every $2 donation, I will do an impersonation of whatever Schmodown personality you want. You're gonna miss the best part.
I'll have to hang out in the chat.
Oh my god!
$2 is a steal.
Oh wow!
That is a steal.
There we go.
I might raise the price if my shit does really popping. Paul, you can negotiate the contract.
Here we go.
Yeah,
thank you for coming on, Parker.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Obviously,
Parker.
We need to do that.
To put this together to celebrate that. So thanks.
Take care, Mark.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you. Absolutely.
I mean, speaking of which, we're at what is it, $4,068. So we are getting so close to our goal.
Yes.
So if you guys want to scroll through chat, I don't know if someone's pinned it, but the donation link somewhere in the chat. And like you heard, Kaiser's going to do impressions for every $2. Does that mean that someone...
Name your Schmodown personality, and I will let it rip.
Justin wants you to do Danny from Brazil
for a warm up.
Someone tell me if he put $2 up.
Justin, you gotta throw us $2 to get it.
I would tell. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me
Gotta get it in there.
Here we go. Sound like a vampire.
Then he got like that funky hair, like
and
his
then
hair's like all like down like.
Right.
Yep.
I will tell you something, you motherfucker, Kaiser. Every time you try to make fun of your joke are fucking stupid. And just so you know, I'm going to fuck your sister. Just so you know, it's going to happen. No matter what you try and do, motherfucker. You are the worst human being on the planet. I just got internet yesterday here in Bolivia. And I'm going to spend the first day motherfucking you prick.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Pretty spot on.
That was really good. Yeah.
I can't wait to show Danny this. I'm going to clip
man.
it out. I'm going to send it to him. And actually, you know what? I'm going to send it to him. Tell him not to watch it. Everyone needs to make a pact right now. He's not going to watch. I'm going to tell him he needs to film his reaction.
Oh, yeah,
watching it and put it on
I
the
wish
internet.
I could have really prepared for that one.
Oh, we can go around and do it again later if you really want to. There we go. 10 impressions.
Oh, damn,
for
Jakey.
Jake.
Well, look, hey, you know,
Jake, you need to nominate an impression.
Jakey put his money where his mouth is. Fuck. All right.
Where's he got?
Yeah, who do you want to see, Jake? That's the thing. Is you gotta
Yeah.
unless you want to do.
Jake just said you got 10
Oh,
comments.
I just donated 10 myself also.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh,
All right,
I'm
I
gonna
can do
regret
it.
this.
I can do Harloff. You can do
Harloff?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
You remember Starcade 87? It was Ricky Steamboat and Bobo Brazil, okay? They were in a cage match. You're Bobo Brazil, okay? You play Bobo Brazil. And Steamboat is going to be Kalinowski, okay? And you're going to go out there and look, don't say anything stupid, okay? Don't mention your dumb fucking show with you and Dagnino. No one cares about that show. Go out there and do the right fucking thing. Do what I tell you to say, okay? It's funnier when I write the lines for you.
Great.
There you go. Nice.
He could
I want
listen.
you, I want you to do Gucci. Kaiser, you've got to do Gucci.
Gucci, huh?
Yeah, you've spent enough time with the man to be able
you
to
know
do this.
more-
This should
more
be your
than most.
best. You should be your best impression.
You know, I was in Kentucky last weekend, and I bought some farm equipment. And let me tell you something: the farming business is back. The farming business is back, and I got in on the ground level. I got tractors. I bought a mule. And you know, nobody farms better than me. I'm the best farmer on the fucking planet. I mean, no, I grew up in the Bronx. I never grew corn, but everything I do, I turns to gold. So, you know, if you know anyone who needs a tractor,
this is
call PLD. He's negotiating for me. I made him go to Kinko's and whip up flyers for Gucci's plow and shovel service.
Yeah, the fact that he says that he's the best farmer on the planet
best
without
farmer that
ever
ever
farming.
lived. I've never farmed once.
Yeah, it's so Gucci because I remember being in a Zoom with him in which he said that he could beat any person in an athletic sport, and he wanted to do a Schmodown Olympics where he would test himself against any 20 competitors in any physical activity. And then he proceeded to tell me he swims the English Channel on a regular basis. So
He's training for the English Channel right now. I saw him at
he does it as a casual thing. He's
just in case they call him, he'll be ready.
That's his warm up.
Yeah, right.
That's what he does for warming up.
What about Roka?
Oh, you sure you want me to do that one?
It might get canceled, but go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, he's not here, so.
Well, he will be. You mentioned his name.
I do love Roka.
You mentioned his name, he'll show up.
I would have to
say his name 5 times into a mirror and he shows up.
Ooh, that'd be a tough one. I gotta. Do I have a pass or I'll come back to that one?
You can come back to that. Well, Jake also wants Koi or
Koi?
Winston. Yeah. There we go.
That's Koi.
Koi Gucci.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, valid.
That's it.
What about Winston?
Here's the thing about Daredevil. He's not really blind. You've all been scammed. Matt Murdock is a lawyer with 20/20 vision. That one sucked, but that was Koi.
That was Koi.
Yeah.
What else, Jake? Well, Jake wants. Can you do Sturger? Jake wanted you to see you do Sturger.
Yeah, I can do Sturger.
Oh,
I need a microphone. Okay, Kaiser. When we start rolling, leave the comedy to the professionals. Okay, just some advice. Don't make it weird. I don't want to be out here and things. Just take it easy.
Oh God,
that's actually completely legitimate. I saw that like live in person.
My very first day, she told me to leave the comedy to the professionals. I'm like, wow, I guess we're not going to be friends. And then, of course,
wow,
it turned out to be like that, you know. But I was like, damn, Smets, you hear what she said?
You have told her, well, I'm a professional.
That's so great.
I wouldn't call myself a professional. That made Tom and Brother Lotus. God, those are tough ones.
Wow. I think Tom would be the toughest.
God, I barely remember. I mean,
what about Frenchie? Come on, one of our own.
This is my Tom.
Yeah, that's a good start. That's a good start.
That's a good
right? He had that hand thing, right? He was like,
I haven't figured out the dialogue yet, but that's a good start.
He's like, I have Lindsay Lohan in my trunk. Next question.
You want to see a dead body?
I think we should do Kiwi.
Oh, good. I love it when people do the accent.
I'm
Let's
not
go.
doing. I'm gonna pass on that.
That's fine. It's fine. Most people do the Australian one just to annoy me, and that's fine.
Loomis would be like,
it's like Dusty Rhodes.
Be like, let me tell you something, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Yep.
I used to think that Jesus Christ was the greatest man to walk on the planet Earth until I met Bobby Gucci. He convinced me to choke myself out just as a test to see if I was worthy of being in Brother Gucci's faction.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Now donate $25 to the Brother Lomas Microwave Popcorn Foundation.
Okay, well, what kind of action guy would I be if I didn't ask for Guy or Bateman?
Holy fuck.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Gotta be like,
Here's-
like this, right? It's gotta be.
There you go. There you go.
There we go.
Guys, what are we doing tonight? We quizzing? We doing something? What are we, give me some Robert Altman real quick. Let's go through Altman. I'm gonna put him on the wheel. No, it's only 2 a.m. We got another 45 minutes. Come on. I'm up. I'm ready, guys. We got a match in 14 days. I mean, come on. Give me something.
Let me ask you.
Who played Caretaker in the original? What was that movie with Sandler? The football movie.
The Water Boy.
Water Boy or Longest Yard?
No, The Longest
Longest
Yard.
Yard.
You want me to tell you who played Caretaker in The Longest Yard in 1977? I can tell you that. I can tell you played Chris Rock played Caretaker in the new one. So I don't know, that's like Ben training. Guy, I'm not even gonna try and do Guy. Like that guy, he's in a category all his own.
Yeah, which guy do you do?
That's true.
I don't know. He'd be tough. I don't even want to try that one.
There's so many.
Well, you did Harloff. Can you do Ellis?
No, I don't want to listen. That'll end a friendship.
Oh wow!
He'll be like,
Oh,
Here's a good one. Here's a good one.
I can do Ellis. He'll be like, picture me just not shutting up, and he's like, well, that's not funny. Don't do that. Right. No, that's not funny either. That would be my Ellis telling me like my material shit. I don't know. Scott, I don't know Mance. I don't know Mance enough.
You don't know
that well.
Mance? Oh.
I never met him. I see him on the news once in a while.
Can you? Okay, Frenchie really wants to know if you can do a Frenchie impression.
I don't know. All those French Canadian fuckers sound the same to me, man. So anyway, we were at, I bought my nephew the Lincoln Logs, for Christmas, and the kid did he choked on the Lincoln Log, and now my sister's blaming me like I fucked up, I was like, well, the kid looks like a builder. I wanted to get him the Lincoln Logs, The last time I gave him a Legos, he sold them to the neighbor's kids, for $14. Hey, go Leafs.
There you go.
All right, that's 10. That's 10. I'm at 10, right? I've hit 10.
That's good.
Oh my god!
Maybe for $3 we'll do one. I don't know. Jake, exactly. Jake, I don't even know. Jake, I was just like trying to ramble
it's
and
a negative 10. Somebody took 10 back.
Yeah, I don't know. They can't all be great.
No, you didn't say good impressions. You just said impressions. Okay,
Yeah,
that's on people. That's
You know
on
what?
people for donating. We
true.
didn't specify that.
Money well
spent. That is a definitely good.
It wasn't even close to French. You just had a Canadian accent. The only missing is soaring about.
The only thing I can do is Frenchie saying taco. Taco. That's the only one I can do.
I feel like I had a good rip on him one day. I said he looked like Kevin Smith's not for shit cousin or something.
Yes,
What
yes,
did I call him?
absolutely. That was on a taco stand. It was
I
great.
forget what that one was. Yeah, those were the days, man. Who did play Caretaker in the original Longest Yard PLD?
Wow.
And the Adam Sandler one or the original one?
The original. Do you know? All right, I'll give you a better one. What NFL football player is in that movie?
Well, I
The
can tell
original
you,
Young
he played
The original.
Caretaker, played Michael J. Fox's dad in Teen Wolf.
Get
If
the
I'm not
fuck
mistaken.
out of here. Look at you, Soda.
Good for you.
Hey, man, all those fucking DVDs behind you paid off.
I was a lonely child.
Yeah, so like
And with that, he
like,
leaves.
like everybody on this stream right now.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can
poor
you do
Andrew.
Jake
Poor
Yakovita?
Andrew's making clocks for a living over there. He hasn't left that kitchen 4 years.
Kaiser, can you do Jake?
Jake Icavetta?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I could probably do it. I'd be like,
Here we go.
probably
Here we go.
like, you know something, Kaiser? You know something, Kaiser? You really are a fucking Yankee. And I'm gonna tell you, if you ever come to south of the Mason-Dixon line. Me and my cousins are gonna find you and fuck you up. We're gonna fuck you because you got no fucking talent, and you wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for Kevin Smets. And maybe if you started to admit that to yourself, you could start your life over.
That's pretty good. It's a little smarter than he sounds, but it was close.
Oh wow. Jake slander.
Yeah, but Jake, at least what I was saying was probably shit that would come. I might have not had the accent, but
it's pretty close.
I
Pretty
just
close.
figured slander myself, and that's Jake doing an impression.
There's a cigarette and a few Bud Lights. That's all.
You're just missing the smoke. Yeah, exactly. We
Okay,
better
so
have gotten our
point of
money's worth out of that
Right.
shit. Jesus.
Okay, so point of order, I am terrified of cutting Kaiser off. Scared for my life, but people are asking me to play a clip before we transition into the next topic. So I gotta get through this. So this is from another show that I did with Ben and Soda, where I gave him a quote, and they had to guess if it was from Doctor Who, yes or no, and if so, guess which doctor said it. And this was right at the end. Ben thought he was out. He was trailing by about 4 points, and then like out of nowhere, Soda missed, and Ben got a 2-pointer and tied. And we went to sudden death on this question alone. Mr. Ben, potentially for the tiebreaker or the win.
No, not your house.
And I just said no.
Which is why Arceus created a universe with 3 states of matter.
Ben would have known. Ben knows his house. Congratulations, Ben.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are tied.
He took such pride in things like that.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He was when it came to trivia, like he wasn't the most confident player, but he's actually sneaked out some pretty good wins for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He beat me and Soda in Inner Geekdom, by the way.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He loved those matches. He used to tell me
he-
all the time about them.
Was he an Inner Geekdom guy? That was his shit.
Yeah, so over on Roka's Patreon, there was a Patreon Movie Trivia League that myself, 50, Ben was involved, Raiko, who was on there earlier, and yeah, the three of us were primarily Inner Geekdom for sure.
Nice.
And then 50 and I were a team, and because he's Israeli and I'm Canadian, we named ourselves the Allied Powers after Lex Luger and the British Bulldog.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We got less than 400 to get to our goal.
Yeah, we're getting there, guys.
Just another 5,000 impressions for Kaiser. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, no kidding.
Listen,
Come on, guys.
I got
Come on.
I got a video. I got all kinds of shit I can put out there. Like, I don't know. These impressions aren't easy.
Can you do celebrities?
Oh God, no.
Oh no, he can. As we found out
once
about
did
him during
I,
the Matthew.
I ate Morgan Freeman's lunch once, and I kind of like. Sometimes I do him getting mad at me. So that was. That's probably the only-
That's good.
So I have one, and I know you should be able to do this because you paid homage to the guy in your Schmodown promos there, Kaiser. I want you to do Road Warrior Hawk.
Ooh.
Well,
He can't slap himself on the chest, but
yeah, he's like, well, I remember he told me he's like, what have you been doing? And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm just coming. What have you been doing? Get over here. And then he'd slap me in the chest, be like, your chest feels like a goddamn coffee table. Get in the gym. And those fucking shoes are ugly too.
In that.
You hit a wall at one point. You're like, I'm trying to think of what. He did hit me in the chest, accused me of having a chest like a coffee table, and to get back in the gym. He told me my sneakers were ugly once. I'm trying to think of other things. Oh, he took me to a strip club and he slapped me in the chest, gave me a bunch of money, and said, "Have fun, kid."
How old were you?
18, 17.
There we go.
sounds about right. About tracks.
That's all right. From all
In
the stories you were
Florida,
telling.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hawk. Wow.
Yeah, no, I figured that would be one that you were able to do because I remember the time we had you on Northern Consultation back in the day, and that was one of the things we were talking about was your wrestling connection and like how you were friends with Road Warrior Hawk, and like for me it was like here Bobby the Brain Heenan, and I was like,
You'd be like,
And you go to strip clubs at 18 over there too.
no, you can't. But when you're with him, no one questions you.
I don't know if you know who Road Warrior Hawk is, Kiwi, but I'll bring him a picture to show you.
Legion of
Hey, Kenny, I'm taking your kid to the strip club, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, at 18 you can drink and go to strip clubs here. So I was very curious about whether you could like go to strip clubs.
He was in a golf tournament with my dad. It was him, Cecil Fielder from the Detroit, the Yankees, Mike Pagliarulo, Hawk,
Pags,
and Sammy Joya, who's a Rochester fireman.
That is Road Warrior Hawk, Jess.
Yeah, you don't mess with them.
Nope.
Yeah, he was.
yeah, okay.
He was a rare breed of human being.
James Cornette would say back in the day in Jim Crockett, there would be a lot of enhancement talent. They'd go to see the chart of who they'd be facing, and they'd be going up, and then you just see their face and their life like just leave them when they saw up against the Road Warriors.
Yeah. Because if you were someone who really tried to hurt somebody, it didn't go over well. But if you were the Road Warriors trying to hurt somebody, there was nothing you could say. You were the toughest guys in the room, you know?
Yeah.
I told you once that I saw him and Hawk at a club, or him and Animal at a club, a 3-story club, throwing lawn chairs off the balcony and keeping score of who could hit the most cars.
Who won? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but they would cut the owner of the club a check. I remember that much.
Wow.
Man, there's nothing
Yeah.
like old school wrestling stories like that, man. Back that was.
What's
such a
up,
different
Ryan? Good to
day.
see you, old
That's
boy.
why I love like the territories was a lot of fun. I don't know
Oh,
if you
yeah.
guys saw that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like my favorite wrestling podcast right now is Mick Foley's podcast.
Yeah, I got to listen to that, man.
It's worth
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
I
That's
listen, I
actually
listen to
really
episode every now and then.
Sorry?
How long has he had a podcast for? It's fairly new, yeah.
A couple months. Yeah, he's still relatively new. He does it with Conrad, and for some reason, I think those two
Is
are
that his
better.
son?
Pair.
Who's
No,
Conrad?
no, that's the guy that does it with Pritchard. But they got a really good vibe. Those two, it fits.
All right.
Nice. Very nice.
What do we think Ben's favorite double feature would have been? Does anyone?
The classic Kaiser question.
Oh.
Well, what does double feature be? Does
Back to the
anyone know?
Future 1 and 2.
Yeah. No,
That's
I would have
what-
said Eight-Legged Freaks. He loved that movie.
Yes.
Eight-legged freaks. All right.
That's true.
That's a movie.
Eight-legged freaks. Yeah, with the starring WWE wrestling champion David
Yeah.
Arquette.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, look at- yeah.
I'm just like, what? What are you?
You know what? The hell with it. Eight-Legged Freaks and Hook. I think that would be a good one for
Was
him.
he a big
Yeah,
fan?
yeah,
Oh, man.
yeah.
Top
Huge
five.
Hook fan.
Top five.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I saw that once.
So
Once.
yeah.
So one of the things we've been trying to do is we have been trying. One of the things we've been trying to do every hour, and we got lost in conversation, was we try to talk a little bit about a topic that Ben loved, and this one for this hour is Lost. Now I don't know who on here watched Lost. I did not.
I didn't either.
Yeah,
I watched
I've
the
lost-
first season.
I watched it all the way through. I don't remember a whole lot. It's been a long time. Never did
I came to the
rewatch.
show around the second season, so
Yeah,
I came
I've
to the show
never.
around the second season. I stuck with it till the end.
Yeah, but right from the get go. Or no, you know what? You're right. They ended the
Yeah,
second
we-
season too. I think my friend told me about it. And like I caught up, and then it was all in for the rest of the time.
Yeah, he did. Him and a friend of ours, Dave Lees, was actually doing a podcast about Lost, where they're reviewing I think it was every season or every episode or something like that. Like it was.
Yeah, we were doing every episode. Yeah, we were doing every episode. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember the best for me as a Red Sox fan, when like they started before the Red Sox won the World Series and broke the curse, whatever, and they actually incorporated that on the show. They had Dr.
In the
Linus
show,
was
yeah.
showing him the thing. He's like, "Now I know you're lying. The Red Sox are
Oh,
going
yeah.
to World Series."
Yeah, you tried to get me to watch
Yeah,
that
it's a
show.
fun- it's a fun one. It's a fun one.
I liked the first season. It was fun, but I mean, I was with a girl who loved the shit, so I watched the first season, and then, we broke up before the second season started, and that was it.
I actually watched Lost with Ben.
Nice.
It was I was not something I was really like. I didn't think I'd ever get into, but Ben was pushing me to watch it, and I was going to his place all the time. This was back when he was living in 2 houses ago, actually, years and years ago, and he had this like super fancy Lost box set. I remember it, and it was like all these puzzles inside it, and Ben like loved that show, and he wanted me to watch it with him. And
That's cool.
I always remember how shocked he was because I was playing around with that box set of his, and I just like I grabbed the lid and I noticed like there was this like loose piece that was on the underside of the lid. I was moving it around, and all of a sudden it falls off, and I think I break something. Then we both find that there's a secret disc inside he never watched.
Whoa!
And we got to watch some extra scenes that he never had a chance to find out about until then. And it's like, we both got a gift out of that.
How many seasons did that show go?
6
Probably
seasons.
Too many, to be honest with you.
It was 6 seasons.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it because around the time the 4th season came out, I believe the creators, I think Lindelof and Hughes, they said that they weren't sure how long they were going to keep this going. And then after the reception of the 5th season, they said, the 6th one's going to be our final one because they wanted to tie everything up. They were worried they were going to get canceled after the 5th season, so they're like, no, 6th will be our last one. We're going to try to tie up as much as we could. So a lot of hype was put around that last season for everyone's going, oh, we're going to get all our answers. And then so like, you're going to get a third of the answers.
Is that how it ended?
Right,
they only
right.
answered a third of the fucking questions.
Yeah, they didn't bother with some of the things that explains some of the things.
It's not.
Lindelof.
Yeah.
Well,
Like, they
basically,
said
It's
a
not
lot of
the
stuff
best.
from
basically, it's purgatory. The whole
Yeah.
show is them
That's
being
what I
in
always heard
purgatory.
about it.
Whoa!
no,
spoilers.
it's not. No, it's not.
Dave would say that's not true.
Now he's sabotaging.
No, that's
Brian's
one thing I agree with Ben too.
So just because we're already around the around hour, I've been asked to play another clip. This one is a clip that was sent to us by a good friend of our shows, Adelia. So here we go.
Hey guys, Adelia Chamberlain here. Sorry I'm not with you tonight, but I am incredibly sick right now and just not up to being on camera. I wanted to share a few thoughts on Ben and what an absolute sweetheart he was. I didn't know him as well as some of the other people that are on the stream. He and I had only really started talking over the past, I'd say 8-9 months or so. And it's really hard for me to think about the fact that he's not here anymore. I'm gonna miss just him sending me a message, sometimes on 2 or 3 different social media platforms, because he didn't know which one I'd answer on. Just saying, hey, hope you're doing well. He checked in with me a lot after I had my back surgery, and checked in a bunch during the holidays as well. And one of the last conversations that we had, we were talking about casting for Marvel movies and how the MCU just seems to always get it right. And I'm gonna miss having conversations like that with him. I know that he was a huge fan of the Schmodown, and it was an honor to watch the final Schmodown Spectacular with him on stream on the Let's Get Ready Network. He was kind enough to join us that day, and he was messaging me a bunch about that, and anything that we needed him to do, he was willing to do, and I'm gonna miss him. I'm gonna regret not getting to know him better sooner as well, because I should have, and he deserved that. He was a pillar in this community, if you ask me. And the fact that he's no longer here is something that's still kind of unfathomable to me. But I just want to send my best wishes out to Ben's family and his friends and everybody that loved him, because he was a very special person. And I really hope that he is at peace somewhere up in the stars. Gonna miss you, Ben.
Yeah, she pretty much says it for all of them.
She nailed it, man.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like I knew Ben for 2.5 years, and I really do wish he was in my life a lot earlier. I probably could have used him earlier, if that makes sense.
Yeah. earlier and longer.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, he. You know what? For a man who had a disease that unfortunately doesn't have a long life expectancy, from what I read, he still managed to live a pretty long life for 35 years.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
To quote the doctor, some people do get more life in 20 years than others do in 80.
Yeah, that's true.
Very true.
Yeah, and it never really, it's funny. He was just so, you never really, to me, it never stood out to me. It was always like he dealt with it his way and made everything, he made himself the center of his own universe, which is that's what we're here to do in an unselfish way. But, I mean, I think he made himself the center of a universe that, attracted all of us. If you think about it, like, I don't think he acted one bit like anything was wrong with him or anything.
And like from conversations with his family, it sounds like he hadn't been doing too well and last a while. And I don't know. I can speak for myself. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I didn't know. I couldn't tell.
He looked great in the video with Preston. He looked great. Sounded great. So.
No, he never let on that anything was going on. I think he felt like he didn't want to
No, I would be the same way, Paul. I mean, he just took it on the chin and was tough about it.
That's what his mom said to me was, to us, he wasn't the sick guy. And it's true. Like, I knew, but I mean, it only came up if he ever talked about it. And I only recall twice that happening in 2 years.
That would have been him talking negatively. And I don't think I've ever really heard him talking negatively about anything. It seems like he's just a positive force.
The only time he ever was negative about something is
Probably maybe telling Soda to fuck off. Maybe that's the only thing.
Yeah.
We have video of that.
Oh yeah, we actually read of that.
Oh, I can find it.
I definitely want to see somebody to
fuck off one.
Yeah, fuck off one's all right.
Okay, yeah, I'll play it again. That was a classic one. You didn't see this yet, Kaiser. So basically, we were giving Ben shit. They were giving Ben shit in the chat, and then let's leave it at that.
Well, Ben's got advice for all you guys.
I know, we saw it. We said thank you.
Yeah. Well, he spelled Schwartz wrong. There's a T, isn't it? Isn't it T?
It's also
not Schwartz.
And also it's Schwartz, not Schwarz, but okay.
Sorry, Ben. I wanted to show him appreciation. Instead, we just tear him apart. So mean.
We love you, Ben. We still love you.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, we just had no viewer there for a second because
that's to me is a clip that'll never get old.
That was actually one of the rarest times Ben actually stunned me. He actually shocked me because even then when they were dogging him, I'm just like, I'm just gonna be training thought here, and then all of a sudden he pops up like, "Fuck you!" I'm like, wait, did you just say that? He's never ever said that when I've ever been on screen with him.
That's great.
Classic, man. Nothing like it. Kaiser, you're busting balls.
Yeah.
You know how that is. It shows you really love somebody when you're busting their balls like that.
Right. That's like that's how I always try to tell people. It's just like, if I'm making fun of you, it's because I have a legit.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got to get that at this point. Like,
yeah,
especially around here. Like, we're
in this community.
Some
of the shit that we deal with, it's always good to have a laugh.
Now you just roll with the punches, or you just like you're.
Seriously. I mean, the punches are one of the best parts about it. You got to laugh at yourself, and I think Ben was happy to do that. Ben always seemed like he was happy to laugh at himself, like just like everybody else as well.
Yeah. Whenever he saw the opportunity, he definitely would take a crack at himself.
He always went for the jokes.
Yeah, usually sometimes for the jugular too. You ever sometimes he went for the jugular.
I mean, I have another clip that I can show that expresses exactly what you're just saying.
Yes,
roll it.
So everyone who knows me and my love of Doctor Who, everyone knows that there is one thing I don't like, and Ben never missed an opportunity to bring it up, as he did in this clip right here.
I mean, honestly, it makes sense given that they're like the Daleks are in a jungle environment. Like last thing leaves to be grinding their gears. You
know what grinds my gears? I'm sorry.
Oh my god. What is happening?
Oh, I know what grinds your gears. I'm not going to say it, but I know what grinds your gears.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what we did-
zone.
Joey, you set me up, man. You set me up.
I don't
No,
think
man, you're just determined to bring that up whenever you feel like it. And just like last time,
Oh my god.
Oh my God, Mothman.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Well, all I'll say is what goes around comes around.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, Dagan said it right. We had a lot of fun trolling 50.
You gotta take it like a champ.
I
50, that's
I did not have fun with that, but yeah, you did.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, like 59, we did the show with Ben on Saturday mornings, and obviously, like, that's not going to continue, but we are going to be doing some different, and the title of the show is actually in honor of Ben. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah, it's you want to just say it now, 50, since we're both here?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you want to announce it?
So basically, what we're going to do is, because like I'm Canadian, 50's Israeli, like I mentioned earlier, what we're going to do is every week we're going to do 1 week he's going to teach me something about Israel. The next week I'm going to teach him something about Canada. And the name of the show is taken from one of Ben's favorite TV shows, The Big Bang Theory. It is Fun with Flags.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll be debuting that in next week.
Just make sure y'all enunciate when you tell everyone the name of your
You want to show the thumbnail?
show. Don't get yourself in any
you wanna show
hot
the
water.
thumbnail?
You can go either way. You probably should show the thumbnail 50. You probably should show them.
So it's been updated on the bottom, so we are at $4,193 donated.
That's awesome.
Almost $4,200.
Thank you,
That's
guys.
awesome.
Thank you so much, everybody.
How long have you been on for? How long? What time?
This is hour 4.
You made that much that fast? Wow.
We got our goal in the first hour, which was $2,500.
Awesome.
Yeah.
When you think about it, that's $1,000 per hour.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Good for everybody, man.
That is true. Without doubt.
Yeah. It's all
Yeah.
going to the
And
foundation
again,
and the family. So yeah,
That's a high class strip club
great.
there, Kaiser.
A special thanks to everyone that's been donating. And again, $1 or $450 doesn't make a difference. Thank you for any donations, and also people who've been commenting. Let's keep it up, guys. But again, thank you, everyone.
It is.
Yeah. And then, of course,
Always like
well, they mentioned earlier, thank you once again. What's the show? All their streamers.
As Christian would say, I think is fitting.
Right. And then, to hear like what the show's going to be donating all their Streamlabs donations for the month of February, the rest of the month or whatever to this cause is just, it's great to hear.
Those guys are great. Yeah. They're some of the best people also, man. They're funny as hell too.
No, of course. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of funny people in this community.
This show are always fantastic.
Man.
Got a lot of community. So earlier in the live chat, Ben's mom asked if you could show the full picture of Ben, the one right behind us.
Yeah.
So I took the liberty of uploading it to the brands. Here you are, Mrs. Rayner. This
There
was
you go.
photoshopped by my mom, and she also made 2 more, like this.
Yeah, that's a great
Oh,
and
that's
we
cool.
also have
That's really cool.
this one as well.
That one. That's the one. Yeah.
That's the best movie of all time. Number 1.
That is
Fuck what the AFI tells you. Back to the Future. Number 1.
Yeah, I said, Kaiser, you'll appreciate this. I said it earlier, since Ben's passing, I had a framed Back to the Future poster, and now it's sitting in front of my computer, so he's as a reminder whenever he's around.
Right.
Nice. Nice.
I was worried you're going to turn it around and have a girl in a cage or something, but thankfully,
hey, get back in there!
Thankfully, you weren't bluffing.
Well, at least you don't have
God.
Lindsay Lohan in the trunk of your car.
Not like Tom, no.
Yeah, knowing my luck, it's Ken Jeong in The Hangover jumping out of the trunk of the car.
Kaiser auditioned for that role, didn't you?
Mr. Chow?
Yeah.
I would love to play that character. That's the best character in movie history.
That is the first time I'd ever seen Ken Jeong in anything, and the first thing I saw was this tiny dick.
That fucking character
Oh my God.
is in my top 3 all-time characters.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
That absolutely makes sense. I could totally see you loving
I
that.
watched that shit and I laugh the 30th time like it was the first.
Yep.
When I watch Ken Jeong play that character, it is just
So good.
so fucking
Dude, them
money.
waking him up in the third one. See, when they wake him
Makes
up
me
in the
want to
toilet
watch
is
this shit
one
now.
of the funniest.
You definitely have to get that
Oh
trick
my
done. I would
god,
have
it's so
that.
good.
Might have to. Might have to. I have to rewatch it.
Do you watch Will Arnett's show on Netflix where he's like a detective and the actors don't know the script?
Yes.
Oh,
the fuck's the
the
name of that
Murderville,
show?
the Murderville, cases or
Murderville,
whatever?
yeah.
Murderville.
So Ken Jeong's on one
Oh
of
my
those
god, it's so
episodes,
funny.
and it's so good.
Did you
'Cause
see the holiday
these actors,
special, the Christmas one?
Yeah, that was great. That was probably the best one they did. But
Nice.
it's it's like an improv show to a degree because like whoever the special guest, Jason Bateman, Maya Rudolph, Ken Jeong, whoever, show up on set with no knowledge of the script and just have to roll with the punches. And then Arnett is kind of low key directing them
Okay.
as they go along. And it's I don't know.
Oh,
For me,
it's-
I think the shit's
it's
hysterical.
I love
It's
Arnett.
hilarious.
One thing I'm looking forward to is the Community movie.
The what?
The Community movie.
Community movie.
I never watched Community, but I saw Workaholics
yeah.
got canceled.
Yeah, they got canceled. What, 2 weeks before they were filming?
Someone will pick that up. I mean, some streamer,
That was
somebody
another
has to have
great
enough
show.
brains and balls to do that movie.
All right, Jake, man.
Yeah,
Thank you
another
very
great
much for
show.
joining. I look forward to
Jake.
seeing your design. Yeah, thank you very much, man.
Thank
Good
you
night,
for
quitter.
everything, Jake.
Quitter.
We'll see you at Bible study tomorrow, Jake.
Yeah, guys, we're less than $2 away from our $4,500 goal. So
Sweet.
Great.
So
So
close.
for-
getting close.
Say it without the
Guys, we're
combos
almost
in your
there.
mouth.
Yep. 42
And forgive me, how much-
now, guys. 40.
42-13.
Mhm.
All right, man. That's close. That's
Yeah.
getting close.
yeah,
Paul, close that gap, baby. Got that checkbook down.
That's right.
All right,
baby.
there goes Dagan.
Hanging.
50. You want to play another clip?
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, sure.
Keep 'em rolling.
So
What we got?
I think we should go for the context because what you saw in that last clip where someone, not gonna say who, showed a picture of the Mothman, as they call it, was a miss that I had on one of Taco shows. One of my favorite Doctor Who aliens that I missed on the Doctor Who, on the Star Wars alien game show. Yeah,
Yeah.
Here's
I'll
the
be
guy-
the loop.
here's the guy that caught me, and Ben and Soda never missed an opportunity to bring that back up again, to shut me up whenever they wanted to, until one day I finally had my sweet, sweet revenge when I brought them on my Doctor Who quotes game.
Oh, there.
I hit yes, in the war doctor.
And Mr. Sodes?
Yes, and 12th.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Clara, I don't think there's any way that you can understand it.
I don't believe this. I put this on here for you, and you missed. I thought, sure. Oh, by the way, that's.
So you got us both.
I put it here for you guys because I thought you would get it.
People are gonna have fun watching this episode.
Oh,
Here's a change of pace. It's not 50 screwed up. It's us. For eight. Not gonna lie, when he didn't make a noise while laughing, there were parts of me was like, "Oh, easy breathing."
I love watching that boy laugh. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
He was just the smile, the laugh. I mean,
True
very
delight.
singular, brother. Very singular, as I'll say.
Definitely, it was a badge of honor whenever we could make him break. And
Holy shit!
Oh yeah.
I
Absolutely.
would catch him like starting to smile, like he knew I was like ready to tee something up, and in anticipation, I'd see him start cracking, and I would always go for the jugular to try and get that kid. You know what I mean? So it was nice to see that clip and see him smile, man.
we got a lot of clips of him laughing and stuff like that. Yeah.
That's what you want to see right now. You want to see him having fun and have the celebration aspect of the man's life, despite the sad passing. But we can do is remember the good times, man. I mean, that's for everybody. You know, it's just what we do. You know, we're sad and then we celebrate. So
live on
you guys
that
are
way.
Doing
That's
a
how they
great
live on.
job, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
just like the Doctor, we all move on.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah,
that's very true.
Yeah, I don't know if you had a chance to meet his mom, Kaiser, but his mom, you could tell he comes from good stock.
I can tell. I can tell.
Yeah.
I haven't met anyone in the family yet, but
Yeah, we had his younger brother Jake on in the first hour.
Oh, my heart goes out to them all, and I'm sure they're special people because he was a special kid.
Oh yeah, so I'm gonna just speak a little bit about his funeral here because I watched it. 50 watched it, like a bunch of us gathered here in StreamYards and watched it. And one of the things that was brought up the most was how much his family had no idea just how important he was to the community, and to see the love that was outpouring for him after he passed for like 2 days. They didn't know. So that literally, I'm pretty sure every speech at his funeral was that was a point that was made that we made him. We were there for him when he needed us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We will.
I never said no to the kid.
Yeah, me neither.
Unless, obviously we all have conflicts, but I mean, if he asked me to do anything, I was there.
Absolutely.
I'll probably have to call it soon. I'm actually got work to do tonight before the 49er game tomorrow. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got the Bills Sunday, the 49ers Saturday, so I got to get all my work done. Oh, his mom. Is that his mom who just chimed in? No one knew.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes.
Isn't that wild? Just to
And
know
my
this
favorite
whole
name,
other.
the French Taunter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they know.
Yeah, and that was one of the things we were talking about earlier. It's like he didn't talk to us much about his private life, and the other way around either. We didn't talk, like they just wasn't crossed. So, yeah. Yeah, and you definitely saw that. Definitely saw that with the outpouring.
Oh yeah, hundreds for sure.
Oh, easily.
Oh, that's sweet of her to say that.
Oh yeah, no.
His mom's a treasure.
Oh yeah.
She keeps being like, "How are you doing?" I'm like, "Why are you like it's feel like I'm not doing enough for you."
After Ben's passing, she finally joined Twitter, and she was having a hard time navigating it. But now she's getting the hang of it, and she's been sharing pictures of Ben as a child, and it's really
wow. That's
because
sweet.
we didn't know he did karate.
Yeah, he'll fuck you up.
He was keeping that under his belt until we met him. That's the thing. Is he was like, "I've got all these things hidden that you're not going to know
all just
about."
love to see him like roundhouse Jake Icavetta in a bar parking lot?
Oh yeah.
Just go straight
I would
down.
have paid him. I would have paid him for that
I'd be
one.
handing him just a bit of chain, be like, "Go for it. It's fine. We've got your back, buddy. Let's go."
Yeah.
I mean, Jake could be an easy target at that point, but
Fair enough.
He was a brown belt.
Brown belt. Wow, impressive.
Wow.
That's impressive.
And the fencer, really? That actually.
I didn't know about fencing. Wow.
Yeah, I guess you would know, wouldn't you? There.
Yeah.
And archery.
Archery? Wow.
Man, he's hawking.
Wow. Bitch is one of the Avengers. He could do it all.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Roadhouse.
Yeah, he was a bouncer too. You didn't know that? He was a bouncer at the Double Deuce.
Yeah, no kidding. Remember, guys, be nice.
Yeah, seriously.
So he can kick your ass in so many different ways at once.
Pretty much.
None of us
Also
knew.
a ninja.
No wonder
Really?
he was like, "We should meet up," and I'm like, "Yeah." Now I'm like, wonder he was just gonna be like,
Yeah, that's why you wanted to have me over to get a sparring partner.
"Oh gosh, he beat me. He beat me."
I've got enough chatting.
Or a punching bag.
Was he into
Yeah.
kung fu movies and all that shit?
Karate Kid.
Adventure more than Eastern cinema.
Oh yeah,
Really. Swashbuckling,
yeah.
sword fights,
Adventure movies.
a prince in disguise. Those sorts of ones.
Yeah,
Ah, okay.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. That is
I'm
just
sure.
something I've heard a lot. Yeah.
That's great.
He's one of us.
because I don't know if this is true or not, but I think I heard at the funeral that no one really knew about this alter ego that he had online
Yeah.
until
I-
very close to his passing.
I mentioned it, and yeah, his mom commented like they literally knew nothing. Like his brother Jake had mentioned, like he talked to him a little bit, but it was two separate events.
Oh wow. Isn't that wild?
understand
He really was a superhero after all.
Basically,
There you go.
Yeah. That's kind of like PLD and his crackhead friends. His family doesn't, his wife doesn't know about
That's
where he
true.
goes right after work at 8 in the morning when he breaks shift.
It's usually with Gucci, actually, but it's.
yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, he's probably the guy opening the front door at the crack house at 8 a.m.
He's the bouncer.
Mhm.
Yep, 100% Haskell. And some of you guys weren't on when I said this earlier, but he is buried at Mount Sinai Memorial Park Cemetery because he is a person he's of Jewish descent. So one of the things when I found that out is like, okay, let's go see who he's buried with. So first off, he's shares the same graveyard as Bob Saget, which you would love. Sid Caesar.
Nice.
Yeah. Mr. Roper, Mama Cass. Bonnie Franklin, Carl Freund, director of Metropolis. Who else would we
I didn't realize he was an LA boy. I didn't realize that.
He was an LA boy, yeah.
That's news to me.
He was
Don
a star.
Don Rickles.
Oh,
there you go.
The GOAT.
Father of the Sherman Brothers, who did like Mary Poppins and stuff like that. And this one tickled me. Wendy Jo Sperber, Marty McFly's sister from his favorite movie. Yeah. So he's definitely with some good company there.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no, I get when I saw Don Rickles and Bob Saget, I could just see Ben like front row at the comedy show going on right now. Because I mean, who else could get away with calling you a hockey puck? Don yeah.
During the funeral, someone also mentioned.
I think I let y'all take it from here.
Okay, Kaiser.
Thank you
Thank you very much for joining us, man. Thank you for all the laughter. Thank you for remembering to spend with us. This was a good time.
It's always good to see you, and 50, bless you, and your 600 millimeter lens that we're all looking at you from. Bless your soul. Jess, we'll get up soon. We'll try and put a show together one of these days. Paul, you can help me move a refrigerator tomorrow. Okay, just about 11 a.m.
All right, I'll be over.
All right, cool. I'll see you all sooner than later. Lots of love to Ben, man. He was a sweetheart.
Yes, sure. Take care, Kaiser. Thank you very much.
Take care, y'all.
Sure.
I think I'm actually going to have to step off as well.
Fair.
I do have to step off as well.
Here. It's 10:30 for us on the West Coast, and I don't want to see it.
It's almost 1:30 here in New York, but I'm
you're in New York? I thought for some reason you were West Coast.
Nope, I'm an East Coast guy. I went to a lot of West Coast events toward the end, especially the
Yeah, he was just at everything. That's why people thought that.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. I'm everywhere. I try to sneak in. I'm very stealthy, but then I get there and
yeah.
But love you guys so much. I really appreciate being asked on. It was an honor to be asked on to this.
Yeah, you were one of the first people I wanted on because Ben really respected you guys that called to action, and he really respected you as well. So it was just a natural to have you on.
That feels great to hear. I mean, I knew that he was definitely always in every one of our chats and and he talked to me all the time about different things. And I wish I could have been on it. I wish I could have been on his show. It's one of the biggest regrets I'm going to have now. But God, I love him. I loved him. I love the family. Much love to the family, and much love to you guys as well. We're all here together. Just don't cry gets over smile because it's happened. I know that's a cliche saying, but it's true. It's really true. So
yeah,
take care, guys. Much love.
Right. Thank you very much, PLD.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, who should we?
So, before we move on, do you have could you just make a mental note of how many impressions Kaiser owes us still? I think I'm at 198 so far. So
Jess, can you hold on to that?
Well, I'll follow him up on that. He has to do a show with me, so I'm going to make him do all 200 in a show.
Yeah. Oh, that would be great. Ugh.
Love it.
Yeah, it kind of seems we're yeah. What do you guys want to talk about now? We've been going on for 4
minutes. Before we go on, I just want to say a special thank you for the whole crew and also Andrew and his brother for making this happen. This was a lot of work. Last 2 weeks, we've been putting a lot of work into this. So I just want to personally thank you guys as well to put energy for Ben and Ben's family. But we're doing a great job, and it's because of you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think we should bring all of us on for that one, right?
7 of us, we might as well just all be on because
thank you guys.
Everyone here worked with Ben for quite a while, so it just feels right. You want to play another clip or something? Sure.
We're about to get emotional if we sit here in this.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Yeah. Coming on, we're all going to start.
Yeah.
So.
Here's a good one. Now we all know. I talked earlier about how much Ben loved his backgrounds and doing special effects during the show.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Here's one that I really enjoyed.
Oh, God.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Why are you
don't
shaking
know
your...
you don't know why I'm face palming. Okay, so since you mentioned chaos, let's bring in the harbinger of chaos on this channel. Whatever the hell this is.
Oh! I've seen this, but this is the most awesome thing ever. Love it, Ben. Love it.
Yeah, hi. You have my money, but you don't have my mind.
Well, we do have your headphones, apparently.
I didn't see that one.
That's so great.
There's actually a sequel to that one.
Great.
There's actually a
Yeah,
sequel
there
to
is.
that one. Should I play it
Oh.
now, or should we save it for
Yeah,
another
let's go.
discussion that we were supposed to have by now?
What?
No, bring it.
The other clip involving that one.
Play it.
Yeah.
All right, so
We heard you
Can-
celebrate Ben. Let's just watch Ben.
Absolutely.
I kind of wish someone who was supposed to be on right now was on here by this hour, but guess we'll just have to do it without him. So here we go.
Am I the oldest person on this panel? Even with all the timey-wimey stuff?
I'm 22 years old.
Okay, yeah, I am older because I'm 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 35.
Oh,
Oh, so Ben's the oldest.
so Ben's the oldest.
That's why he's going to pieces on us. That's why we can barely see him.
I think I have T-shirts that are older than Ben. I'm pretty sure.
It looks like Ben has to introduce his parents at the Under the Sea dance, or else that's it for him.
Yeah.
All right, that's the line of the night. That was awesome.
Okay. Thank you for that, Snark.
I was like one of those moments where Ben was like, "Oh, I should have showed my face on screen."
Snark wanted to be here tonight. The thing is, he has a dart tournament, and apparently the other people are slow as fuck and not playing as they should be. So he might join later whenever he's finished. Can't promise anything, but he does says his hellos to everyone and wish he could be here right now.
So we do have still a few more tributes. So the next one I'm gonna play is actually a short one, and it is from friend of the channel, Rachel Silverstream, who is also one of Ben's show towards the end as well. So I'm just gonna bring that up. Play. There you go.
I was lucky enough to be one of Ben's last guests on his show, and he will be sorely missed. He was funny and soft-spoken, but sharp and witty, and had just such a giant heart and cared about all of us so much, and that is something that we dearly need in this world. So Ben, thank you for all of the good times. You will be missed. Love you, bud.
Yep, which is an sentiment that's going to be echoed quite a bit.
I think so.
That's what they say is grief is all the love that we didn't get to share with them while they were here. So
And there was a lot of grief.
we were in that
Oh
that
my
stream
God.
for the funeral, and
Yeah.
I don't think any of us coped very well with that.
No, and I think I was the only one who was able to see everybody.
Oh, I was just like, I should turn my camera off.
So I saw Jess with her like that.
I couldn't stay on for too long, but
Midnight was unconsolable.
Yeah.
50 had his parent. 50 broke his glasses somehow.
Yeah.
Oh,
me.
His
Only I
uncle,
could do
his
that.
uncle came up first, and his uncle broke me immediately, man.
God.
Immediately. That was oh.
Yeah, I may have at
But
two.
it was a beautiful speech. It was a beautiful speech, but just broke me.
I may at two separate points throughout that funeral made a guttural noise like Rocky did when Mickey died. Like, that was me.
He was our Mickey.
Yeah,
He was championing every single one of
Yeah.
us.
And it's funny you think about that because hearing us like continue on with his channel and stuff like that, and it's like he was because it's basically like get up, you son of a bitch. Ben loves us. That's what it was.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Ben loved us. We loved him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let's we got someone hopping back onto the stream, so we're gonna bring Dagan back on to join in the fun.
Nice.
Hey.
I'm gonna trim down the guests then.
Yeah.
Hey, Frenchie, fuck the Canadians.
There
So-
it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Like I said, we're gonna trim the guests. Might as well circle
Perfect.
Oh, I'm not done. There you go.
Now it feels like old times.
Oh yeah, good times.
Gotta bring back those vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I was gonna say earlier is that just Ben had one of the best sense of humor. This guy like totally knew how to take a joke and how to tell a joke. You could tell some of the clips that you played earlier. I mean, the dude, Breaking Ben. We've been talking about it all night. Like that's just great having that guy laugh and making us laugh. You know,
we're talking about sense of humor. There's one thing that hasn't been brought up that I think nobody talks about is he had great timing.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't want to have great timing, it just came naturally, you know?
Yeah.
And not everyone has that.
No.
All right. So, again, before we continue the conversation, we are at 4,213. We're so close.
Almost, guys.
So close for our second goal.
And so I believe the link is still going to be active for a while after the show, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so you guys can keep donating. But
I'll be reposting the link in the chat. Feel free. Again, $1, $1 billion doesn't make a difference. Even if you cannot do a donation, just leave a comment in the chat. Show some love to Ben. It's always appreciated. All right, back to the conversations.
Yeah, so what's the you want to just stop into our topic right now then, I guess?
Yeah, might as well.
Which was it for this hour?
This hour we have Back to the Future.
Which is perfect. Which is perfect because of that clip. Yeah, and that was Ben's movie. And actually, him and 50 were supposed to face off in a Back to the Future trivia match. It looks like it's not going to happen now.
Yeah, no, but Soda, I think in honor of Ben, we gotta do that now.
Yeah, you know what? I'm throwing it now. Me versus 50 in a Back to the Future match.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the power of love, guys.
Damn right.
It's the power of love.
You go back in
and
time.
You know what?
You have to make it. You have to.
Yeah. We're gonna have to double back and go towards it. For those who don't know, that is also a song from Back to the Future.
No, but I'm also saying another thing that he wanted to do. He challenged me to a Seinfeld match.
Yes.
Ooh. I think we got to do that also at some point. But I think the
soundbite.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So Dawn wants it on that, so that's gonna be a fun match.
Okay, I gotta rewatch it now.
Nope.
I just finished it, and I gotta rewatch it again.
Yeah,
Going blind.
But yeah, no, like Back to the Future was something that we talked about a lot. He loved that franchise like nothing.
Yeah, that was his Lion King.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to know what everyone's favorite one is.
Oh, mine, it's the first.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think might be kind of controversial, but I really personally like part 2. Just because I think it does that sequel thing of hitting some of the same beats from the first movie while also furthering the lore. Yeah,
it was intelligent. It was smart. It was like so intertwined, and again, like the its whole family aspect. It played on in the first one, played on in the second one in both different ways, but still played on the family aspect, which is really fun to see. The only one I don't like is the third one. I really don't get it, to be honest.
I think it's interesting. The third one I think is kind of the
I
weakest,
actually like the third one.
but
yeah,
interesting. Yeah, I think
it's
the third one's kind of the weakest, but it's not. It's not bad. It's actually good.
Disagree with
That's the thing. There's not a weak one in the trilogy. I feel like.
Right. Yeah. No, you're
I don't
right.
think it's weak. Third, I think there were 3 good choices. Really feeling character arcs, honestly. Like Marty actually grows in that third one because of the mistakes he's made from part 1 and part 2. Especially those great moments where he finally overcomes the whole thing of being called. Does Retro actually fix his whole character to where in part 2, the reason why he gets fired is because he's cold chicken. Like, it's something that he overcomes. Like, instead of just something like in part 1, where his dad just needed to stand up for himself, already had a whole trilogy arc of learning to.
I was gonna say, Don put in the private chat that he also likes number 3. That is his favorite.
Interesting.
It's my favorite one. It is.
It's a fun movie. Like,
now, in all fairness, it's because I saw it when I was a kid. No, in all fairness, it's because I saw it when I was a kid, and it's a Western, and he named himself Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the, but I love the movie. I really do love the movie.
Yeah, and
I really like it too. It's really good. I just like 1 and 2 more.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair. Oh no, look, one is still obviously the best.
Oh yeah,
movie,
it's a
but
classic.
I think I've seen 3 more than any of them. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it comes to like a different franchise, but I'm actually similar to Don on that. Like I have,
I like how 3 still.
I was just gonna say I love Ghostbusters 2.
There goes Ryan's internet.
Similar reasons.
Oh yeah,
Go ahead.
Ghostbusters 2 is amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sir. Go ahead, Ryan.
I think he's having technical
I just
issues.
heard Diggins comment. Might not be my internet.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I'm just gonna change camera.
Can I ask you guys something? You just brought up the Ghostbusters thing, but like Back to the Future, perfect trilogy, right? Don't feel like it ever needed any sequels. However, could they do it? Could they do like one of these legacy sequel type of deals where it's a new generation? You have Doc in there, but he's like kind of like Han Solo in The Force Awakens. You only see Marty for a little bit. Obviously, Michael J. Fox can't really do as much.
To be better than the Star Wars sequels for starters.
Well, there's one. There's one thing going against that.
The third one, so
there's one thing going against that, and I'm pretty sure it's that the 2 Bobs have it written in their will.
Frenchie definitively says no. Here's the thing: they would probably have to, if they ever did it, they would have to do it very soon because Christopher Lloyd is getting up there in age, and Michael J. Fox obviously his health and everything.
But that's the thing. The 2 Bobs said as long as they're around, it's never gonna.
Zemeckis would have to agree to come back and do it, and I just don't think he's ever gonna do that. Which I feel like could be the best. I'm totally fine with there never being a sequel and just having it be the perfect trilogy.
coming back. I don't think Zemeckis is ever going to go through with it.
No.
No, that's why I said it's the only way it will happen is when if him and Bob Gale pass away. But I'm pretty sure I've heard somewhere that it's in their wills that they can never do it.
That's maybe a good thing.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, like, it's hard to think as anybody else as those characters. Like, I know we almost got Eric Stoltz as Marty McFly, but you can't picture anyone else other than Michael J. Fox, fellow Canadian, and Christopher Brown.
Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah, I think this is one of those ones where
I've been on here for 5 hours. Leave me alone.
Let's look a bowl.
No, I actually have not had a smoke tonight.
But what do you do? I don't know what you do with it at this point.
Yeah.
That's just the
other
thing.
question.
And I'd be worried about it being one of these generic nostalgia kind of movies, like they're doing the same things that they do in all these Ghostbusters, Afterlife, Force Awakens type of thing, where it's like very, fan servicey, and I don't know if that would necessarily work with Back to the Future. Apart from the fact that yes, the second and third one do hit on some of the beats and kind of repeat some of the things from the first movie. But I just feel like this many years later, it would be really really difficult to like come up with any kind of story that worked. I feel like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what do? You have young CGI versions of them, and you go back to the first 3 movies. Like, I just feel like you can't like.
That's what I would think. They would do something like where he would come back and say, "We got to fix something, and we got to fix something we already fixed. Like something messed up and something we already fixed. We got to fix it again." It's like, all right, back to the enchantment under the sea dance all over again.
Yeah, fan service.
They did a video game about.
They may do an animated series of Back to the Future. Who knows?
Right.
And I like that way. I like doing going around the alternate route of continuing the story. Like I said, there was a video game,
it's animated thing,
comic book.
Yeah,
it's called Back to the Future, the game or whatever. But it's one of those like adventure-based point and click type games.
Yeah,
yes,
Telltale type games.
I played it. It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's not like horrible. It's the thing. Like,
no.
Yeah.
But also in the story itself, they screwed up the same timeline multiple times over.
Right.
Oh yeah.
They just can't do it anymore.
No.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It
Then you
has to
worry
be-
about like what
it has to
Doc
be
was
like-
saying. Break the very fabric of space time.
It's wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff, right? 50.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm saying. It'll have to be completely
got
different
here.
characters, a completely different
So
setting. but
we're
same
gonna
premise.
play another tribute video, and this is actually from someone who we just had on the show, who's actually also in the chat. Play it.
Nice.
Lou.
Play.
The play button's on the left, bud.
The triangle one.
There you go.
The one that looks like a play button.
Yeah.
It's not working. I know what a play button is. God damn it!
Then hit it.
You're supposed to click it, not hover over it.
Yeah.
All of this is space bar.
Oh, yeah.
What? Oh, this is.
Oh.
Live TV, folks. Gotta love it.
Yeah, we're gonna back that up for 2 seconds because technical issues. Yay!
Yay!
You gotta download it to your hard drive before you play it. Yeah.
It's okay. We'll fix it in post.
Yeah, we'll fix it in post.
Right.
Right.
Do I go edit
Boy,
5
boy,
hours?
How did I miss you so much, Dagan?
I miss you too, Frenchie.
I like how
I
sweet
love it right
Jagan was about it. He was like, I miss you too, buddy.
What I'm gonna do is, there is another tribute
I
video.
broke character. Sorry.
There is another tribute video that we can play while while Frenchie's doing that. This is actually from another guy who you probably have seen around the community and chats and stuff. That Brian Nussbaum, who's been on the shows with me and Ben before in the past. So he sent me this, which I just realized I got to share the screen. So just hold on a second. All right.
Well, like you say, Ben, great guy, great part of this fan community, talking film. Every time I watch like Capiel or let's say a Showdown stuff, I'll always see his name in the commenting, and I quite enjoyed him. Even though when he had the show Mouse Showdown, I was lucky enough to appear on the show. I believe it was an episode talking about corruption. And also, like, I had a great time appearing on his other show with sort of something about, I don't know the name of the show, but it was like a rewatch series on like Back to the Future 2. Also, every time I see him in the group chats, like Attainment, it was pretty good. Loves his presence. He's going to miss one of the most beloved people in this whole community. And also, plus, I appeared with him on Regional Network, talking the talk show, not talk show, I mean TV characters. And he gave some good insight on like TV shows like Lost. I don't remember what other shows there was, all other shows, but it's great talking with him. He'll be missed, and here's my video doing tribute to him.
That was really nice.
You're muted, so.
Muted me.
Yeah.
PLD hit it on the head. I think this is how we will finally get a Back to the Future 4. If Crispin Glover makes up with the Bobs.
Oh, shoot.
Never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen. Yeah.
When you play a video, that's where the echo comes from.
Gotcha. Okay.
And thank you for remembering to show up, Ferris.
Yay!
Only 4 hours and 40 minutes late.
Yeah, to quote Ghostbusters 2, better late than never. Yeah. So, Lou, you ready to play the clip?
My brain is like at 20% capacity. So
I'm hearing yeah.
At least you have 20%.
I got you,
It's been a long night, guys.
It is 1:45 in my area, so
Same.
Yeah, it
I'm
would
right
be.
there with you, man.
Late.
7:45 on a Saturday night here.
But look, we all used to.
It's
We all used
8:45
to.
here, and I've been up all night, so you know.
Did you just say Sunday night?
11 for
Saturday
me.
night.
can't-
Saturday night, and it's
Oh,
summer
okay.
here, so you know.
Oh,
it's all
okay.
now it
complicated.
says the video is invalid. Well, thank God the Kaiser came on, so at least it compensates.
We all used to stay up very late till the wee hours of the morning with Ben. So it's all fitting we do it again tonight.
Yeah. It's been a long time. Like I was just thinking about this earlier. The last time I did a stream like this, Jess, was when you did yours on your channel. That's the last time I did one. Yeah.
Okay, my food just got here, so I'm gonna pop off for a bit because I'm not eating on camera.
No kidding.
But I'll be back.
Enjoy your lunch / dinner.
It's actually dinner. So I mean, if I said lunch, it'd probably freak everyone out. So no.
It's dinner.
Yeah, right.
Dinner.
Okay,
Right,
things are
enjoy-
crashing. I need to
enjoy me
go.
some
I'll be
dinner.
back.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, we do have one tribute video, but I'm gonna play that last because I told the guy do about 2 minutes and he went 8.
That's so him.
It's Jordan.
You know a guy?
Wow.
You know a guy?
Yeah. Well,
You got a
this
guy
is,
for that?
actually, he was mine and Ben's first co-host when we started this stuff. So yeah, Jordan Anderson. He has
Fair.
what did he say?
No, the other one. The other one.
Yeah.
I would, but I would have to double the charge because it's you.
Ha! Exactly.
Yeah, he also said no one cares about Jess's futuristic nonsense because
The future must be so nice.
Sun'll come out tomorrow.
Yeah, no kidding.
I just want to go there because that's where all the games come out first.
Really? In New Zealand?
You get to
It's
see
one
like
of the,
the Marvel
it's one of the
movie,
earlier
like,
time
really.
zones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's one
guess
of-
so. Right?
Yeah. So when games come out, you set your Xbox
Oh.
or whatever to New Zealand time, and then you get the game early.
Well, that's good to know.
It's a great hack.
Yeah. Yeah, those
Well, I know a guy who's an actual pilot, so he just flies to New Zealand and gets everything and comes back.
Legit?
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. The guy's really big into Pokemon Go. And he's a pilot, so he flies to New Zealand and he starts like community days early and then flies back home to continue it, and then flies all the way back to the West Coast.
Oh my
Just-
god!
He's playing Pokemon Go worldwide in one day.
Tell me you have too much money without telling me you have too much money.
This has to be a show though. Like a dude just has his own plane playing Pokemon Go all over the world. Yeah, absolutely. I want to see that.
Guys, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna.
Pokemon Go on a ride. How can you do it on a plane?
Popping off, Tegan?
I was gonna say I hate to do this, but I gotta steal Ben's gimmick that Amaru was talking about earlier, and I've been sitting here for like nearly 4 hours, so I really need to go use the.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. So I will see you guys here again soon.
Oh, so he is leaving.
I'm leaving, but I may be back. There's a warning, Frenchie.
All right.
So what's our total at? Are we still at $4,200?
Yep, we're still at the
No,
42.
no,
13.
no,
We hit it. We hit it.
We hit it.
45.
$4,500.
Oh!
Oh my god, guys, seriously. Thank you so much.
Yes, I take back everything negative I said about you.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a discount on jerseys.
In the world.
Oh my god, seriously, guys.
In the
Seriously, thank you
clutch.
guys so
In
much.
the clutch.
Yes.
Ferris with the last minute save.
Yeah.
Well, last minute. We still have an hour and 11 minutes. So anything we have now is extra gravy.
Hey, that's
exactly.
awesome.
Yeah.
That is
And
awesome, man.
there's you rock.
Guys, that's so great.
That was incredible. That was incredible, man.
That's so cool. That's so cool, man.
Dagan stopped in the middle of his bathroom break to say, woohoo!
Hope you didn't drop your phone while they're in the middle of your bathroom break again. Okay.
Yeah. God damn, that is awesome.
That's
You
so
hear that,
great.
Ed? We did it for your boy. Well, now I can rest easy.
And even then, even
Yes.
okay. Yeah. We've broken the ceiling twice. Oh man, that's incredible.
Hopefully, yeah, that money's going to go to a great cause. So that's awesome.
And in the name of a great
So
man.
great.
Just
Yes.
put your hands up till the ceiling can't hold us.
Yeah, no kidding, eh? So 50,
So
we got
great.
plenty more things here to play. You want to play one so I can run to the bathroom?
Why not play Jordan's thing?
Yeah, you know what? Some of us have been in our seats for a little bit. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to play Jordan's video. It's about 8 minutes long. That'll give us, time to go to the bathroom and stuff. So how's about that work? Okay. Just give me 1 second here to bring it up.
Is it share screen or is it a brand?
No, unfortunately, it's too big, so I have to do it like this. So Lou, you're going to have to mute me after in a moment here.
what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Jordan Anderson, also known as the Movie Hero on YouTube, and I just wanted to get on here and give my thoughts about Ben Rayner. What a guy! Like when I heard the news about Ben, that was just, man, I was in shock. Probably like a lot of you guys. And yeah, he was someone that I am very proud to call a friend, someone who was one of the first people in this community to really reach out to me and be a friend to me. I remember when, I don't know if he was the one that necessarily created the Media Sweaties Network, but because I know he was such a humble guy, he would never take credit for it. But he certainly thought of me about bringing me in, the community to help be an admin for the group. Still to this day, I'm an admin, and I haven't really had a lot to do with that channel for a good while. But he trusted me and thought of me as a friend that he kept me on in that capacity, and that was a really fun channel. I know he was a big fan of the movie Trivia Schmodown, just like a lot of us were. I mean, I'm a massive fan, and we would exchange text messages back and forth talking about the Schmodown and like all our favorite competitors and our favorite teams and our favorite factions, all of that stuff. And it was a lot of fun. I know whenever we would tune into people like Christian Harloff to his channel, we would put in the Schmobots. We'd pay a little extra to do that. And then whenever I would hear one of his messages get put in there, because he would do it all the time, he would even do it on behalf of the Media Sweaties Network, which was cool, and wish people happy birthday or just give some kind thoughts. And he would do it quite often, actually, and then we would exchange messages back and forth about that. Hey, I heard your message on there. That was cool. Yeah, and thanks for the shout out, like that type of thing. And then also I was on. Well, actually, before we get into that, just going back and forth to the Media Sweaty Network was a really fun way to just have daily conversation with them, talk about our favorite things. Like the thing we loved the most was movies, TV, pop culture, all this stuff. And man, like he put together a really fun, cool group of guys that we would talk all the time about our favorite movies, favorite TV shows, have a lot of fun doing that. But then even like personal things from time to time too. Like I've even gone to Ben for a little bit of advice from time to time. And I'm also proud to say that I was part of the very first online show that I know about. Maybe he was doing some stuff before that, I don't know. But we had a show called Get Sweaty that was me, Matt Majot, 50 Shades of Geek, so Govin, and Ben Rayner. And yeah, that was so much fun. Like I know I came up with like some of the names, but man, Ben's stamp was all over that. I know he wanted to help come up with the graphic, with the intro. He was like really eager to do all that stuff, and it was a lot of fun. He's really good at that stuff. Like, and like despite any kind of a handicap or illnesses or anything, like that was never an issue, not even once. Like to any of us, we never even brought it up, and we just like to me, he was as normal as the rest of us. I mean, and like we had a blast. I could see it, the passion that he had, and he's also one of the guys that got me into Superman too. I was looking for some recommendations for some shows to watch, and he recommended Smallville, and so far I only watched the first season, so I'll eventually get there, Ben. I'll get to the rest of it, but man, that show's great. I know you would recommend it to me over and over again. Like, have you watched the first season yet? Have you watched it? I'm like, no, not yet. I've just been way too busy, Ben. Sorry. And then he's like, you got to watch it, man. Let me know what you think about it. And then I finally watched the first season, and yeah, it was great. And we never really got to go back and talk more about that. But I know that Superman was his guy because he was a Man of Steel. He was invincible. He was just this larger than life character that like just wanted to do good in the world, just like Ben. Like he just wanted to do good things, make people happy. And man, I will tell you that for the show that I have now, that I do over on the Movie Hero Network, the multiple shows, I went to him for advice for the intros, for the graphics, because he was killing it with his channel. He had like really awesome intros, really awesome graphics. So like I went to him one day. I was like, "Hey Ben, you got to tell me how you make those really sweet intros and the graphics. I want to get in on that." And like he gave me all the advice. He told me exactly where to go, who to talk to for all that stuff. And like I used a lot of his advice, and his stamp is all over my channel, like for sure. And Ben was just like a one of a kind guy that I was proud to call a friend. We would have so many conversations, both in and out of doing the show together, and I miss those days for sure. Like he was just one of those guys that just had a very humble heart, like and a love for everyone in the community. Like he just built up and he supported so many creators. I mean, he ran the Media Sweaties Network Facebook group just because of his love for all those people in the group, and he created this community and this family. And like I don't think that I'd be where I am today without him, because he kind of gave me that spark to and have the courage to jump on and do Get Sweaty, which was my first return. I had a little bit of my own show before that I started doing that was kind of inspired by like John Campea and Christian Harloff, some of those guys, but I had an issue with my computer. My computer stopped working, and I took about a 2-year break. And then from doing the Media Sweaties group, Ben was like, "Does anyone want to jump on with me and do a YouTube show?" And like I was a little nervous to maybe get back into it, but like he's like, "Come on, guys! And, like it'd be so much fun, it'd be a blast." He wants to do it with me, and then we got to talking to Matt Majot, and then next thing that you know, like the Media Sweaties was born. Now they call it, I think, Northern. I can't even remember, Northern Consult Group, or I probably totally butchered it. I had it pulled up here, but the Northern Countdown. So yeah, basically, like we would talk sports, we would talk about the latest movie news, and then at the end was the best part. We always have a top 5 countdown. We would just get on there. We talk about our favorite things. So we'd have a different topic every week, and we just break down 5 of our favorite things, and it was a blast. I really miss doing that. Hopefully maybe one day I can go back and do more of that. But Ben, you are a one of a kind guy. You are a friend, you're a brother. You really meant the world to me and to so many people in this community, and I'm sad that you're gone, but I believe that there's more to this life than just this life, and that eventually we'll be reunited with our loved ones. So I hope someday, in some place, somewhere, whatever you believe, I hope we'll be reunited at some point. But Ben, you are the man. You are awesome. I love Superman because of you. Like you're the number one person that got me into the Man of Steel, Superman. So thank you for that, for sparking that love and a love for all things in in this nerdy community of movies, comic books, TV, all that stuff. So much fun. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, I will be thinking about you for a long time to come. So thanks and stay sweaty.
And we're back. Some of us, at
What a
least.
great. What a great. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Soda, you're muted.
Yeah, Soda, we can't hear you.
Despite that being 8 minutes, I mean, just how much he was talking about his friendship with Ben. I'm actually kind of glad that's a bit longer because there's no way you can shorten the way he was describing his friendship with Ben. There's no way you can contain that to 2 minutes.
Yeah, and no, for sure. And I mean, I didn't know that Ben helped him with his channel. I actually did not know that, so that was pretty cool to hear. Yeah, that was just Ben in a nutshell. Always trying to help out what he could.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was being kind.
Yeah. Well, he was just
Very generous person.
Yeah. Yeah, and that actually was the last of the video tributes. So we don't have any more.
I have a few clips, I think, that we haven't played.
It's getting pretty late. So how about we just finish off the clips and then we'll just wrap it up there because we are at 5 hours already.
Yeah, guys.
Wow.
We're doing great.
Yeah.
Good job, everybody. He would have been proud of us.
You would have been, yeah. So 50. Let her rip. So Lou, since we are at 5 hours, we're gonna finish off the rest of the clips and then we're gonna call it a night because we've already. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So this is again from that one from the Doctor Who quotes game. This is another one that Ben just pulled 2 points out of nowhere and just got all excited that he was now still in the lead. So here we go.
I'm going to be pissing my head. I hit yes and the night.
Don't worship me, I'd make a very bad god. Wouldn't get a day off for starters.
Way to go, Ben! Way to go.
I think it's hold on.
Yeah, he was always so happy when he pulled those out of his ass.
Yeah. And that kind of thing also happens in his geekdom matches on the Outlaw Nation stuff. Like he had no idea, he just pulled a random answer out of his ass and it just happened to be correct, and he got so excited over it. And here's another Ben staple that sort of pretty much nails it right on the head. Is like every time he did like a top 5 show or any kind of show at all, Ben always somehow finds some way to cheat.
Yeah, dear
one of his entries.
Not bad.
Come on. He got better towards the end, but oh my god, every week it was.
And ironically, this isn't on a top 5 show, but somehow it came through. Watch this. I don't know. I'm saying between Brigadier and Jamie. You're saying between Ian and Barbara and Jamie. Ben and Jess, what do you think?
I'll go with whatever you guys say.
Oh, thanks.
Cool. So I'm gonna have to split this.
No pressure. No.
Yeah, between Ian and Jamie, I reckon.
Yeah, I'll say that too.
I can see defeat.
Well, thanks. After the fact, joining in and being like, that's definitely what I was going to do.
Oh, jeez. Ben, you cheeky bastard. So
that's me.
it's not a show on this network if you don't try to cheat somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And I think one final one that we can end this on properly is that simply he just liked to always remind us all that bow ties are cool.
So bottom of bow
No
ties.
bow ties.
Oh yeah, very bottom of bow ties.
All right. Bow ties are cool.
I like how Ben's just consistently keeping up with that every time it's mentioned.
Oh yeah, bow ties.
Why not? That would be my thing.
Like consistently.
Ben bow tie Rainer.
There we go.
That's me.
Go ahead and change your name. And I think that's the last of them.
All right.
And by the way, we actually broke the goal. We had 4,510.
Thank you, Paul.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that right, Bear? Yay.
That is incredible.
And look at you, how Bear is happy about that.
Oh yeah.
So great.
Yeah. So
Again, the link is on even after the stream. Let's say
Yeah.
you're watching this in a playback, or you had to pause it and you're reaching to the end. Oh no, it's ending. No, it's not. You can donate. Go ahead. And again, $1 or $1 billion does not make a difference. Ben would have been blessed and touched, not just for the donations, but all the love he got today. So again, thank you all.
Yeah, we will definitely keep sharing that. Anyone want to say some final thoughts on Ben before we leave?
I
We
think.
love you, man.
Yeah.
We love you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all
Ben,
love you, and
Ben was the best.
I think I said it best after we finished watching.
Yeah,
his
Ben, he's
funeral,
better.
but- go ahead, Ryan.
Of course, the internet.
Oh, I was just quickly gonna
failed
say,
for
he
Ian.
was definitely. I was just waiting.
Classic.
I thought I was gonna. Well, this wouldn't be. I did say earlier, this would not be like in my experience with Ben if my internet didn't start crapping out. So I'm gonna quickly say this: Ben, he was definitely one of the most favorite people I got to meet, being a part of the Schmodown community. I did say earlier, he definitely elevated my love and passion for Schmodown. I was always excited either we were going to be doing a live stream or doing a prep, just talking about episodes. No matter what, Ben was always very adaptive, no matter what changes came by. And I was definitely glad for at least to have a show with him that went for over a year and a half, host changing channels, just whatever happened. And definitely want the fact that I meet him during 2020 when everyone was shut inside. He was someone I can definitely say I'm one friend I'm glad to have made. And if I ever went into where I would not have met Soda, Taco, 50, Jess, Dagan, Frenchie. I mean, Don, Andrew, I'm just meeting you guys just like now. But even then, Ben was pretty much that domino effect that expanded my love of Schmodown, introduced me to so many different channels out there. I would not have known exactly how much of a supporter and a fan I would have been if I had not actually met Ben. And I definitely need to thank, I don't know if she's watching, but also Ben, he loves so many different channels, and the channel that he's a big fan of, Action Army. If I had not met a mutual friend of ours who is part of the Action Army, Alex McFarland, never would have ever gotten a chance to step through that door and be introduced into pretty much, as in for Dakota Disney film, a whole new world.
So I say, like, everyone has a message to say, but I say we end the stream, by the way, by doing a screen in honor of Ben. So whenever everyone's done, I say on the count of 3, we do our hurrahs.
I'm just gonna go next. I don't know how much longer I can hold it in, but Ben was the first person I've ever been close to who's passed away. So it really hit hard, and it's a feeling I don't like, and I know I'm gonna be dealing with feelings like that coming up. But I'm gonna miss my friend very much. He, in my personal life, I don't get to talk about the things we do on here all the time, which can be very lonely. And Ben was the constant. He was there every morning, every night. And I don't have that anymore. And it breaks my heart. And I'm never going to forget you, Ben. I love you. You are one of the best men I've ever met. And I hope to God you are able to be pain-free finally. Sorry, guys.
Don't be sorry.
It's okay, so don't be sorry, man. That was nice. That was very beautiful.
Guys,
yeah, I'll go next. as like everybody else, Ben brought me into this world. I mean, I always knew about Ben through commenting on, Harloff's channel, Campia's channel, whoever it was, Roka's channel, whoever it was, and always wanted to do this, and I never would have been able to do it. I don't think without meeting Ben, honestly, because I was too scared to do it by myself, and he gave me a chance to come on and just talk about things that sort of like, so I don't have people to talk to in my personal life about that, and helping him build this channel, and this absolutely was his channel over the last year. I met somebody that just always was willing to show me anything I had questions about, and like I said, talk to me, and we had so much fun laughing about Star Wars and everything, and I was really excited to talk to him every week, and it's one of the things I'm gonna miss. I'm really gonna miss about just not being able to talk to him about Ahsoka, anything.
So good.
It's just, God, I don't.
So many things.
But
I like to think that, as I said in the chat earlier, but I like to hope that they have Disney Plus and YouTube access to wherever comes next.
He's got
no ads. With no ads.
No restrictions.
Where he is probably has no time per se, so he probably already seen it before us.
He's already seen it. He's already seen it. He's already seen it. Yep. No, but just to finish off, guys, I just it really was a joy to talk to him every week, and that's just the thing I'm gonna miss the most. I think is just him, and like everybody said tonight, his laugh. That laugh is just so infectious. So yeah, we love you, Ben. But thank you guys. Thank you all. Yes, thank you all.
Who's next?
I already said I love Ben, but one thing I want to extend is the love we have for Ben extends to Anne and extends to his brothers and the whole family. We love you. We love you all. We hope to keep contact. Ben was a part of our family, is still a part of our family in our hearts, and now you are part of our family no matter what, by extension. So I want to give my love to you guys as much as I would give the love to Ben.
And I don't know if this was brought up, but this just shows how much Ben and his mom have a sort of sense of humor. Thank you all so much. Good night from the West Coast. Arguably the West Coast.
Arguably the
West Coast represent. West Coast represent.
Who wants to go next?
I'll say a few words.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the one who's known him the longest.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So, I've known Ben since, well, over 20 years, and honestly, my life would not be the same without him in it. A lot of the things that I truly love and enjoy nowadays is because he introduced me to it, and not just that, but that we got to interact and talk about it all the time. Sorry, I'm just reading what she was writing. Ben was someone who was the only one really who I can talk to about these things, about all our shared interests, and he was there was no one like Ben, and there will never be someone like Ben, and I'm very thankful that I got to know him over all these years, and I'm so happy that he was able to get to know so many people as well over online and in person. They got to know what a great person he was, and that he was able to touch so many lives as well.
Jess?
Yes. I guess I'm gonna miss him constantly asking me every week what guests I was having on, and me being like, I don't know what I'm doing week to week with content. He was always one of my biggest biggest supporters and champions, and I think he was like that to a whole lot of people. I don't know where the guy found the time to be there for everyone.
He didn't leave
all
the
the
house
time.
all the time.
Yeah, but he was there for all. Like I swear there were times where he would be in one stream and commenting, and I'd go to someone else's stream, and he was also there commenting. So I feel like he must have had some like Matrix style TV wall that we never got to see, and it was just him watching everyone's stream simultaneously with like multiple devices, like commenting on everyone.
Come back to the
And he was-
future part 2.
Yeah,
iPad, phone, smart TV.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it
You
was
see
the
those
scene from
guys-
Swordfish. It was
Yeah,
the
like
scene from Swordfish.
Yeah. Like
That's what it was.
The sports center set up, but it's just all YouTube streaming.
Behind the Matrix the whole time.
Exactly. It's like those guys that you see in China with all their Pokemon Go phones. And he's just always just tapping on all of his screens, sending in super chats. I never got to the point of having super chats, but I'm sure if I ever did, Ben would have been probably the first person to send one, and then would have took amazing pride in being the first person to give me my first super chat, because he was always like that. I don't think I've ever had the same gif repeated in a conversation as I have with Ben, because last year I was doing a whole trailer free, spoiler free year, and the amount of times he'd excitedly say like, "Oh, have you seen the trailer for?" I'm like, "No, Ben, spoilers." And would just put up the River song spoilers, and he would go, "I'm so sorry." I'm like, "It's fine." But I think we'd have that recurring conversation every time there was a new trailer for something. And I'm gonna miss telling him that I'm not watching trailers.
Well, you can
Because
tell
he'd
me anytime that you're not watching trailers. You know that.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
thing. His death, it feels like it's brought us close again, because I mean, there's been so few people in throughout the stream I haven't talked to in a while, just because I left the community last year, and it's been nice to get in touch with everybody.
That's what families do in these situations.
Yeah, it's emotional, but we do. So, I mean, look at all the, like I said earlier, grief is just all the love that we didn't get to give him. It's all
What is
that
grief if not love for
excess
persevering?
love. So I think the best thing we can do for Ben's memory is to take all that grief and all that love that we have for him and put it back out into the world, because it's exactly what he would have wanted.
Yeah.
Is for us to put all that love that we have for him out, just like he did for every one of us.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else could talk now. I've done enough.
Well, Dagan did say his piece earlier, so
I did. I had a couple more just final quick things. He was always just such a delight to share any kind of screen with, whether it was live or just hanging out. And I'm really gonna miss those times, and I'm really gonna, it's a real bummer that I'm never gonna get to like meet him in person. Just it sucks, but I will see him one day. That's the hope. And yeah, it's just it's real rough for all of us, but I think it shows that any one of us, we would do this for any one of us. And Ben especially probably deserves it more than anybody. So yeah, that's
Very
it.
true.
So there's one more person, and 50, it's your floor.
Come on.
I have
One
to
more time.
for Ben.
All right, fine, for Ben.
One more for the road. One more for the road.
One more for the road.
One more for the rocky road. Okay, so
I didn't do that one.
I don't believe you. Okay, so being someone like me from the country that I live in, with the problems that country brings into any conversation, I was always nervous to join anything like this online community and just to share where I'm from. And Ben was the one person who always encouraged me to always get out there. And no matter where I came from and what problems my place of origin bring my voice and add my opinions into any kind of conversation like this about the stuff we all love, like movies and TV shows and Schmodown and whatever. And I am going to definitely miss not having someone to talk to about these things. Thankfully, I still have all of you guys, and thankfully, I still have Soda. We still have that joint group with me, him, and Ben's Force Ghost. That is now continue to watch all of our silly memes and gifs that we find on the various places. But and I'm also going to definitely miss always having that one person who always watches any video that I upload, regardless of whether or not he actually cares about that video. He just wants to show his support, just gives a view, gives a like, leaves a comment, even if he has no idea what it is I'm talking about. And just to think that I was ever worthy of knowing a person like Ben is like crazy to me. I never thought I deserved a friend like him. And I got him, and I had him, and I think I made the most of the time I knew him, and all of us did as well. And I think one of the few points of comfort that I have in my life right now is knowing that in a world, in a time when the world was shut down and no one could leave the house, Ben was a guy that made the most of it. And he spent the last 2 years of his life doing what he wanted and doing what he loved more than most. And I'm so privileged to have been a part of his journey for those 2.5 years that I've known him. And I'm so blessed to have known him in my life, and to have had him in my life. And to finish it off in the only way that Ben would approve of, movie quotes. Right now, he goes, we stay, no following. He'll be right here.
Oh, you bastard.
He lives in you. He lives in me.
You motherfucker!
Everything we see into the water, into the sea, in your reflection, he lives in us. He is you. Thank you.
I knew I kept you last for a reason.
Rock and roll 50.
Fucking A. So
Should've
before
known.
we log off, Don, is there anything to talk about the future?
Yeah, no, I just want to. The last few weeks, I've got to know personally the Ben's mom, Ann, and brothers, and through talking with them, and Josh and Joe from the channel, we just want to let everybody know that with the family's blessing, we are keeping the channel going. Yeah. It will be for Ben, in honor of Ben, and Ben we trust is the new motto that we were going to have for the channel. But I just want to let everybody know that we have the family's blessing to continue, and we want to do that for him. So
You have my axe when it comes to the channel. I mean, how else can I say it? I'll do any way I can.
You have my vote.
I was going to say, do I have anybody's bow or hammer?
No, I'm
going to bow and a hammer.
I'm pretty much a hobbit, so
me too.
No, we appreciate everybody. Yes.
I was gonna say all you have to do is I'm gonna fuck it up.
Ann wants to know 50 where your quote comes from.
oh gosh, what
Which one?
But the one you ended on.
The one you just did.
The end. Well, it was the sequel to the greatest movie of all time, The Lion King 2: Simba's Pride.
Yes.
Which I don't think I've ever heard him quote before, which is actually pretty impressive.
It's the opening song, which was taken from the Lion King musical. Just say.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I'm gonna do my I'm not. There's no way any of us can take Ben's place, but I know I'm gonna do my best to help pick up some of the load that he left behind to help you guys. So.
Yeah.
All right,
no,
you
we
all?
appreciate any help.
Absolutely, I'm more than willing to do what I can.
And if you definitely need someone to geek stuff, that's
More
my
geek stuff.
expertise.
Yes.
Yeah. So, as we sign off,
absolutely,
let's do it.
On a count of 3, 3, 2, 1. Yeah!
Love you, Ben.
Ryan, you're late.
All right. Take it easy,
All right,
folks.
everyone.
We will see you
Bye,
later.
guys. Thank everybody.
Love y'all.